Well, good morning and welcome to Oceanside, California, where the surf has picked up through the afternoon yesterday and into this morning, and there is some really good waves on offer for finals day here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by the three-time Parasurfing World Champion,
Hi,
Liv
Shannon.
Stone. Liv, it's great to be in the booth with you, and a little bit of action this morning as we can see the surfers for our first division that we're going to be calling. As it's finals day, we have 12 different finals to get through before we head to our closing ceremony, which is going to be really exciting. And the men's sit division is going to be the first ones out in the water.
Yeah, such a stacked division here, Shannon. Waves on offer, no doubt. That swell peaked yesterday. We could see it in the last remaining heats yesterday. And then this morning, it's just pumping out there.
Yeah, it looks really, really fun, highly contestable, which is exactly what we were hoping for. We're also going to have that high tide kind of peaking through the middle of competition, which is going to be perfect as we take a look at those conditions, Liv.
Yeah, we have the swell height coming around 4 to 6 foot out there, which is a little bit smaller than we were expecting, which is great. Not too huge out there. And then the swell direction's a west southwest. Around 3 mile per hour winds, a little bit bumpy out there, but that's kind of like that morning sickness that we get here early in the morning in San Diego. But with that swell direction, it's super interesting because it's actually pushing, the current is pushing into the pier today, which is a little bit of a nervous thing we have for the water safety team. However, I was just talking with them out there, and they're having people paddle from the north side of the competition instead of next to the pier.
Okay.
Just because that current, instead of pushing north, is actually pushing south because of that west direction. Our coastline is a bit angled, so anytime we get a pretty strong west direction swell, it's actually almost kind of coming in from the north and pushing south. So very interesting conditions out here. It changed on the dime because that current we've had taking all of our surfers north most of the competition, and now with that big swell that we see filling in, it's doing the opposite. So water safety adapting here, telling everyone to paddle out from the north side and to not catch rights that get them close to the pier. If so, then they will paddle out to the other side of the pier and up south side.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that insight, Liv. Glad that you got it because it will be a little bit of a game changer out in the lineup today for finals day for sure. We're going to see some changes to our surfers' approaches. As we take a look at live action right now, we're just waiting for the start of our men's sit final. We have yet to actually kick things off. As we take a look at the 4 surfers in the water, France, USA, and Costa Rica represented with Guillaume Collin, Jeff Munson, Juan Manuel Camacho Solano, and Chris Oberle. Four surfers competing in the men's sit division. And Liv, will you just give us a breakdown of why these surfers are riding the types of equipment that they are?
Yeah, of course. So the Parasurf sit division, as the classification specifies, they are any surfer who rides waves in the sitting position that do not require assistance paddling into a wave and getting back onto the board safely. So not like the Prone 2 division where they're getting help out and into waves. They're completely solo out there. However, they are in what's called a wave ski. Kind of almost looks like a kayak for those of you who aren't familiar with parasurfing. It's a wave ski, and they usually have a lumbar or thoracic spinal cord injury. So a lot of these surfers, they could surf in the prone division, but this is the way that that they surf. They prefer to paddle with their paddles that they have there and surf waves in that wave ski. They are super difficult to paddle. Mo Johnson from the ISA classification was telling me that she was sitting in one of the wave skis and she was like, it is so hard to paddle. It's very squirrely, very difficult to stay upright. So lots of core strength that those surfers are going to have to rely on.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how, our final plays out throughout today for these men. We had some really close action for that first place position yesterday in that round 2 heat. There were 5 surfers in this division specifically. So they surfed 2 main rounds, round 1 and round 2. It was the top 4 surfers out of the 5 based off of their best scores between round 1 and round 2 that advanced through into the final. So well done for each of you for making it this far. And now we're into the gritty end of competition. Finals, we are going to be crowning specifically based on placement out there. So surfer in the lead wins that gold medal.
So exciting. We're crowning so many world champions here this morning at the north side in Oceanside.
Liv, you've been in the position many times to show up, both looking for your first gold medal, you know, as kind of a newer face to the surfing community and wanting to improve your surfing, and as a returning gold medalist looking to then solidify yourself as one of the greats of the sport, which you have clearly done by having a three-peat with 3 of those gold medals. What's it like for these surfers now showing up today? You know, what's the vibe down there? You've been through this yourself.
Oh, absolutely. I've been in the jersey out here on finals day. I know exactly what it's like. And to be honest, Shannon, it's deep. It's hard. It's stressful. I'm not going to put it lightly at all. I would get so many nerves down there on the beach. And you can just tell the camaraderie down there obviously is really high for each of the teams, but each individual, I feel like, is really getting in a headspace and trying to really lock in on a podium position. You know, you work all year for moments like this, and now it counts. For 25 minutes, you have to show the judges kind of, you know, what you've been working on and how well you can surf. So, yeah, Shannon, it's not easy. I mean, I would like to say I was filled with so much stoke and I was so excited and I was just... No, I mean, it's so stressful, but that's ultimately how these competitors thrive.
And there's just so much weight on it. Like you said, it's not just about individual golds at any ISA event. It's about that team gold as well. As we see, the clock has started, so we're a couple minutes into this heat now. No waves being ridden. Everyone just kind of being patient. You can see the free surfers being pushed farther up the beach. That might be a consistent conversation for our beach announcers to be communicating to them due to that current, like you said, pulling back towards the pier now, pulling from the north to the south. As we see maybe this first wave that will be ridden. Surfer in white having a good paddle. No priority established at the beginning of a heat, so anyone that's in position is able to get their first opening ride. It's going to be blue, Jeff Munson, with a huge down carve to start things off with. He's heading straight to the pier, and he is going to shoot the pier completely.
Successfully.
Absolute perfection. That was a masterclass in ocean knowledge and, you know, showcasing his surfing standard. And he's going to just paddle himself right back out there. That was incredible for the start of our opening heat here on finals day.
Yeah, that is hilarious. How I was like, all the surfers, they were told not to catch it right into the pier. And then the first wave, oh my. Yeah, but I mean, Jeff, he's such a veteran out here. So yeah. Has so much wave knowledge, and you see, so he's just paddling out on south side and going right under once again. I mean, I've done that several times. You know, if you're comfortable next to a pier, you know, you can tell he's done that several times, and it doesn't have a problem doing it. It's those surfers who don't know how to navigate a pier where it becomes quite dangerous. Yeah. Here's a replay. Nice turn out the back, sending it, and this whitewash just catapults him into the pier. He's like, you know what? I'm going to shoot it. I think he clips the end of his board here. Slightly. Yeah, he does hit the pier just slightly there, but
maybe right at the finish of that. That was really impressive, though, because the pilings are not that far apart from each other at this pier in comparison to the Huntington Beach Pier, which is where these surfers have competed many times before. We can see Guillaume here on the inside section now, so he's going to have a score to drop. It's a 5-point ride for first of Jeff Munson. And that is a solid way to kick off his campaign, although yesterday he had a score up into the 9s for one single wrapping carve, which was really incredible.
That was such a critical wave yesterday. Here's a replay of Reds, deep off the bottom, right into that lip there. Can't quite get as vertical as he would have liked. Our surfer in red representing Team France. And one of the most difficult parts about riding this wave ski is kicking out. I can see so many surfers really struggle with that because it can kind of waste a lot of time when you're trying to get back out the back and you just can't quite get the board to maneuver and head out the back there. So surfer in red handling that nicely. And that wave kind of closed out for him. He was definitely hoping for that to open up a little bit more for him. Here's a replay of Jeff's. Nope, this is another right that Jeff had.
All right, so quick onto his second wave.
And
Smaller in
shooting the
size.
pier.
Shooting the pier again. He's clearly feeling very comfortable out there. He's a surfer that, you know, from California who just charges on some really big days in really heavy surf spots. So his ocean knowledge, his comfortability out there is, you know, top notch, as we can see by his performance so far. So we're waiting for a score to drop for opener of red and the second score now for blue, as we see White putting himself in position here for Chris Oberle. Also for Team USA, beautiful looking right. Oh, looks to get into the barrel, and he'll just get bounced around. Doesn't get blown off the board because, but he does lose the paddle. You can see the paddle up there in the left, right-hand corner of the screen.
Exactly.
So that's unfortunate. We're going to have probably one of those volunteers maybe swimming across to grab it.
Someone just pops up.
Just pops up there. Wow, I was not expecting that. It's like a seal, but it was a person. Wow. Let's take another look at this one.
Tries to really pull into the barrel there. I mean, I think even if he would have gotten inside, there was no way he was able to come out of that. That was just a sheer closeout into the pier. Chris loses his paddle, unfortunately, there.
Well, I've just had some very interesting information drop into my ears from co-commentator Chris Cote about the wave ski, or surf ski as it's called, either name. It was invented and developed by Australian and South African lifeguards in the early 1900s.
Oh,
1910
wow.
specifically.
That's incredible.
But it was then perfected through the 1970s.
I mean, I had no idea that.
I would not have expected it to be, you know, in existence for as long as it has
Yeah,
been.
the history of that is wild, just because you think of like
More than a
the
century.
performance surfboard, right? We're only getting it dialed within the last decade, two decades.
All right, well, this is big news to us, as we can see on screen that Kirk Watson for Team Australia has a jersey on. He will be paddling out. He had a major collision with the Oceanside Pier in his heat yesterday afternoon, where he was surfing incredibly well. Thankfully, after checking in with the hospital, the medical team here for the ISA has been doing all their checks. We actually saw Anthony Vela and I, co-commentator, when we arrived this morning, that Kirk was with the ISA medical staff doing his clearance check. So anytime there's a head injury specifically, you have to go through a clearance check with ISA medical staff to be able to then be approved to surf in your heats. If it's deemed that there is a concussion, they won't be allowed to paddle out in their heats, essentially.
Yeah.
And so it's great to see that Kirk has passed his clearance. He's feeling good. He's ready to go out in the lineup today. And I'm just so thankful that the situation from yesterday that could have turned out much, much worse than it did has turned out in this way, where he's going to be paddling out for his final, looking to find that gold medal.
Yeah, that's incredible. Surfer representing Team Australia. I was commentating that heat with my friend Chris Cote, and we were like, oh, great wave, and he just kept going and going and going, and then unfortunate collision there, but so stoked for him to be able to paddle out here. We have our surfer in red, Thomas De Silva, representing Team France, ready to paddle out. He's been surfing so well.
So the next heat that we will be calling for finals day will be our men's visually impaired 1 division, which is surfers who are completely blind. So that dynamic of having the pier involved gets even more dangerous because,
no doubt,
you know, up and riding on a right-hand wave, they can't actually see that pier coming up in front of them. Although being able to hear it, they can really tell how close they're getting to it based on listening to it.
Here goes green. Oh, not quite able to scratch into it there. Yeah, I got insight from Thomas De Silva from France, and he actually knows that he's close to the pier because he can hear the water hitting the pier, especially when here goes blue.
Jeff Munson having a look at the left this time, so changing up his strategy. He's in that leading position and sitting on a 5 and a 4. He's now looking to improve that score line, and I feel like taking off on the left is going to be him testing out how how the scoring potential is different between those lefts and those rights. That was a nice down the line wave. He's going to demonstrate a lot of control as well as we take another look at it here, Liv.
Yeah, drops in at a perfect part of this wave. Deep off the bottom. Nice check turn there. Weaving his way through this open face. Nice pocket ride. Just weaving some nice S turns up and down the face of the wave and cuts it back really hard. hits that end section, kicks out. Really nice job from our surfer representing Team USA, Jeff Munson. He's 57 years old, so has a lot of ocean knowledge there. He says in his bio that when we ask for to know a little bit more about him, he just says he loves to surf. That's it.
That's all you need to know.
All you need to know, really, in a competition like this. And his hobbies are reading. So reading, surfing, not a bad life there.
Scores in. We got a 5.0 and a 4.0 on the board with another to drop in for Jeff Munson. Passionate reader, passionate surfer.
From Corona del Mar, and one of his biggest achievements is the Catalina Classic.
3-time winner of the Catalina Classic.
Yeah, his score drops in at a 6.0, and I thought it was going to be better than his 5 just because he wasn't really able to do a ton out the back on that 5-point ride that he had in the beginning of the heat. So Juanma looking to try and scratch into that wave there.
Let's take a look at the replay here. Oh, from...
Yeah, this is his first wave. He was able to get a nicer turn out the back, but that was just one turn.
That was his opening ride. As we take a look, a little recap of what's taken place in the first 10 minutes of this heat so far. We do still have 15 minutes remaining, so a lot could change. But these are those first few waves that we're with.
Yeah, Chris trying to tuck into that barrel there. Rewarded with a 1.83. Not able to do many turns out the back. Surfer in red, Team France. Unfortunately, that wave just kind of closes out for him. Doesn't offer a ton. Jeff's able to paddle into a nice open face one here. Rewarded with that 6-point ride.
So probably for Jeff, this was a good opportunity to really understand, all right, the judges are going to reward him with a decent score on the right with those bigger turns specifically, even though it's just the single maneuver. But if he's able to find himself with a long ride on the lefts, he's going to need to get a couple more turns connected in to get himself into that excellent scoring category.
Right, and we know that he can throw big spray out the back. I mean, he got that excellent point ride yesterday at really low tide, tough conditions. So he definitely has it in him, and I think it's actually really, really smart from Jeff because he played that wave safe. He needed a good score on the board. He needed a 6, and I mean, he's in the lead right now. I mean, it's anyone's game. However, he needed 2 solid scores, and then he's going to go excellent. So building an awesome campaign. We have Green scratching into a wave here.
The Costa Rican now with an opportunity, just trying to get a score on the board as there's only 12.5 minutes remaining now. Driving down the line, doing very good to keep his speed and momentum high as he goes in for a big finish. He'll go in for that giant re-entry on the inside section. He's now going to try and pull out of this wave without getting sucked too far behind, as he gets a couple of extra turns, uses that paddle to steady himself. So he's going to be back into the conversation. He'll break himself out of the combination situation specifically that's on the board with that 11-point requirement. And there it is, a 3.5. So quick in from the judges. No major maneuvers for him to get anything any bigger than that 3, but it does put him now into that silver medal position ahead of Guillaume Collin, who is our reigning world champion for our men's sit division. Took away that initial gold medal back in 2024, and Guillaume has the opportunity to go back-to-back this year.
Oh, that's so exciting for our surfer in red. Representing France, we've said it before and we'll say it again, France is stacked with so many great surfers here. Looks like DL representing Brazil headed out there. Such a great surfer in the VI1, completely blind division. Absolutely fascinating. I cannot wait for that final. But yeah, with Juanma, I think he just really just wanted to get a wave. I mean, he was sitting for 15 minutes and wasn't able to scratch into much. So even though that wave didn't have a ton on offer, it came in at a 3.5. I think he just wanted to get going. He wanted to get surfing because when you wait too long out there, then you end up, I feel like I end up getting really nervous, and then any wave that comes, I end up falling or something. So he just started his campaigns in the second position there. That wave was definitely a little bit better than France's in red, the 3-point ride. Great waves on offer this morning here at the north side of the Oceanside Pier. A little bit bumpy on the face, just slight wind this morning. However, I expect that to die off later into the morning.
A little bit warmer today than it was yesterday. Yesterday morning we had those light offshore winds,
Yes.
which made conditions really nice, but wow, it was absolutely freezing down there.
Oh yeah, I was talking to the Costa Rica team and I was, hace frío, hace frío. You know, because they're used to surfing. I mean, you never need a wetsuit in Costa Rica, ever.
We got a lot of surfers from really tropical locations in the draw this week, and it's a nice time of the year here to be in California because it's not too cold yet. You know, if this event was running in January,
oh my gosh,
it would be
freezing.
Kind of terrible.
But I moved back east to Pennsylvania, so in January, I think it would feel pretty nice here.
It would just feel nice and balmy for you.
I'd be walking around with a t-shirt.
Kirk Watson there with the helmet on today. Great decision. Team Australia has been working so hard with him to get his second gold medal. He's already a gold medalist from 2023, and he's looking to find himself with a second opportunity. He'll be out there shortly as we've got 9.5 minutes remaining on the clock out here. Chris Oberle for Team USA. He is now riding on a great looking right, driving so hard off the bottom into this first opening turn. Carves it back into the section, sets himself up for another opportunity here as he whips that wave ski around. A surf craft designed initially in the early 1900s, and Chris making it look really, really fun out there. He's gonna just have some assistance as he ducks into the pier, and it looked intentional for him to flip his board on that one, maybe feeling more comfortable to just kind of swim himself through.
This wave was so impressive. I love Chris's flow between his turns, and he went right back into the pocket there. 2 really nice slashes out the back. Rode out really nicely. I think this is going to be Chris's best wave going into the pier there and taken to the other side. That water safety's reaction time was, 5 seconds. I was counting it in my head, and absolutely well done from the water safety team. He's now on the other south side of the pier, which is going to be the safer route all the way back out for Chris Oberle, surfer representing Team USA.
Here we go with another little set coming through. It's going to be Green who's able to scratch into it. We can hear the Costa Rican shouting. Remember, these surfers are all going for that gold medal as we see some great top to bottom surfing here from Juan. He is going to improve on that 3.5. And his team is really feeling it. We can hear from the beach.
Love that claim.
So currently chasing down a 7.5 to take away the win. An 8-point requirement on the board for the reigning world champion from 2024 for Guillaume. He needs an 8 to get himself into that gold place position. And surfing like this could easily take him there. Those were 2 great S turns to start with. He's got some good speed as he comes through the inside section. He's really close to the pier. That's why the camera angle was so close up at the finish of that. And you could see that he was directing himself from heading fully to the right into the pier, back to the left to try and avoid it.
Yeah, really smart surfing there from Colin there in red. Looking to go back to back. He won gold, like Shannon said, in 2024. So looking for that first podium position.
Now, Jeff Munson, the 2020 gold medalist from this specific division, also took out a win back in 2015 in the AS3 category. So he's a 2-time gold medalist. He is waiting for another score to drop, and it's going to need to be a pretty solid one because you can sense that everyone else is starting to bite at his heels.
Yeah, Jeff's waves there. I love how he put the paddle in the water. He was stalling to try and see if that wave would barrel over top of him. So really smart surfing from Jeff because he wants to go excellent, you know? So he's going to pick off those big waves and he's going to do big maneuvers, trying to pull into the barrel there. Big set coming through the lineup here. Chris drops a 6.83. Really impressive surfing from him. That wave that he was able to get on that right, he was able to get a lot of release in the fins, rewarded with a 6.83, the highest single wave score of the heat thus far. However, we are still waiting for Red's score to come through. Very tight heat here.
very, very tight as we're down to 5.5 minutes. We're still waiting for scores, Liv, to drop through for Guillaume, which was a really solid, like probably the best turns that we've seen of this heat so far. Jeff Munson's last wave, we got a look at it there on the replay. Nothing much that he was able to do on it, unfortunately, though it had nice size to it, so probably won't change that 6 or that 5 that he has in the leading position. And then Juan also on another ride has a score to drop.
Yeah, and the judges are going to take their time on this because this is a final. It's 5 minutes left and we're crowning world champions. So, I mean, every score matters. They're being very meticulous this morning.
The second wave of Juan dropped in as a 4.43. So he's currently sitting in that 3rd place, that bronze medal position, chasing a 6.57. The biggest question to me is on Guillaume. He only needs, well, he needs an 8-point ride. I say only because I know that his surfing is right there to take him into the excellent range. And scores are in, so it's shy of the excellent range, but it is the 6.67. And now it trims off his requirement by nearly half, with the reigning world champion only chasing a 4.33 at the moment. So at this stage, with 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock, Liv, gold could go to literally anyone in the lineup.
4 minutes and it's this close. This is ridiculous. It's such a nail-biter moment here. I mean, any one of those surfers, I mean, Juanma only needs a 6.5, which is so doable. I mean, he could flip this heat. So could Chris. He only needs a 4.17. And our reigning world champ needs a 4.33. So I believe there's going to be another opportunity to be had. I mean, this swell that's filling through, it's consistent. Lots of waves to be ridden out there. Not as lully as we've been seeing, if that's a word, but I'm going to make it one.
I like it.
Lully. But there's been a lot of breaks between waves, and I haven't really seen that out there. I mean, every time I've been seeing the waves out there, it's just kind of been one after the other.
So there we can see surfers that are competing in the next heat are going to be paddling out for the most part at the south side of the pier. Either that or way up the beach on the other side of the contest zone, which is what the wave skiers did, at the north side of the competition area so that they don't get swept anywhere close to the pier. As Liv was sharing with us at the start of this heat and our intro this morning, that the swell direction has changed. That's where we've seen this increase in size. It is also coming from a different direction, so it's pushing that current straight into the pier. So we're going to be ultra careful with that today. As we have a great looking set on the way, I was hoping that White was going to be in position. Not quite. It's going to give the opportunity to the 2024 gold medalist in Guillaume, looking to go back to back with a great looking S turn to start off. He needs a 4.33 and he's just going to carve his way back on the left. I mean, he's putting in a lot of effort here. He's demonstrating control, flow, speed, but it's those major critical maneuvers that we're really going to need to see for the judges to reward those decent scores going into gold.
Gosh, I really feel like that wave had some opportunity, and then as it came through and hit that sandbar, it just kind of closed out on him. I'm not thinking that's going to be a 4.33. He wasn't able to get any work down on the outside. A 4.43, so just barely puts him into first.
All right, so judges rewarding his skill on a variety of levels, just enough to get him into that gold medal position. Now that information is going to be received by Jeff Munson, specifically, who is sitting in that gold medal position. Liv, he has priority, so he's in a great position, but he needs a 5.11. And that's going to take, you know, at least a decent outside maneuver to get there.
Oh, but so doable, Shannon.
It's so
you know,
doable.
like, because he was able to get that 4.43. It's the commentator's curse there. I say one way, it goes the other. And then I'll say he gets the score and it doesn't. So, but yeah, he was showing incredible control on the inside there. Our surfer in red showing a lot of control with his board there, looking so loose.
France team feeling a little bit more relaxed after that last score has been announced, and Guillaume has jumped into the gold medal position. Jeff Munson chasing a 5.11. Chris Oberle is actually in a really decent position. He's got second priority and he needs a 4.27. So he's got the smallest requirement on the board, and holding on to that second priority, if he's able to get himself into one of these next couple waves coming.
No, Chris is going to be patient. He has 45 seconds and that wave wasn't going to do it for him. And he knows this spot so well. This is his home break. Jeff has priority. Chris has second. They're going to split peaks here for Team USA.
All right. Going for that gold medal. We're going to track with Jeff Munson. Huge off the top, but he can't stick with it. Now, we missed what Chris got up to on the opening section of that wave, but he's going to try to connect. Can't quite get there.
See the frustration on his face. I just don't know if it was enough for a 4.27.
Wow, that was a great combined effort, though, between the two of them. They would have been communicating to each other that they're happy for one to go left, one to go right. We're going to maybe have another opportunity. Will Jeff be riding this wave before the buzzer starts? He doesn't get into it anyways. I would say he wouldn't have caught it in time regardless. So we're now going to wait for scores to drop in. For Jeff Munson's last wave, a 2.00, so that doesn't move him out of the silver medal position. And last of Chris, now we missed the opening section, so I don't want to even speculate in any way because he may have had a good turn, he may not have. We'll just wait to see where that score comes through, which means the judges are likely looking at replays.
Definitely. Oh, wow, this is so close.
And Chris needs a 4.27. As you said, you know, a surfer from this area feeling so comfortable competing at home here in Oceanside. Let's take a look at it here now for the first time.
Replay deep off the bottom and throws a ton of spray out the back. That's going to be rewarded. Absolutely. I'm not sure where it's going to go, but he got a really nice looking turn out the back.
What an effort down to the finish. He did well. Also, you know, wave selection, his 1.83 for the start of it. He got a 6.83 for the second, and the scores are in. It's a 4.07. He misses out on the gold medal by 0.2 on that wave, and we will officially be able to call it that our surfer in red, France's Guillaume Collin, is officially your 2025 gold medalist for men's sit. Back-to-back gold medals for Team France in the men's sit division. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll be celebrating with Guillaume, and we will be into our men's visually impaired 1 division.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Wow, that was an extremely close last heat we have. In first, an 11.1. In second, an 11. And then in third, a 10.9. So gold, silver, and bronze within 0.1. That's like unheard of.
That was an extremely tight final for our men's sit division, with France's Guillaume Collin taking away the win in back-to-back years here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships for our men's sit division. Very impressive performance on the finish for him. That 6.67, which came through as his highest score, Liv, we both watched it and thought, wow, this is something special. This could be the one that really breaks him away within the heat. And that set him up within smaller requirements behind to jump up into that gold medal position after Jeff Munson had actually been holding on to it for the entire heat. So very well fought from everyone. That last-ditch effort from Chris Oberle as well. That was so close to getting the score that he needed. That turn was so dynamic, so crisp. So incredible performance across the board. As we are now into our men's visually impaired one final, it has not started yet. We have not seen the clock count down, but out in the lineup we have France, Brazil, Australia, and Germany with Thomas De Silva, Elias Ricardo Deal, or Figgy Deal as we know him, Kirk Watson, and Ben Newman. Each of these surfers going for that gold medal, some of them returning gold medalists as well, as they have been competing in our VI1 division for many years now.
Yeah, absolutely. I had the privilege to be able to post-heat interview Thomas De Silva, DL, and Newman, so they all bring a very, very unique style of surfing, and I just can't wait to see them go head-to-head. Ben Newman, the next generation, vying for the Paralympics. He's really advocating as a public speaker to get it into Brisbane 2032, and really, really well-spoken, our surfer in white representing Team Germany. And then DL, he just brings so much stoke as well.
He's also the 3-time world champion. So our reigning world champ out in the lineup right now is Figgy Deal, representing Brazil. He took out the win in 2021, 2022, and then again in 2024. It was Australia's Kirk Watson who in 2023 shook things up and got himself in that gold medal position. He's now looking to get a second gold to his name. And then in the early days, back in 2020, we had Aitor Francesca from Team Spain who walked away the gold medalist. So at the moment, we've got Thomas De Silva and Ben Newman with the opportunities to be brand new gold medalists here at the World Parasurfing Championships. And otherwise, we'll be looking for, you know, just another medal to add to the trophy case back at home between Deal and Watson out in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Kirk Watson, like we mentioned before, had an unfortunate incident with the pier and needed to get stitches. However, we got a note in from our staff here that he did get checked out. Shannon.
As we take a look at a first takeoff from Surfer in Blue from DL. Just unable to make the drop. Thomas De Silva from France also had a look at that one. And everyone else is just repositioning in the water as we have this next set approaching. We'll see if anyone's able to get into it. Might just be a little bit too small for where they're currently sitting. White potentially going to have a look and decide not to go. But yeah, like you said, so Kirk Watson had a collision with the pier yesterday that was pretty serious. It was so serious, in fact, that the medical team, the protocol then in place was to send Kirk for neurological exams and scat scan.
That's okay. The
CAT scan.
SCAT concussion protocol and 2 CT scans there.
Yeah, so those 2 CT scans yesterday were clear. As we take a look now at Thomas De Silva with a quick in and out. He's just trying to get himself a couple scores on the board now. So basically, as a result of all of that, we have seen that the medical team today has been able to clear him to compete in the VI1 final for Kirk. And based off of the recommendation, it is supported with the ISA technical team. The water safety team is also going to be closely monitoring him during the final, just in case there's any signs that he's not doing okay. And the helmet on top of that is part of the requirement for the ISA to allow him to compete. So he's borrowed that from another competitor out here, and he is feeling strong, ready to go for his opportunity to win gold.
Yeah, honestly, I think the helmet looks pretty rad, so excited to see him shredding.
Amazing. Well, an incredible performance in our very first final of a big finals day. We saw Guillaume Collin from France walk away a back-to-back gold medalist. He's on the glass with Anthony Vail.
Guillaume, congratulations, 2-time gold medalist in one of the closest heats we've seen, just 0.2 of a point between third and first. Jeff Munson took the lead. You're under a little bit of pressure. Did you feel the pressure out there?
I could definitely feel the pressure. I was waiting for the waves, waiting a long time, and the pressure was going up and up after time by time.
So you needed a score. What moves did you do strategically in order to get that 4.43 that you needed?
Yeah, in the last 4 or 5 minutes, I had third priority, and I needed a 4-point wave, which is not like a a set wave. Like I needed an intermediate wave, and I didn't have priority, so I went closer to the beach to get that wave, and that worked.
Yes, it worked perfect. So Team France has now won 3 of 5 gold medals here this year, 2025. What is special about Team France this year?
What's special is we are a full team, 18 surfers, very close to each other. We all travel together, we stay at the same hotel, we practice together, we all together all the time. We chirp to each other. There's one, my teammate is in the water right now. And yeah, it's camaraderie.
Okay, well, I'll let you go get to your teammate. Anything you'd like to say to your friends, family, sponsors back home?
Je fais la fête ce soir ici et puis ce sera à la maison avec tout le monde quand je rentre la semaine prochaine. À bientôt.
One final down, 11 to go. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. We are currently in the second final of the morning with Ben Newman on a big takeoff. Just has a wipeout in front of him. He's got a 2.4 on the board for his opening ride. Kirk Watson now drops in a 3.17. We saw the two of them take off on that wave just as we were going to the interview with Guillaume, and there was no priority established at that stage. And they both were at a far enough distance away that I don't think there will be any issues with that situation. Ben Newman momentarily sitting in the gold medal position for Germany, but it's early in the heat. There's going to be a lot of other scores to drop through. And an incredible performance so far from Team France. Liv, I'm taking a look at the team points for the start of the day today, and France is in the lead by about 4,000 points ahead of second with Team Brazil. Then between Brazil, USA, and Australia, it's very tight for that silver medal finish for the top 4. Pretty much a guarantee looking at the points based off of that those are going to be our 4 teams medalists. There's a 5,000 point difference between Japan and Australia, sitting in 5th and 4th place respectively. And so for Team France, they're looking really solid to continue holding on to those gold medals that they've just had an absolute grip on for the last few years.
Absolutely. Team France just fueling an awesome team this year, bringing tons of team camaraderie. I can always hear them cheering on each other down at the beach, and they're all staying together at a hotel and supporting one another. Super rad to see. I mean, I feel like every heat we have a French surfer, so super rad there. They have a full stack team.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the investment from, the French Surfing Federation to continue to grow opportunities and accessibilities for the parasurfing community there, and to come, all the way to California year after year, continuing to grow with the support system behind the scenes for each of these athletes to be able to arrive here and feel like they're ready to compete. Like Guillaume was saying, the vibe, everything they put in behind the scenes, they're all staying in the same location. They're eating meals together, they're cheering each other on down at the beach, and so it really creates a nice environment. As we take a look at Thomas de Silva, the French surfer out in the lineup, with a great couple turns here to start things off, and he is gonna find this reform through to the inside section. Beautiful surfing from Thomas. And now with the answer back, it's Ben Newman on the outside section. That would have been a huge score if he landed the opening turn.
Oh my gosh, we were on the edge of our seats there for Ben Newman representing Team Germany. Totally streaming down the line and had such a good looking bottom turn up into the lip to bank off that white water, but just comes undone. That would have been a massive score for Ben, but it's so early in the heat. And he knows exactly how that wave just fell under his feet and can absolutely do it again.
We are currently in the men's final for VI1, visually impaired 1, which is surfers who are completely blind with absolutely no vision. So it'd be as if Liv and I were paddling out in the lineup right now on a big day with closeout sets coming through.
Yeah.
Current sweeping, the chaos of a loud beach with a lot going on, paddling out there with full blindfolds on and having to go by feel and communication from a spotter out in the lineup. Kirk Watson on his opening ride. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, he was able to drop in so nicely, stood up really early, able to stream down the line there. Here's Team Brazil's opening ride, just comes unstuck there. I mean, that wave was going to close out anyway. Ben Newman's deep off the bottom. That was one of his waves that didn't quite pan out there for him. And then this was the replay from the first exchange here. Didn't seem to be like any interference there.
Yeah, I think there was enough distance between them. Kurt had had turned a little early anyways. As we take a look at this wave from Thomas Da Silva, it's the highest score of the heat so far for the gold medal position with a 4.5.
Yeah, he was able to have a lot of control, really, really, really low on his board to able to get to that inside section. So smart surfing from Thomas Da Silva, able to claim that gold position as of now, but 16 minutes left, and there's so much more surfing to go with Kirk and Elias down there in the 3rd and 4th position, but we know that that could flip at any second.
That's right, and they're sitting in those, they're holding on to priority at the moment, so that's going to work to their favor. Also, the scores are really small for the requirements. It's only 2-point scores for 2nd and 3rd to move up into that 1st place position, and in the 4-point range for 4th to move up into 2nd. So at this stage, it's pretty much anyone's game. If someone locks into a long, open-faced wave, that's going to be a massive difference maker for the scores out in the lineup right now.
Oh, absolutely. And it's all about picking and choosing the right waves this morning, Shannon, because a lot of them are closing out like we've seen in the heat before. Not as playful as yesterday. Yesterday, you could paddle into quite a lot of them and they would be open for you, but now it's still high tide, right? And I thought there would be way more faces on offer of the wave, but it just kind of seems like it's a bit junky out there. I mean, the waves are a lot bigger, but a bit of wind in the mix right now, not really glassing off like we've seen the past few days, so making it a bit more difficult for our surfers to be able to pick and choose the right waves there. And Thomas Da Silva was able to compensate for that by just getting really, really low on his board and riding out with that 4.5.
Yeah, we're going to have that high tide peaking at 9:18 this morning at a 6.9-foot high. So we've had those king tides this week with the supermoon. Thankfully, when that low tide hits later this afternoon, competition will be over because it could be significantly more challenging. But it'll be kind of similar for the next few hours as we finish out our World Championships here for our 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. There you can see Kirk and his spotter, who actually looks just like him. The two of them look like twins out there. And they said to me when I interviewed Kirk a couple days ago, he's like, "Oh, this is my brother." And I was like, "Oh, no way, that's so awesome. Like, your brother's spotter." And he was like, "I'm just kidding. Like, we look alike, but, we're not related."
No, you know what's so funny is I saw his pusher, or I'm sorry, not his pusher, his coach down there on the beach this morning, and I was like, wow, like, Kirk's eye healed really fast. Oh, but then I'm like, I looked closer. I'm like, no, that's not Kirk. But, yeah, they look very similar out there.
Kirk Watson wearing the helmet, extra protection after a collision yesterday afternoon. We're just so thankful that has turned into the situation that we're currently looking at, where he is out there feeling ready to go. He's got a 3.17 on the board. He is competing to win his 2nd gold medal here in the visually impaired 1 division. And it looks like they're going to make the decision to just move away from the pack a little bit farther, separate themselves, though he's sitting in 2nd priority. Maybe, specifically wanting to find one of those lefts that we've been seeing throughout the week of competition, Liv, that have given some really significant scoring potential.
Yeah, Kirk Watson representing Team Australia here at 52 years of age. He lost his eyesight as a teen with retinitis pigmentosa, a degenerative condition, and he said that this progressively took things from his life, like not just sight, but the opportunity to drive his car, independence, confidence, riding the bike, surfing. And at that point of his life, he started to sail competitively, which gave him great freedom. He said that the ocean taught me about everyone bringing their strengths to the team.
As we take a look at live action here with Figgy, nice hook under the lip. He's been really quiet through this heat, that 1.13 being his high score and that 0.5. So really just a couple takeoffs before this moment, chasing down that 4.28, and this is going to give him that momentum that we've been waiting to find for the 3-time parasurfing world champion.
Yeah, Figgy up and riding here. Nice snap underneath the lip, rides out clean. Very smart surfing, not to do anything too gnarly because he needed a score on the board to get him started here. Red up and riding.
All right, great looking face. This is going to be a massive change to the score line. Unfortunately, can't hook it around on the 2nd turn, but that 1st turn, really dynamic, great looking pocket surfing, and he is feeling fired up. Thomas Da Silva wants to help Team France solidify that gold medal and find himself a new world champion as well.
Oh, absolutely. He just brings so much stoke down there on the beach. I mean, that wave was almost a copy and paste from his excellent score ride that he had just the other day, and that board looking so good under his feet. I love, like I said, that low stance for him to be able to ride out of those bigger maneuvers.
Kirk thinking about going on that wave, just not quite in position. Each of these surfers out there themselves competing, but with a spotter who is literally their eyes in the water. Coming up in our next heat is going to be our men's visually impaired 2 final. So the difference, Liv, between visually impaired 1 and visually impaired 2 is complete lack of sight versus partial
Yeah,
vision.
exactly. VI1 is what we're seeing right now, those surfers who cannot see anything. They are completely blind. And then the VI2 is surfers who ride waves in the standing position with an IBSA classification level B2 and B3, which is low to partial vision.
And that vision changes, you know, drastically for each of the competitors classified into that V2 division, where it could be really blurry, it could be that tunnel vision, it could be a lack of depth perception.
Could just be peripherals. So definitely a wide variety there. With where VI1 there's not much variety. It's more just like slight light perception. I was talking to Joshua Loya on Team USA, and he's completely blind. He doesn't have any sight, and he said, here's a replay from Reds. Deep bottom turn, nice snap in the pocket, goes up into the lip once again, just comes unstuck and then rides out.
So it's a 6-point ride for that single turn without being able to complete the second. He's looking at an excellent score easily if he could have completed that second turn.
Absolutely. I mean, just the other day when he had that excellent point ride, he rode out of 2 really solid backhand snaps. So Thomas De Silva representing Team France, feeling great with that 6-point ride and a 4.5, sitting in the gold medal position now with Ben Newman in second.
So what was Josh explaining to you about his vision?
Oh, yeah, we were at the Team USA dinner last night, and he was just saying, we were asking about how much he does see, and if it's light, here goes white.
As we have a great paddle from Ben Newman, solid-sized wave, head high. That was a great takeoff, driving off the bottom into the left, and controlled finish as well. He's looking for a 7.83 right now to take away the win.
Absolutely phenomenal that these surfers are able to really feel the face of the wave and still able to put S-turns and snaps into the pocket. Great takeoff right down the line. That was a nice looking bottom turn and snap to finish. So rode out smoothly from our surfer representing Team Germany, Ben. Just 20 years old, really starting his campaign here.
Yeah, I think for Ben and Thomas being like the young surfers out in the lineup right now, they're going to be the ones that we're going to see with many gold medals in the past, but also we're waiting for that changing of the guard to happen. It happens in every sport, right? Where you got those veterans, they were once the Groms in the lineup, and they eventually took over from those before them. And there's been, you know, the surfers like Kirk and Elias who have held on to those gold medals in this division for a while now, and I'm starting to sense that this could be the year that we see that breakthrough for the next generation, and that could really change things for the next few years of competition.
Oh, absolutely. We have it's almost like the 2 veterans against the 2 young and up-and-coming Groms, and I just love to see it. Thomas De Silva with so much energy out there, and it would be awesome to see if he could come away with the win. Obviously, would still be great to have a gold medal with blue or green here, but there's something about like that new generation. It's just so exciting.
And you know, for these 2, for blue and for green, for Kirk and Elias, they're both 52 years old.
Oh wow.
They're both gold medalists, and their surfing is so sharp for where they're currently at to be able to get themselves another gold medal. But the 2 20-year-olds in Ben Newman, who is 20, and Thomas De Silva, who's 24, they've been putting in that time, and they've been, you know, they've been looking up to these other two surfers as their benchmarks for their career so far.
And the two veterans, they're going to have heat knowledge out here, you know, and I feel like that's going to really come into play with picking and choosing the right waves to go on, where I see sometimes in that next generation, it's like kind of scrambling for all different types of waves. Here goes blue. Oh, just can't quite get into it, loses priority.
Kirk Watson now up and riding. Great looking right. Couple turns on his way into the inside section, and that is going to feel so nice under his feet. So he's sitting on a 3.17 live. He's chasing down a 7.33, and that's the moment he's been waiting for.
Yeah, he's no doubt going to better his score there. And he has 6 minutes, so he's going to be able to get back out into the lineup. Here's a replay here. Gets pushed in by the whitewash and does some nice open face turns. S turning there, weaving in and out. Nice control there from our previous world champ in green.
Score to drop now for Kirk. And we've got a 4.2 on the board for last of Ben Newman. So he's up into that silver medal position. He's now chasing that 6.30 to take away the leading position from Thomas Da Silva. And there you can see Kirk coming all the way into the inside. We'll see, you know, if that's a decision from the team. I think that this is a great decision for him to just come in, clearly just not feeling very well, but put together a great performance. And I'm just so impressed and thankful that he was feeling good enough to paddle out into the lineup, to get himself, you know, those valuable points and to have a solid effort chasing down that next gold medal.
Well, and I can't even imagine the headspace that Kirk is in during this wave, because he was streaming down the line and going right, and that's almost exactly what happened to him when he hit the pier. So I could imagine that there was some nerves there. I mean, I really can't even fathom being in that position again. So much bravery to paddle back out there, go right again, and Thomas Da Silva up and riding.
Great looking wave, connects with the lip line, nearly makes the finish on that turn. Unfortunately, he'll fall, but he's still holding on to gold as Kirk has jumped himself into the silver medal position on that last wave live. It's a 4.2, and we did see that him and his spotter have come in, so they're not going to be paddling back out, I don't think, but a very incredible moment to see Kirk Watson back in the lineup after his injury from yesterday. He's currently sitting in silver, and he could hold on to that as a really solid finish for Team Australia.
It just shows that, you know, he puts his health first before vying for that gold medal. I mean, he's clearly not feeling the best, and I think that's so commendable. Oh.
Just kidding.
Nope, he's paddling back out.
All right, so just moving their position in the lineup. Also a great decision being that he took off on that right, so they would have been pretty close to the pier.
Maybe that's what he was saying. They wanted to like get out and run up the beach.
Yeah,
okay,
actually just have the run around. So he's headed back up to the north. Our apologies, Kirk. We were so stoked to see you on that wave, and I think everyone paying attention, Team Australia as well, would have been extremely understanding.
Oh yeah,
of a situation to just call it. But no way, this guy is going for gold, and he's now within sights of it as well. He's got a 6.3 requirement, so that 4.2 for his last wave has improved the situation. 3.5 minutes remaining. Now he's going to have a decent paddle back out today because that swell has increased, but he's got his right-hand man next to him. And we'll see if he's able to get himself out to backline once again.
I think he's going to be able to get back out there and have one more opportunity.
Ben Newman currently sitting in that first priority position for the German, chasing down a 6.3. So requirements are the same for both silver and bronze to move into that gold medal position. And then for Elias Figgy Deal in the blue for Brazil, he's chasing down that 7.23. So he's got a bigger requirement in front of him, has had a couple of you know, opportunities, but hasn't been able to really capitalize aside from that 3.27 as we're counting down in the final couple minutes here.
Yeah, you can see the surfers just paddling north. That current, like we've said before, has just been pulling through to the pier, so no one wants to get stuck in that, so they're paddling north as far away as they possibly can. And so many waves on offer this morning. Some big swell filling in around 4 to 6 foot. Here goes Kirk Watson, respectfully paddling out into the water. That's just so impressive.
Final 2 minutes on the clock. At the moment, it is another surfer from Team France, sitting in the gold medal position. For Thomas de Silva, he has been the silver medalist 2 times here at the World Parasurfing Championships, and he is going for gold. Incredible positioning for this opening left, and he just hooks it a little too high on that first turn, Liv. That is unfortunate because we're, you know, just looking at him go from strength to strength in his performance to chase down that first gold medal right now. And that wave, man, from takeoff, it just looked so perfect.
Oh, I mean, he's frothing out there. I love to see it. Looks like Ben's going to have a look at this wave.
Ben now up and riding. He's going to take off on the left, driving down the line and getting a little bit close to the red crew out in the water, but there's plenty of distance between them. You could see that his board didn't come close to being in contact with anyone.
Yeah, and I think Ben realized that there wasn't really much down the line for that wave, so kicked out and smart surfing. But there's some lines approaching here, so let's see if Kirk Watson.
All right, he's got the time. 1 minute remaining on the clock. Kirk is already out at backline. We've got surfers for the next division that are out there as well. Those are those extra jerseys that you can see in the lineup. As we finish out this heat, we're going to be going into the men's visually impaired 2 division, which is surfers that have partial vision. At the moment, these surfers in the lineup for VI1 are completely blind, cannot see anything. They're relying on their sense of feel, on their sense of, you know, being able to hear the ocean, hear how close they're getting to the pier, hear the roar of the waves, as well as feel the wind on their face and the water on the bottom of the board. And Kirk having a paddle here on the inside section. We're down to the final 5 seconds, and it is looking like Thomas de Silva from France is going to be a brand new world champion in our men's VI1 division. An incredible performance for Thomas as he has solidified another gold for Team France.
Commendable effort from Kirk. Honestly, Kirk showing up, paddling out with 3 minutes left in gnarly surf. There's our surfer in gold.
And Thomas just receiving word that he is officially the winner of this heat, and this heat officially crowns him a world champion. Team France absolutely on fire here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. They're going for gold, and no one is going to steal it away from them. The effort of their teammates so far with 3 gold medals yesterday, now adding 2 more in for our first 2 heats this morning. And for the youngster and Thomas de Silva, a very impressive performance for him to steal away a world title from 2 former world champions in the lineup. And we're going to see much more from this young surfer in the years to come. With that, we are going to go to a quick commercial break. We've got more action to come, Liv. It's finals day. We got a lot of finals to get through, 10 more in total.
Wow, yeah, it's so exciting. I'm not even putting on a jersey and I'm amped.
We are all amped, and this surfer right here, Thomas de Silva, is going to be amped. We're going to hear from him shortly when we return. Chris Cote and Anthony Vela on the call.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been half road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
And just like that, it's only 8 o'clock in the morning. We've already crowned multiple world champions. And here's one more. Thomas da Silva, AKA Young Thomas for Team France. And this is not only a huge moment for Thomas, but also for the entire team, because as of this morning, when all the points were tabulated, Team France currently in the overall standings lead. I'm Chris Cote. I'm here with Anthony Vela. Anthony, pretty amazing that we had finals days yesterday and we get another one today, pretty much all day long. We're going to be crowning world champions, and later on in our award ceremony, medals going to be draped around the neck. What do you think of this men's VI2 final? Roy Steven Calderon Vargas, Piero Gagliano, Luis Nicolas Medina, Jack Jackson. That's a lineup.
That is a lineup. Some of our finals today, we'll see some relative newcomers, but this final here, all of these guys are veterans, and they've all had previous experience. We've got a couple of different previous gold medalists in Piero, the returning champion, and Roy Calderon as well. So Luis Medina and Jack Jackson, they're trying to get on the gold medal dais for the first time in their ISA World Parasurfing Championship career. So 2 gold medalists and 2 who want to snatch the gold medal.
So this is our VI2 division, visually impaired 2. Means these surfers have partial vision, but that is a bit of a misnomer, because in talking to some of these athletes in this division, I mean, when we say partial vision, there is not a lot. You know, a lot of times these surfers will have no vision in one eye and slight vision in the other. You know, some of them describe that when they're out in the water, you know, they can kind of see the waves coming. They can see shapes of other surfers in the lineup, but for the most part, they are heavily reliant on sense of feel, the sense of sound, and they seem to have developed an extra superpower by being able to surf these waves without full field of vision. I mean, that is incredible in itself. And here we go, starting it off with Jack Jackson, representing Team Australia, pumping his way down the line on this left-hander. So nice turn out the back. There's Perot. I will say Gagliano is low-key the funniest dude in this final. He's been getting us all week long.
He is hilarious, and you know, he's also very supportive of her teammates. He, you know, is down there cheering for everybody. He's holding the board during some of the other interviews for fellow heat winners, and he's one of the most spirited fellows and also one of the most unassuming guys as well, and super funny, but low-key funny. You hit it right on the head. He's hilarious. We love him, and the judges do as well.
Yeah, I was going to say he has a dry sense of humor, but mostly he's joking around about beer. So I don't know if that makes sense. Here's a replay. This is Perot's first ride. Nice right-hander here.
And just right there, under the lip, huge backside bottom turn off the top carve, and the judges loving that combination, taking so much speed from the bottom to the top. And here's the replay. We saw this wave live. Jack Jackson from Australia, and a little bit not as smooth on that bottom turn to top turn combination, but he's able to go all the way back into the white water. I would say Piero's wave was bigger, smoother, and his surfing was faster. Jack Jackson putting a wave score on the board as well, and that's a great way to start the heat.
So these are going to be 25-minute finals today. The addition of 5 minutes as we head into our final series is pretty crucial, just because we've seen every heat, feels like, go down to the wire. I mean, so many buzzer beaters throughout the week, and I think that trend's going to continue today as well. So we're now inside of that 20-minute mark, and it looks like Medina has a perfect little left-hander. Beautiful snapping carve there. Another heavily gouged turn through to the inside section. And this wave was an absolute gift all the way through to the sand. And he caught it at kind of an interesting point in the lineup. It was almost like it found Medina. That wave came right to him. Potent 3-turn combo. That is going to be a massive score.
And I'm going to say it because we haven't had a 10 yet in this event. We've seen them in previous years. We've had some very high scores. 9-9 has been the highest single wave score. That has to be close to perfect.
Roy, Steven, Calderon, Vargas, RSCV coming through for the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica. A couple nice turns down the line there. And what a perfect day to have the peak of the swell here on Friday at Oceanside Pier. 18:24 to go. Judges are going to be locking in scores for that last exchange. While they do that, let's meet another world champion.
That's right. Thomas Da Silva, congratulations. You are officially a world champion. You have been silver many times before. How does it feel to officially clinch that gold?
Yeah, I'm so happy. I was full gas when I paddling, so it was a really good hit. Not easy. It was easier yesterday, but today it was the final day. So full gas, and good job. Thanks to my guide Johan. He's really performant.
Incredible. Talk to me about your preparation coming into the event, working with your spotter, how well prepared you felt coming into this year's World Championships.
Well, actually, how long the year I work every day, my surf, my physical preparation in Martinique, in Basque Country, actually everywhere in the world with my friends. So I'm so happy, thanks to my friends and thanks all the people who support me and who coach with me. Thanks to my coach, to Martinique, Basque Country. I love you, brothers. You.
And Team France going for gold once again. You've been valuable in adding to that campaign. How does it feel to represent France?
Yeah. I hope the French team go for the gold medal again this year, for the 3 stars again. And we will see that this afternoon, but it's good. It's good. C'est de bon augure, voilà.
Well done, Thomas. Would you like to say something in French?
Ouais, merci à toute la team là. Putain, on l'a fait ou quoi? Et maintenant, c'est Eric d'Argent. Go, Eric!
Back to you guys.
That is the best energy. Congratulations, Thomas Da Silva. And it's feeling like France may be running away with this one. They already have a pretty huge lead, 14,811 points going into today, and they've already taken 2 titles. So I think we could be seeing a dynasty form here in parasurfing. France going for the 3-peat, and it's almost feeling like destiny right now.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the heat draws, there's not enough surfers in from the other teams in the finals to go with. And when you get first, it's that coveted 1,000 points. And so the scale, it's not, even the whole way down. You get a double bonus for winning gold. And Team France just absolutely crushing it this year. And Chris, I was talking with Laurie Phipps down there doing the post-heat interview from that first French gold medal. And we were wondering together, I wonder what the total most number of gold medals any team has won in 1 year. And France may be on a record pace to win the most number of gold medals by a team in 1 year.
It's a dynasty.
Dynasty
it's
in
happening.
the making.
And they just keep on winning. And they do have a representative in this heat, the VI2 final, Piero Gagliano. And he's starting off real strong. 8.33 for his opening wave. And then you have Luis Nicolas Medina coming through with an 8.30. Pair that with the 1.93. Roy Steven, Calderon Vargas, RSCV. He's got a 6.67. So everybody's in this. Jack Jackson has a 3.77 to start. Plenty of time left. 14 minutes, 50 seconds. And plenty of waves coming through. I think this is the biggest we've seen it throughout this contest window, which is a good thing because it's finals day. This is when you want to see things go to that next level. And so far, it's been so good. It's all finals from here on out. And that medal podium starting to come into a clearer picture. We do have medals for first, second, third, and fourth. That's gold, silver, bronze, copper. And there are going to be a lot of very excited and stoked para surfers by the end of today, because the closing ceremony is always, it's just such a spectacle and such a joyful experience, not only for the athletes, but also for the fans and friends and support team that, you know, after a year of hard work, the payoff is gold at the end of the rainbow.
The closing ceremony, the medal ceremony and closing ceremony is one of the most exciting things to watch. The surfing in and of itself obviously is exciting, but the emotions and the celebrations that happen during that ceremony is incredible. And all 4 of these surfers are going to be looking to celebrate with their spotters as well. As you mentioned, Jack Jackson currently in 4th place. So to give you a little history of para surfing, the International Paralympic Committee, the IPC, confirmed that para surfing has showed some viability and integrity of the sport, as well as the strategic benefits of the Paralympic Games. Although it has not been included in the LA 2028, the ISA is committed to pursuing the inclusion of para surfing for Brisbane 2032.
Oh, wow. Flying down the line, Jack Jackson. So with a 3.77, he'll definitely delete that 0.77. Gagliano now, beautiful left-hander. Nice pocket snap there. Gets on the open face with a hard carve. Back foot slips off, he goes down, but really good turn out the back. So we'll see what the judges give him there. Yes, you just mentioned it, Brisbane. The Olympics after next. We were hoping, of course, to get parasurfing in the LA Olympics, but you know what? They're lost. Because, I mean, this is obviously a sport built for the Olympic Games, but we'll have to wait till Brisbane. But you know, the IOCs from around the world are watching. The para IOCs, I don't know if that's the official term, but we know you're watching, and we know you're excited to hopefully get parasurfing in the Brisbane Games. We got 11 minutes and 57 seconds to go. Anthony, as usual, it's a battle of the backup scores. You know, you've got a couple surfers with high 8s, and now they're all trying to find something to add to that scoreline. Here's Roy's last wave.
And this is that wave that I thought was fantastic. And Roy trying to back it up with a second turn. And that was not the 6.67, excuse me. That was Roy's 6.67. And here we see Jack Jackson's last ride earlier. Excuse me, this was his first ride off the bottom, and trying to stay connected with this wave using that famous Huntington top, even though we're down in Oceanside. And this wave by Luis Medina, just a beautiful takeoff behind the lip, wasting no time, and a perfect cutback, snappy turn. Again, all the way on rail, back into the whitewater, and just no wasted movement right there. Crouching nice and low, connecting to the inside. That came in at an 8.3. And perhaps, in my opinion, could have gone a little higher, but that's why I'm an announcer, not a judge. And look at this beautiful wave by Pierrot, just sending spray up and over the wave. Unfortunately, his front foot comes off on that second turn, but that was like double-handed layback style. Pierrot showing some great style as well.
Well, knowing full well, you know, no more advancement. This is all about medals. With 10.5 to go. Still rewarded for that opening snap. Beautiful kind of pocket hook, comes through at a 6-point ride. So pair that with an 8.33, you've got a 14.33 total. And Pierrot Gagliano now from Team France in the lead. I mean, if we have a French surfer win this heat, pretty much lock. I mean, I'm not great at math, but something tells me if France keeps winning these finals, they are gonna run away with the overall team standings. They started the day in first place with a massive lead. Second place for now is Brazil, third is the USA, and fourth is Australia. You know, you still have representatives from pretty much every country in that top 4 still in the mix, but it just feels like this is France's day.
And we haven't seen Brazil featured in any of these first few finals, and so France winning golds, and already yesterday winning a couple golds, today already, and France just in rare form.
Oh, look at this. Everybody likes to look at this perfect peak coming through Southside Oceanside Pier has been shining all week long and continues to do so. And it's going to be Vargas on his backhand, grabs the rail, screaming down the line, goes for the massive hook. Unfortunately, catches an edge and goes down, but I loved the intent that we saw from Vargas. That grab rail drop in just gave him a huge speed burst. Now he's got to duck dive a huge wall of water. And that timing right there, remember, these are visually impaired surfers. A lot of times, just in talking to them before this heat, when they're looking at these waves, they're just kind of seeing a blur. So being able to time these duck dives is even heroic, you know, in my book. And the fact that they're out here surfing like that, I mean, this just speaks volumes on the talent level we have in this VI2 field. Current leader, Perot Gagliano. Please check out his Instagram. Surfing, skating, music. This guy is a punk rock legend. Just an absolute core lord. And right now, he's in a pretty sizable lead with 8 minutes and 15 seconds left. Medina would need a 6.04. Medina's in a good spot, though, because he's just trying to get rid of a 1.93. And a 6.04, I mean, that's one big turn. So we'll see what happens next as all of our surfers are now back in the takeoff zone. Oh, I like this sneaky look we're seeing from Vargas. Just to the bottom left of your screen, his spotter is kind of well out the back, and most likely Vargas is kind of doing it on his own right now. He's going, no, you come to me. I got a good feeling about this spot in the lineup.
The two-time champion winning back in 2021, 2022, was fourth last year, second in 2023, and second in 2020. So for the last 5 years, Roy Calderon has been a staple in this event. And sometimes you have to just separate yourself and know that something's coming, and his spotter has seen something or he's felt something in order to separate himself from the pack, and he's bettered his position. He's not looking for a massive score. Jack Jackson's the only one that needs a near perfect score. And so we've got a hot heat with plenty of time to go and plenty of waves on offer.
In terms of kind of this mystical connection to the ocean, you think of surfers like Kelly Slater, John Florence, you know, Stephanie Gilmore. When they're out in the water, the waves just seem to come to them. Well, that's by design. They have developed that connection with the ocean. And I'm going to go ahead and say that all four of the surfers we have in the lineup right now are of that level. When it just comes to that kind of just connection with the sea, with the waves, it's not something that you can necessarily like try to learn. It feels like it's inherent with these surfers, and the fact that they've been able to continue to develop those skills just to put themselves in the proper position out here. I mean, that's something that if you've surfed for 40 years, you sometimes still don't get. But all four of these athletes right now have that connection with the water. And, you know, they do have spotters out there, but they're putting themselves right now in really perfect positions. And what is a pretty complex lineup? You know, there's peaks up and down the beach. You have that pier bowl right. This left is activating in different zones of the contest area. So I got to give a lot of credit to these surfers for developing a sixth sense to be able to find these waves. And everybody has a good score on their board right now. The only meaningful backup is that 6-point ride that Gagliano's hanging on to. So he's put himself in a great position now to sit and wait for the biggest, best waves to roll through. 5.5 left.
And Piero also sitting with priority as well. So the defending champ set his scores, has priority. He's taken control of the heat and is going to just sit out there and wait. And everybody else has the pressure put on them.
And here we go. Gagliano, reigning champ with a beautiful carve there. Right back into the pocket. Goes up for the floater snap and just can't quite hold on.
Wow.
Great timing on that wave. Identifies that end section and just nearly laces it. So, of course, just like in any other high-level competition, you know, these judges are looking for the completed ride. But the opening turn was massive, Anthony.
Massive, and he used his priority on this one. And just the timing was so incredible on that. Just stood a little bit straight up as the wave kind of bounced him off. But an incredible ride from Pierrot, and absolutely just sending it. You know, I like to think I'm a pretty decent surfer, Chris.
Well, everyone thinks you're great.
There is no way that I would make this final the way that these guys are surfing. It is incredible. If you just came to the beach and saw them surf, you would never know that there is anything wrong with their vision. And when you factor that in, I mean, they're on rail, the timing. We've seen so many heats already, and it's just still so mind-boggling to me how incredibly talented and committed to surfing that these men and women are.
You know, I'd like to see Kelly Slater out there with the blindfold on. Love to see Carissa Moore attempt this with a blindfold on. I think that would be a really cool experiment.
That would be
a really telling
totally
sign, you
yeah.
know? And I want to give a lot of accolades. Huge shout out to Kirk Watson. Went through probably one of the worst wipeouts I've ever seen. And he came back fighting for a second place in the previous heat. But watch out, Medina, the biggest wave of the event so far. Huge drop out the back, sends it up into the lip. And almost, I mean, just in terms of the sheer, fear factor, just as I was mentioning Kurt, who in a similar situation was going just about that fast and got nailed by a pier piling. We're almost starting to see something scary unfold right there. So this is the first time I'll ever say it. I'm almost glad that Medina fell right here because, I mean, this was a scorcher of a wave.
This wave is huge. And from the southern part of Chile, there's a lot of lefts, but a lot of big waves. And just you can see on this takeoff, great positioning under the lip. And right here, he just senses he's got to race out in front of this wave and falling there. The father of two, his sons, Leon and Andino, are going to be stoked on this wave. And how is that smooth drop? And the knowledge to stay under the lip on that first kind of setup turn, and then the water safety is there letting him know that the pier is close. And wow, what an incredibly huge wave. I agree with you, probably the biggest wave of the event.
And any surfer will tell you, when you start off and you're going that fast down the line, especially on your backhand, and the wave kind of starts to flatten out, it's really hard to kind of figure out which turn to go to. There are only a handful of surfers in the world that can make a big backhand cut back on a flatter part of the wave look really cool. So a lot of credit to Medina there. I mean, he was going 100 miles an hour down the line on that wave, and it just kind of flattened out underneath his feet. So at the moment, Gagliano hangs on to the lead, 8.33, now pairs with an 8.17, a beautiful roundhouse snap that we saw Gagliano do, heavily rewarded from our judges. He's got a 16.50 total, and he is staring down the line, looking at a gold medal in 1 minute, 20 seconds. Unless Medina can put up an 8.21, France is going to take another title. I mean, are we in some kind of time-space vortex? How did 25 minutes go by that fast?
With action-packed this entire time. And that 8.17 from Pierrot, remember he fell on that second turn also.
He was on his way to a 10.
He was on his way to a 10.
And here we go, Vargas looking for a 9.83. Big snap there, adds a second. So Vargas representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica so well throughout this week. Put up some solid numbers again, 6.67 and a 3.13. He could have just deleted that 3.13 off the score line. And now we see Pirot again. For all intents and purposes of victory lap, he flips off his board. He knows what's happening right now. 24 seconds left. Team France on the precipice of yet another gold medal. Countdown is on, 15 seconds.
What a great defensive move there. Pierrot, I believe, had priority and held off the surfer from Chile, Luis Medina, from that wave, and just the highest level of competition knowledge on that defensive action right there.
And just like that, back-to-back champ, Pirot Gagliano does it again for Team France with a 16.50 total. That was a massive performance from Gagliano. He got that big score, that 8.33 about midway through the heat, and he just kept the pedal to the metal. So this surf, skate, punk rock phenom is now your 2025 world champion.
The party tonight is going to absolutely go off.
I'm going to do my best to try to tag along and keep up with Perot. I don't know if it's possible. He seems like a professional on many levels.
Roy
We're going to do our
Calderon,
best.
Great job, bien hecho. Piero, Jack Johnson, Jack Jackson, incredible. Nicholas Medina from Chile, making your family proud. But the French team is in form. And I want to know what they've been eating all week, because it is working.
You know, I think they've trained really hard for this event. They're well coached, and they have just been so supportive of each other throughout the event. And, you know, obviously going back to back for the 2 previous years gave them a lot of momentum coming in here to 2025. So your men's VI2 final in the books. Congratulations one more time to Perot Gagliano. Can't wait to hear what he has to say in his post-heat interview. But until we get there, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back. More finals here at the ISA Para Surfing World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo. To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're crowning world champs all day long. We just saw a gold medal performance from Perot Gagliano, about to be chaired up the beach by his fellow competitors. This is the sportsmanship we love to see. The celebration is on for Team France, who looks like they are running away with the overall team standings. And there's a look at your brand new world champion, Perot Gagliano. I mean, this is a lovable guy. Met him on Monday, and it was instant connection. I go, I like this guy. I'm a fan of Perot Gagliano, and I think a lot of people are in the same boat. But now let's flip the script over to the women's VI2 final. Aleli Medina, Melissa Reed, Sarah Gibson, and Ling Pai. Canada, Australia, England, and Puerto Rico represented here. And we're expecting a huge performance from Aleli Medina. She has been on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, carrying herself like a true professional in and out of the water. Saw her at the end of the day last night. I said, what are you going to do tonight? You know, good meal, get a good night's sleep. She said, no, I'm going training. So she is just the consummate professional when it comes to her surfing. And, I mean, as you can clearly see, an absolute ripper.
And you can tell her strategy was to get a wave quickly, because that was a smaller wave. And she's going to start to build her scores. And there's Sarah Gibson from Australia. Aleli on the left, Sarah Gibson on the right. That wave doesn't have very much on offer. And quickly scoring a wave in the excellent range. But there's several riders out there that are capable of those 10-point rides. Aleli is one of them. And I'd love to see her get another backup score quickly and then wait for a good one, because if she has one of those bigger waves with some open face, she's going to absolutely rip it to shreds. And like you mentioned, just her training is incredible, as we see the classification for Parasurfing Vision Impairment 2. Thank you, Eric Kramer, delivering all of the information for us, our contest director, putting us in the perfect best conditions of the week for finals day, which is what any contest would want. And the youngster from Puerto Rico, you know, watching her warm-ups, she's out there running, and here's a replay of that opening 8-point ride. And from the drone shot, always shrinks the wave, a little bit of smaller wave, but her positioning is perfect, and that's why the judges reward her. Linking one turn to the next, putting her board on rail and carrying lots of speed. It's Melissa Reed trying to get her heat started.
I mean, at 16 years old, Alali has already done so much in the sport of surfing, multiple medals, 3-time ISA world champion. She's 16 years old. I mean, this is a resume like you've never seen before. She's also the 3-time AASP champion, and she's got tons of support. Her dad out in the lineup with her, so you can imagine the connection there. Anthony, you were talking about the event that she surfed, the club contest down in Cardiff about 2 weeks ago, and no coach in the water. She still got 3rd place. So an incredible talented surfer. And here we go, your surfer in white, Ling Pai. Beautiful left-hander, great looking drop, super fast and tons of flow. I mean, great style all the way down the line. The wave kind of raced away from her. She's already got a 4.83 in her score line, so that's going to be a great backup. 8-point ride for Medina, looming large in her score line.
Ling Pai searching for that elusive gold. Had 3 silvers, 2018, 2020, and 2024, but it's going to be a tough ask against Alali, who is just kind of on another level and pushing the level, which is what the youth often does. They come in and they raise the bar of the surfing or skateboarding or whatever the sport is of what can be done, and that's exactly what we're seeing before our eyes from when she was 12 to she's 16. She's changed this entire division.
We got 19.5 to go. Ling Pai now jumps in the lead while these surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's meet another world champion.
All right, we're down here on the glass with not only your heat winner, but your new men's VI2 world champion, Piero, representing Team France. Piero, walk me through that heat. How did it feel? It was a little bit big out there, kind of gnarly. What was your heat strategy?
To be honest, not that much strategy. I was just trying to do something and didn't feel like I was surfing good. Kind of surf like shit, but like still got a few good waves and tried to do a bit of strategy, which I hate, but managed to do it, so all good.
Yeah, a bit grindy out there. How does it feel to bring home another gold medal for Team France?
Feels good. We're gonna have beers tonight for sure with all the boys and the other ones too. So just cruising. We're gonna have a fun day, I think.
Incredible. You've put in so much hard work on the off season. What does it feel like for everything to come together and land on top for your first world title?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
How does it feel to put in so much work on the off season to see it all pay off now?
Yeah, it feels good for sure, but I'm not trying to train so much. I just want to surf and chill with my friends, and when I'm here I just try to do my best, and that's it.
Incredible, so much style. What would you like to say in French to your family and friends back home?
Coucou à tout le monde, à tous les copains, à la famille. Comme j'ai l'habitude de dire, on n'est pas venu là déguisé en laitue pour se faire bouffer le cul par les lapins. Et voilà, maintenant vient le plus dur, le contrôle antidopage. On croise les doigts, on va faire pipi dans le bocal. Et voilà, je vous aime tous. Ciao les bros.
I'm not sure what he said, but I think it was funny because everyone's laughing. Back to you guys in the booth. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, love that guy. A core lord, world champ. I mean, who wouldn't want to hang out with Piero? Beers with the boys. That's going to be a takeaway from that interview. Yeah, and I'm with Liv. I don't know what he said, but definitely funny. Probably not safe for work, knowing Perot, but the guy's just an absolute legend. And I mean, couldn't happen to a better guy. And you know, we do have athletes that train full time, that put in the work. They're in the gym. That's not Perot.
That is not.
He trains by hanging with the homies, skating, surfing, playing rock and roll music. And that dude has gained a lot of fans this week and put Anthony and myself on the list. We're on the Perot Gagliano bandwagon for sure.
His video part's going to be beers with the boys.
Yep.
And, you know, it was so hard for him. He mentioned it. We talked about it in his heat. The hardest thing for him in that heat was to do that strategic move
right.
to hold off second place, to hold off Roy Calderon on that wave. He did not like that, but his spotter forced him to do it. And, I mean, you got to do a little bit of strategy sometimes.
Perot's the best. That was so fun.
That was hilarious.
I would love to just shadow him for from now until midnight and just see what happens, because you know it's going to be fun. All right, back to the business at hand. 16 minutes ago now. Ali Medina in the lead again with an 8, backed it up with a 3.2, and something tells me Medina doesn't settle for 3s. She's the type of surfer that is 8s or lates. So expect a big backup to come. Ling Pai now drops to 2nd. She's got a 4.83 and a 3.5. Looking for a 6.38 to jump back into that top spot. Melissa Reed keeping her competition honest with a 5.67. Sarah Gibson sitting on a 2. Yet to really activate on her powers, but she has plenty of time left. 15 and a half minutes to go. See just a slight texture on the water. That's most likely going to start to clean up. I mean, it's only, what, 8:30, 8:36 to be exact, local time here in Oceanside, California. Give it up to our drone operator, Tony DeMoria, who has been right on top of the action, literally giving us the bird's eye view of what's happening in the lineup. The Action Sports production team has been locked in throughout this week, providing us with just this beautiful imagery and, of course, all the tech and a trip over the falls from Melissa Reed. So it's almost like you have to keep mentioning that this is a visually impaired division. You said it earlier, Anthony, if you just rocked up as an accidental tourist and checked out the action in the water, you would just think, oh, cool, another surf contest at the pier, and these ladies are ripping. Well, all these surfers in the lineup right now have a visual impairment, so not completely blind, but pretty close. I mean, if you look at some of their Instagram posts, a lot of times they'll give you kind of an example of what they see. So just imagine closing one eye and, you know, maybe putting like tracing paper over the other eye. You know, it's just kind of shapes and soft edges, and you wouldn't be able to tell by the performances we're seeing. So with 14 minutes left, Medina in that top spot, and you can just see, it's almost, you can almost tell just by the way she even paddles. She is a special talent, right? Super smooth. You know, she's kind of sharking around this lineup. Her and her dad out there getting in the perfect spot.
And it's not only the maneuvers on the waves and the surfing of these athletes that make them look as good or better than most regular surfers, but it's putting themselves in those positions, in those precarious positions, as we saw Melissa Reed go over the falls. Every surfer knows in order to get a really good wave, especially as the waves get bigger or more consequential, you have to take your wipeouts as well. And so these surfers have put in the work, you know, not just the glory of riding the waves and ripping and doing huge turns, but also the tough, you know, mental aspect of taking a wave, going over the falls, and having to get right back out there and going for the next wave. And I think that's, you know, a testament to all the things that they've overcome in their lives in general. And surfing, just such a great sport to showcase, you know, the act of stick-to-itiveness, as my dad calls it.
I like that word.
Yeah, so sharing the story of Sarah Gibson, who had diabetes since she was 10 and led to her blindness. And as we are looking at Ali,
I can already tell this is going to be a big score. Great snap out the back. Another solid turn. Big, impactful inside section to work with here. Adds a third. Straight up into the lip there. Wow, a 4-turn burner from Ali Medina, and she is hyped. That right there is definitely going to be an excellent ride. How high will that score go? Easy one
10,
for the judges.
yes.
Our first 10 of the event. Medina now with a 10 and an 8. Highest heat total of the contest, peaking at the right time. We are witnessing history right now. I mean, Ali Medina is a special talent. She is going to go so far in the sport of surfing. I mean, beyond parasurfing medals, we're talking Key West, we're talking ISA World Surfing Games. The sky is the limit for this young surfer. This is your 10-point ride.
And that turn was so on rail, and then comboed it up with an even better turn. So each turn, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and then turn number 4, going up and over the lip. And as she pulled out, there were signs that this was going to happen. I first mentioned a 10 was coming, and if she can get the wave. The wave came, and you called it right away. You said this is going to be a huge score. And she showed the third sign after the wave, that huge smile and kicking. She knew it was going to be a huge score, and the judges did not waste any time whatsoever. That's got to be one of the fastest 10s to ever lock in.
And a perfect 10 as well, across the board. And that was wild. It's like right when she stood up, you just knew it was going to happen.
You knew it.
You knew that was going to be a big score. 10:40 to go. Shock and awe in the lineup.
And like the camera angle was perfect. And you just saw that beautiful shoulder to work with. And it's so cool when all of the training and everything just comes together in a magical moment like that. We're going to watch it one more time.
I'll watch this wave all day long.
The positioning on the takeoff. Okay, this second turn was so high up into the lip. The double pump bottom turn, throwing way more spray on that one. Again, the double pump bottom turn goes up and over the white water, and then the stylish pull out right in the current there, and you can see she knew it was a 10 right away. 5 seconds later, all 5 judges threw it down.
I mean, where were you at 8:37 a.m. on Friday the 7th of November 2025 when we saw Alalee Medina get a perfect 10 in Oceanside, California? I'm putting this in my calendar because 10 years from now when we see Alalee as a, 7-time world champ, we can say we were there in the early days when she just had 3 titles. But watch out! Huge wave from Melissa Reed, flying down the line. Massive combo. Now we're in the shadow of the pier, so a fearless approach from Melissa Reed representing Team England. Now we see Ling Pai on a set wave that was a couple feet overhead, flying down the line on that left-hander. So 2 more beautiful waves. I mean, when you hear that one of your competitors got a perfect 10, it can go 2 ways, right? You can be defeated or you can rise to the occasion, and that's just what we saw now from Melissa Reed and Ling Pai. This wave was massive.
It was huge, and to get around that first section, throw the board on rail on turn number 1, and then cutting it back on her second turn, the 3-time gold medalist, Melissa Reed, showing us how it's done. And here's Ling Pai. That was a split of the peak. Ling Pai went on the left, and this beautiful positioning right there under the lip. And she wasn't able to get out in front of that wave, but Ling Pai representing Team Canada, the 41-year-old from Tofino on her Infinity Pocket Rocket. She was in the pocket on that one, beautifully positioned under the lip. And Melissa Reed from England, wow, she lists her favorite wave as Nias, and what a great wave. And up and riding Sarah Gibson, just a quick up and down. And just look at these conditions, Chris. I don't know if we're going to be able to make it all day.
I mean, this is the heat of the day so far. The women's visually impaired 2 final is, I mean, it's one for the history books for sure. Medina coming through with a 10 and an 8. That's a near perfect heat. And she still has 7.5 minutes to go.
And Melissa Reed has a 7.83, and she's still in a combination situation, meaning that she needs 2 waves, both of them scoring higher than any wave that she caught. So when you have a 7.83, that's typically a good score in a final, but not when you're going against the future of this division. And you know, I think it's important to mention how well-spoken that Alalee is during her interviews, and just, you know, great parenting, and congrats to her parents and her family and all her supporters. We have to give some shout-outs to her sponsors, Rip Curl Women, the Sports and Recreation Department of Puerto Rico, as Ling Pai's up. And she's continuing on this beautiful left. And here's another one. Oh, this is the heat recap. So here's Alalee's first wave. And she got her heat started with just a small score. So she built her proverbial house. You hear coaches and commentators talk about building your scores through the course of the heat, which is what she's done. And here's Ling Pai on her second wave, a surfer representing Team Canada. Her husband, Chris Oberle, was surfing earlier. And here's Melissa Reid, the 34-year-old from England, 3-time ISA gold medalist on a beautiful left-hander, cutting back into the white water there. And then here's the 10. You knew it right away, and just perfect positioning, setting up for this turn. That wave was so steep right there. That's why she earned so many points. And that turn was even steeper, and just building speed on each and every turn. And the smile as soon as she got back on her board. And then that huge wave we saw from Melissa Reid. Again, so many waves in this heat recap and in this heat. And Melissa Reid, just like the bird we see flying by, she's flying on this wave. And excellent, excellent wave from Melissa Reid. That earning her a 7.83, and she's still comboed.
Yeah, we're witnessing greatness right now. And don't be surprised if Medina gets another 10. And that's something that I don't know if I've ever said. Because, you know, a perfect heat, 2 10-point rides, that's only happened, what, 3 or 4 times in the history of surfing? And we're on the precipice of this right now. 5 minutes, 13 seconds left. Medina with a 10 and an 8. And I'm not going to lie, I did fan out and get a selfie with Alali yesterday. So I have that in my back pocket, you know.
Yeah, and we were talking the other day, you were DJing at the Rip Curl party, the Rookie of the Year for Aaron Brooks, and Alali was so stoked to be there and meet some of her quote-unquote heroes. And, you know, she's the hero of some younger and older athletes as well.
She's my hero.
She's my hero as well. And, you know, she's just surfing an incredible heat. So many things have to come together for a perfect score. The conditions have to be there, which they are, and then the surfing speaks for itself. So 4 minutes to go. Let's hope for one more set so that we can see surfing from all the surfers, and perhaps one of the first ever perfect heat score at the ISA Parasurfing World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, this is a special performance we're watching right now from Medina, but give it up to Melissa Reid as well. She definitely rode the biggest wave of this heat. That 783 was stellar surfing on one of the largest set waves we've seen of the entire event. Ling Pai on the left as well. I mean, put herself right in the pocket. That was a menacing section. She pulled right under the lip, rode out nice and clean. She's got a 483 and a 427. And Sarah Gibson, things aren't quite going her way in this final, but full credit for making it this far. We know how stacked this division is. So if you can put yourself in the final and put yourself in medal contention, I mean, you've done something huge in the world of parasurfing. So, you know, like I said, I mean, yeah, of course we're Medina fans, but I think we're fans of all 4 of these young ladies for what they've done this week and, you know, what they do on a daily basis. To surf this well with being visually impaired is huge.
And we are only in our 4th final of the day, 8 more to go. We saw 4 finals yesterday, and already 2025, this edition of the Parasurfing World Championship is historic. Starting off, the first gold medal, Team France, Valentine, the youngster, winning her first gold. Then Captain Sarah Betancourt winning her 1 millionth gold medal. Then we saw Mira Nelson from Hawaii, runner-up several times, winning her first gold medal. And then the legend Laurie Phipps from Team France, her dad making boards for lots of the competitors. 2 gold medals for France on day 1, including the youngster. And then we've already seen 3 gold medals from Team France, Guillaume Colin, Tomas da Silva, Piero Gagliano, and now this legendary, heroic performance from Alali Medina. We're in our 8th final with 8 more to go, and if we stopped right now, this event this year is one for the records. It's one for the books, and it's really hard to contain myself, and I'm going to do my best.
Don't. Let loose. We're feeling it. I mean, it's impossible not to be awestruck by what we've already seen today and through the week. I think your enthusiasm is shared by everyone on the beach, everyone's watching at home. I mean, this has been in my estimation, the greatest ever ISA World Parasurfing Championships. I mean, the waves here in Oceanside have been pretty much perfect all week long. Did get a little wild in the afternoon, but you kind of want to see that. You want to see surfers
Yes.
challenged by the conditions. So we got, you know, all types of waves throughout the week. 1:20 left. The smile on Medina's face right now, I mean, that tells the story. She is thriving in her element. I mean, she has been in the flow state all week long, super consistent, putting up huge scores in every heat that she surfed. And what a time to put your best foot forward here in the finals. So Team Puerto Rico has to be so happy and excited and proud of what Alali Medina has done. 50 seconds left. I mean, this beach is about to erupt.
And it's really cool. I know that some of the other competitors in other disciplines are cheering for her. Max Torres, who's a gold medalist in stand-up paddle surfing from Puerto Rico as well. And he's back home. Actually, he's in El Salvador now preparing, cheering her on. And it's just, you know, ripping. It doesn't matter which kind of surfing you're doing, but a 10 is a 10 in every discipline, and just a historic performance in this division and a historic event this year.
All right, we're 5 seconds away from crowning another world champ. Boricua, your 2025 ISA World Para Surfing Champion for the VI2 division, Alali Medina, representing Puerto Rico and doing it in a stunning fashion. A 10-point ride paired with an 8. Doesn't get much better than that.
And nobody else got out of the combination situation. That is a dominant performance, and she's going to make her way into the beach for her post-heat interview, and I can't wait to hear that. It's going to be, you know, quiet and unassuming, and just an incredible performance. Wow. That was the best word you could say. We're awestruck.
Yeah.
And it's just been heat after heat, and there's her dad. I mean, that's great parenting. How stoked is he? Yes.
What a moment. Now 4-time world champion, only 16 years old. All she does is win.
And, you know, how do you top winning your third one? Winning again for the fourth, you know, that's pretty cool, but
there's going to be 5, 6, 8 more titles in Medina's future.
At least.
She is that type of surfer. I mean, there are not a lot of humans in the world like Alali Medina. Can't wait to hear what she has to say when she gets to the beach. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. We have the Open Stand 3 final coming up next. Going to bring Liv and Shannon in on the call. I'm going to run down to the beach and try to contain myself and not fan out too hard on Medina. So we'll be right back after these brief messages. It's finals day. Stay tuned.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action. We are here for finals day of the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships in Oceanside, California, where the surf is pumping. We are into our open stand 3 final with Brazil, France, Japan, and Italy in the lineup. Naomichi Katsukura from Japan up against Luciano Nem Mercindo from Brazil.
Oh.
Nem now up and riding. Well, had this wave during the break, Liv, as we see the first bit of action here from our surfer in green.
Yeah, green just got up and riding here. Here's red. Nice off the top. That was absolutely critical from our surfer in red, representing Team Brazil, Luciano. Wow, so many waves to be ridden. Blue, Eric, with that nice wrapping cutback on the open face on that right hander that we saw there. A big exchange. Let's see who takes away the top score. Eric's wave comes in at a 3.67. Katsukura came in at a 3.5. And waiting for our surfer from Brazil in that red jersey. That was a critical snap. Wow.
That was a huge opening section. So that's going to be the best score without a doubt. We're just waiting to find out now from the judges how high it can go. And the rest of the pack will find out what they're going to be chasing to get that gold medal away from Brazil.
Wow, so much stoke out there in the water. The sun just peeked through, so that water is looking so blue and beautiful out there. The swell is pumping. We saw from that last heat some massive sets coming through with the women in the VI2 division. That wave comes through at an 8.5 for red.
Incredibly impressive starting his campaign, an 8.50 for Luciano Nem Mercindo from Brazil. So he's now set the standard out here in the finals for our for our open stand 3 division. Stella Pompetti from Italy, the only woman represented here for the stand 3 division. She is competing up against the men in this opens division. She's had some great looking waves so far in competition. And we're gonna track now with surfer in the green jersey paddling. He's into this one. He's in 3rd priority, so he's actually going to give way to Eric, who was in 2nd priority. So that was a smart decision from green. Eric now with a nice swooping carve to start off, setting himself up for another turn on the inside section. Love the use of, the positioning of his arms. Everything is looking really nice as he comes in close to the pier. He's going to kick out and grab that board with a quick paddle.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just showing so much control over that board underneath his feet. So much flow between the turns.
20 minutes remaining on the clock. A score to drop in for Eric Durgent from France. And as we wait for that, an incredibly impressive performance in the finals, going for yet another back-to-back gold medal for Aleli Medina. A 10-point ride's taken her to gold. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. It's not often that you get to meet your heroes, but I'm meeting one right now. 4-time world champion, a 10 and an 8. Hey.
I'm like holding back tears right now. I'm so happy. And I couldn't have done it without my dad, without my mom, from everybody in Puerto Rico, all my sponsors, and everybody it was just a lot right now.
Now, I've seen a lot of surfing in my day, but just something happened. When you stood up on that right, everybody knew that was going to be a perfect 10. Did you know that was going to be such a special wave?
It looked really good, and well, from what I can see, and I just gave it my all the training I put into this, it's finally paying off. And these past 4 years have been really intense, just going day to day, training every single day, really hard, physically exhausted, and this is like what I've been looking for.
At 16 years old, you're in the history books. Like I said, 4-time world champion, and we know that you're going to have a long, illustrious career ahead of you. So what do you have to say to all those fans out there watching that you've inspired and that you're a shining light in the entire sport of surfing?
Muchísimas gracias a todo el mundo en Puerto Rico por apoyarme. Estoy sin palabras ahora mismo, me siento súper orgullosa de lo que he hecho. No pude haber hecho esto sin mis padres, sin mis auspiciadores, ni sin el apoyo de ustedes. Y por fin cogí 1 hora y 10 puntos. He estado trabajando por esto por tanto tiempo y me siento súper orgullosa.
Well, I think the entire surfing world is going to remember this moment that Ali Medina was crowned a 4-time world champion. Congratulations, and thank you so much to your dad out there. You guys are a force to be reckoned with. I can't wait to see what's next.
Thank you so much.
Wow, what a moment for Aleli, putting in all of the work behind the scenes and getting to appreciate that 10-point ride once again really showcases the multiple gold medals that she has deserved. As we see Nem go down on that finishing turn from Brazil, that was a great looking wave. He already has the 8.5 on the board, Liv, and now he's going to have a backup score to improve on that 1.6.
Yeah, I mean, he was hunting that section down and unfortunately just came unstuck there and wasn't able to ride out. But he has that 8.5. He's definitely going to improve a little bit here. Let's see if he jumps into the lead.
A 6.77 on the board for surfer in the blue jersey from France, Eric, to improve on that 3.67.
Eric's been, this is his 10th ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and he has had 4 second places. So 4 silvers, 4 runners up, and he's hungrier than ever to take that gold medal position. Eric, representing Team France as a captain for his team this year, and just such a veteran out here, has surfed so many heats. Like I said, so many silvers. So with that 6.77, he only needs a 6.24 to jump into the lead, but surfer representing Team Brazil in red just strengthened his lead there with a 4.5.
Yeah, really solid way to put himself into a gold medal position. Now a 6.24 requirement on silver to go into gold, and a 9.3 on green in Katsukura from Japan, as he's going to have a look at this wave. And unfortunately just takes a spill on the takeoff. That was a nice looking left, so he eyed off a perfect section. We'll see if he's able to find himself with another one.
Yeah, unfortunately just not able to get to his feet there. Pretty unstable. That left was pretty bowly and just couldn't quite get to his feet. It's a bit tough in this division, considering it's stand 3, so it's surfers with an above the knee amputation. So we've chatted before about the big difference between stand 2 and stand 3. Stand 2 having that kneecap. Here goes Eric, not able to quite pop up super fast, but able to get to his feet now, carving into the open face of the wave.
Setting himself up here with a nice snap, wraps it around for a second turn. Really smooth style coming through from Eric surfing. Can see that prosthetic on his front leg. Means he's got a lot of that mobility coming through in his back leg, which has allowed him to really perfect his style. And each surfer out here, if they're going to be surfing with a prosthetic on a leg, either their front or their back, dependent on you know, the stance that they have, being regular foot or goofy foot. And you can see the differences in mobility based off of who has that prosthetic on the front or the back.
Yeah,
knee
absolutely.
specific Liv, and how much of a difference that really makes.
Yeah, absolutely. And then stand 2 division, you know, with that kneecap, we saw Lori Phipps winning in the women's stand 2. She has a bit more control over her board just because she does have that knee. However, that just means a stance differentiation in this division. Here goes Red, our heat leader.
All right, great looking left. Perfect opening carve to set up for this next section. Right there in the pocket, snap off the lip, pumping down the line, setting himself up here, just setting himself with that front arm, which has really helped him to navigate this incoming whitewater. And he'll go to smack the section to finish. And that's a really solid start. As we see Naomichi go down, you can tell how he's putting himself in a perfect position on takeoff Liv, but with that prosthetic, it's so hard for him to pop up quickly, which is unfortunate because his surfing is right there, and his wave selection specifically is absolutely amazing. If he's going to be able to get up to his feet quick enough, we're going to see some really solid performance coming through.
Oh, and exactly, and when he is standing on that board, he can throw a lot of splay. Here's a replay from Red. Nice wrapping carve right into the next. Looking so controlled, back into that whitewash. Gets 3 really solid turns on the outside and comes. He leans a little bit forward to make that section. Another nice turn here. Goes to bank it off the finish, but can't quite ride out, but that's going to be a great score.
Still waiting for that last of red to drop in as we're down to 13 minutes remaining in our final for the open stand 3 division. We don't have any scores on the board yet for Stella Papetti, and I am wondering if she's decided to paddle out. I know that in conditions, as far as conditions are concerned today, it is significantly bigger than it has been the last couple of days. Also, with that high tide that we are pretty much on dead high in the next 10 minutes, there's a lot of wash throughs. There's a lot of heavy sections, as we can see the guys dealing with, so Stella may not be out in the lineup as we take a look at the replay here from Eric.
Yeah, Blues wave here, not able to really get a big section on the outside, hence that came through at a 4.90 this ride. He has some really nice check turns here on the inside, showing so much control over his board, but I'm wondering if Eric just could have kicked out right when he knew that that wave wasn't gonna drive down the line on the outside and get himself back out for a bigger score. It does strengthen his silver medal position, but Luciano's wave from Brazil comes in at an 8.9. I mean, he had such control out the back there and had some really, really solid maneuvers with so much flow in between each and every one of his turns. I believe if he would have been able to bank that inside section, it could have gone nines or even another 10 here. Here goes Eric.
Eric now up and riding, sets himself up with a nice carve on the opening section. And he's looking for a combination situation now to take the win. So every wave he gets here, he's going to need to get into the excellent range specifically. And this is a nice looking ride as he goes to shoot the pier as well, demonstrating so much control as he'll just ride out on the south side of the pier for the competitor from France. But at the moment, it's looking like a very tough ask for anyone to take that gold away from the reigning world champion in our Brazilian competitor as we take another look at this wave here.
Really nice pop-up here and goes right into a bottom turn right off the top. This wave is just a little bit slopey because it's hitting that deeper section right by the pier. He's able to get some nice turns out the back, however, just not super critical like we saw from Red, and able to weave himself through the pylon, showing his decades worth of experience out in the water. I always hold my breath when I see the surfers get anywhere near the pier there, especially shooting the pier. So thankfully he was able to make it through all the way, looking super comfortable and confident out there.
Yeah, he just made it look so easy. He knew exactly what he was doing. You know, it was a little bit of a smaller wave on the inside by that stage anyways, and he'd gotten some really good work done on his way to shooting the pier. 10 minutes, 25 seconds remaining, and it's the Brazilian world champion from 2024 who is currently sitting in the leading position in our opens division. Now, we didn't have a big turnout for women in the stand 3 division this year. Our two-time back-to-back world champion in Charlotte Bamfeld would have been competing in the women's stand 3 division. She's not here this year, but she took out the win from 2023 and 2024. So Charlotte, if you're tuning in, we miss you. We hope that you come back and join the action next year. And I mean, Liv, you're one of those surfers also that's not wearing a jersey this year. You're here in the commentary booth, which has been such an important part, I think, of our broadcast for this week. Having the insights of you as a 3-time world champion, how are you feeling sitting here instead of being out in the lineup?
You know, it's a whole new perspective, Shannon. I'm really able to see the competition from a whole new light. I don't have that stress of putting on the jersey. And like you said, I was very fortunate and blessed to be able to take home 3 gold medals. However, for a long time, I don't think people always necessarily realize what goes into competitive surfing. And some people can thrive under pressure. I mean, I see Alali, she just absolutely...
It just lights her up.
Yeah, it lights her up. And for me, here's Red taking off on a wave.
We'll get back to
you
that
shortly.
In 1 second, because this looks like a great opportunity for Mem to just continue building that score line. You can see the mobility of his front leg, and just pushing so much power tags the finishing section, and he'll go down. He's already got a couple 8s on the board, so that score, we'll see if it's able to improve on anything, but already sitting in a very significant gold medal position. As Naoichi is up and riding, trying to get that pop-up, and he'll fall down, but a great effort that he's putting together. And back to you, Liv.
Yeah, wow, great ride from our surfer in red. Not sure if it's going to come into play. I mean, he already has pocket 8s, so looking to strengthen his lead there. And then surfer in Japan just trying to find that rhythm. But yeah, I was saying it's just, for me, a whole new light on surfing, and I'm able to have fun and enjoy it. And not that I wasn't having fun competing. However, for me mentally, my mental health, a lot of people just don't realize how much it affected me. And I just had so much stress, so much anxiety going into each and every heat. And I thought, you know what, like, I have done my best I could for 6 years, and not to say I'll never put on a jersey, but for my mental health, I needed to take a step back. It was really messing with me, because I just couldn't disassociate, like, having fun out there in the water for a free surf. You know, I was always just in that mental headspace of going for gold, like, and I couldn't relax out there in the water, even when I wasn't putting on the jersey. So now that I've taken that stress of competing away, I've been able to surf more freely than I ever have before, and now still advocating for the community. I think competitive parasurfing is one of the best sports to watch in the world, and so I'm so excited to still be a part of it in a whole new way.
That's amazing. Thanks so much for sharing that, because I think a lot of surfers, competitive surfers, can relate to exactly what you just described, and wanting to be able to really just continue enjoying something that they probably got into at whatever stage of life for fun, and found that they had a knack for it. You found that you happened to be pretty good at surfing, and so becoming a competitor from free surfing and from learning how to surf was a pretty natural opportunity for you. But now you get to actually just be the surfer out there that's having the most fun, which is typically the best surfer in the water.
No, exactly. I have a whole new love for the sport, because I started to fall out of my love for the sport, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just take a moment to evaluate. Eric, Ullman riding deep into the barrel.
Oh, impressive takeoff, and he'll go down. Still chasing that combination situation. Previous score of Nem in the red jersey for Brazil, an 8-point ride, so 3 excellent scores on the board for our gold medal holder at the moment, unable to improve on the higher 8s that he currently has. And I do see now there's a score on the board for Stella Papetti from Italy. I love that. We haven't seen her on the broadcast yet, but she would be on the inside looking to take off on some of those white waters as we take another look at this wave from Eric.
Yeah, Eric taking off really, really late here, and he's totally dragging, staying in the pocket there to get barreled. I mean, I believe he was in it, yeah, there we go. He's totally slotted himself in the barrel, but unable to ride out. It's not easy to be able to, 1, surf a backside barrel, and 2, surf a backside barrel with a above-the-knee prosthetic.
Extremely, extremely difficult. The pop-up alone is so complicated. As we take a look now at Nem, just hooking it into the pocket, setting this board on rail, driving hard into that next section, and making it look so simple out there as a surfer that spends so much time in the water. Now up and riding. Now Michi on his knees drives through that starting section, and he'll have a kick out. I was just reading through the bio for the Brazilian who's currently in that leading position. He lost movement in his right leg and hip as a 6-month-old baby when he got polio. And at 16 years old, he started surfing, and it took him 5 years to learn how to pop up.
Oh my gosh.
What he
Look
is
at that
doing
pop
now
up
is just insane.
Yeah, well, replay here. I love his style. He shows so much control, looking super comfortable in that backhand. It seems to be like those are the waves that he's looking for. 9.10 for red, so strengthening his lead even more with an 18 total. Here goes Eric taking off deep.
Eric now just eyeing
Looking
off the
to get into a barrel.
100%. That's going to be his goal for the rest of this heat. If he gets a good barrel, he's right back in the conversation to take away that gold. Great work on the inside section here to finish off. And he's going to be dropping another score. He's got that 6.77, that 5.57. Currently, the entire field, though, is in a combination situation with Brazil out in the lead. Now, Michi, he's been taking off on multiple rides, struggling to get that full pop-up, but doing the best that he can in these sizier conditions. And he has just been putting together some really awesome waves on his way to competition for this week. He specifically, before losing... before, finding himself in the situation he's currently in due to a road accident back in 1995, he was a full competitive surfer in Japan, and he used to compete at the All Japan Surfing Championships. Back in 1987 was his best result, advancing through a few rounds in that event, and started his surfing career in 1981. So going, you know, becoming a surfer, finding that journey, competing, and then losing his leg in a road accident, that journey back to being in the ocean has been really amazing after spending 10 years rehabbing so that he would feel comfortable back on a surfboard.
A decade of no surfing kind of blows my mind, and then you're out here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships representing Team Japan. I had no idea he was a previous competitor in the able-bodied divisions, and stoked to see him out there. He always has such a big smile on his face. Very unique style. It reminds me a lot of me out there just because I go from my knees to my feet. So I totally get how dropping into steep waves are hard.
Yeah,
Here
especially
goes
if you
Blue.
can't pop up fast.
Eric barrel hunting, but I love how he got up to his feet here. He's like, okay, there's no barrel, and he's able to keep his composure deep off the bottom. Nice snap there, such a wide stance. Wrapping cutback up into the lip for the finish. Rewarded with a 7.33. You can see there, you know, that was a really solid wave in the 7 range. Just not, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, he was close to breaking the combination on that wave.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just not quite as much flow and power. Eric's surfing so well, and he's keeping his composure, which I absolutely love. He's comboed, but he's not giving up with a deep top turn there in the pier bowl right. Another one.
That was a beautiful hook right back into the pocket. He's going to just decide not to shoot the pier on the finishing section here, but wow, he's making it look really, really nice out there. Team France has been on an absolute tear throughout competition between yesterday and today. 5 gold medalists in total. 2 yesterday, 3 this morning. And they're pretty much guaranteed they're winning the gold medal once again as a team.
They're on a tear. Absolutely incredible to see.
Stella Pompetti for Team Italy. She's got a couple scores on the board, a 1.5 being the best so far. She works with Apple as a production support technologist, like in their Apple support technology team. And she just says that surfing lets her rise above the challenges, and there's no right or wrong way to ride a wave. It's about embracing the joy of the journey. She has a cat named Mio that she says is a surfing cat, even though the cat doesn't know it's a surfing cat. As we take a look at our gold medalist.
Bit of a victory right here for our gold medal position.
Huge victory lap, but we also have Katsukura from Japan up and riding. This is a great way for him to finish things off in his campaign for that bronze medal. Well done to Naomichi for finding that last opportunity.
Love that he was able to find his feet there, because he was really struggling on the outside. You can see so much stoke from our Brazilian. Marcindo.
An insane performance. He scored 1, 2, 3, 4 excellent scores with another wave to drop still in this final. That's the way to solidify himself as a 2-time world champion. Back-to-back years from 2024 to now 2025 with a 9.1 and an 8.9 here in the final, an 18-point heat total.
That's unheard of. I've never seen so many excellent heats or wave scores dropped in one heat.
Incredible, incredible consistency. Team Brazil absolutely frothing as they chair him up the very short beach now.
Yeah.
With the big swell and the high tide. Big cheers from the team.
There's no other feeling like that, Shannon, getting chaired up the beach by your closest friends and supporters.
And it is the gold medalist for Team Brazil. So they're putting themselves on the board with their first gold medal today.
Yeah, that's going to be big for the team standings. Brazil and USA pretty close there on the leaderboard. France kind of running away with it at the moment.
Yeah,
huge
France
moment
is in
for Brazil.
Huge lead on the leaderboard, but for Team Brazil, this is going to be great for them to try and chase down really that silver medal position as a team. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more finalists, our men's Prone 2 division hitting the lineup right after this.
We're staying.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here in Oceanside, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Competition has been taking place at the north side of the pier throughout this week, and swell has increased today. You can really see the difference in conditions that we had yesterday and really for the kind of middle part of the week with that dropping swell, which made it really fun, I think, for everyone. Everyone was pretty stoked on the conditions.
Oh, absolutely.
Now it's that challenge that comes into play as we have surfers going for a gold medal. We want to see them tested, and the ocean has risen to the occasion today. Australia, USA, Costa Rica, and Brazil, with Cliff Gralton, Jose Martinez, Matias Luna, and Davi Teixeira out in the water in our men's Prone 2 Division Live.
Oh, this is so exciting. I'm actually on the edge of my seat. All 4 of these surfers absolutely rip, and these waves have shown up. We've seen so many excellent rides, and I'm thinking that this heat is going to go excellent as well.
Yeah, there's no way that it doesn't. Given the names that are in the final, we've seen excellent scores dropping across the board for each of these competitors throughout the week.
Yeah, Jose with that high 9-point ride. Here in the Parasurfing Prone 2 divisions, they are surfers who ride waves in the prone position and need assistance to paddle into waves and while in the water. So you'll see their team there, 2 jerseys, 2 colors of every jersey out there. There's a pusher and a catcher. The pusher pushes them into the waves. However, I always like to point out the surfers in the driver's seat, they pick and choose which waves to go on.
Yeah, that's a great thing to hit home on, because it is completely up to them, and it is showcasing their own personal, competitive side of things. But getting into that wave is just basically impossible. So it's great to see they're out there with their teammate. That teammate's gonna have some swim fins on, give them a nice, decent push to get into that ride. There's gonna be another teammate on the inside to catch them and help them get back out, which on a day like today is so crucial with the increase of swell that we have. Make sure to join us online at ISAsurfing, whether you're on Instagram, on social media, across all the platforms, on YouTube, where you're probably watching the event today. Check out so much of the other content that's been dropping throughout the week, whether it's personal stories, those highlights at the end of each day.
I love seeing the highlights, especially when there's those excellent rides and seeing the awesome pictures that all of the photography team gets. Big thanks to you guys down there on the beach. Big set rolling through.
Big set on the way. No priority established. This will be the first wave ridden if anyone gets into position for this heat.
Goodness.
This is solid. Oh, wow. We're going to have red going under. We're going to have the surfer in blue charging down the line. It's Jose Martinez for Team USA on a massive ride. The water safety there in the lineup just trying to point to him away from the pier because he was just flying. He had so much speed. He's actually going to be just trying to get that board back to him. He does have the full use of one arm as a triple amputee. So thankfully he's going to be able to grab that board easily, and the water safety team is going to be right on it. But
that was literally a tow-in wave. That was ridiculous. And of course, I couldn't quite see who was paddling into that one, and I was not surprised that it was Jose Martinez from Team USA in blue. He sends it on so many waves. He gets a 4.83 just for like that big drop. He wasn't able to do any turns out the back, but here goes Matthew.
All right, Matias up and riding. He is so hopeful to walk away with that gold medal next to his name for Team Costa Rica. Nice looking ride, a little bit bumpy through the inside here. Would be taking off on that second wave in the set. And he's gonna have a little reform. We'll see if he's able to maybe get one more turn connected together. His catcher is gonna be on the way to grab hold of him.
Big smiles from our Costa Rican surfer there. I was chatting with him in the competitor area, and he was saying he is both equally very excited, but also very nervous, vying for that gold medal position. He won silver back in Pismo for 2023 and just stoked to try and make it into that gold medal position. And I said, any words, you know, that you would like for me to say on the broadcast? And he just said, pura vida.
Pura vida. Matthias, great way to start off. Teams right there to grab him. Our other surfers, Cliff and Davi, will be looking for their opening rides.
Yep.
And
Jose is on south side, so he's getting paddled out on the south side of the pier. Just kind of want to recap to you guys that the swell is pumping and pushing into the pier, a bit different than we have been seeing. Here goes White.
White with a look for Davi. He's a two-time world champion from 2022 and 2023. Carves that first section, snap off the lip, and the wave just tapers off underneath him. Water safety is going to get to him as this next bit of white water is rolling through.
2 great turns out the outside, so it's a great campaign starter for Davi representing Brazil.
Well, an incredibly impressive performance. 4 excellent scores caught in the men's open stand 3, in the open stand 3 division. All 4 of those excellent scores going to Nim Mercindo from Team Brazil. He is your new gold medalist. He's on the beach with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. There are champions just coming to this beach with pure joy. Here's one of them right here. Congratulations, world champion. What a performance. You pushed your abilities in the biggest waves we've seen of this entire contest.
Yeah, I think so. I'm so proud. I'm so excited. I think I'm rad now. I want to thank you, my coach, all my coach, because they are all here. I want to thank you, my doctor, because they helped me, Dr. Mo, because it's part of this event. I want to thank you all the ISAsurfing and also Apple TV, because where I work. So I want to thank you all, guys.
Well, it's been an incredible week, and now you're in the history books as a world champion representing Team Italy. And I gotta say, your entire crew came down here with such a high level of professionalism, and now you're leaving as a champion. What do you have to say to all your friends and family and fans out there watching you as you are the new world champ?
Oh, guys, I'm the new world championship, so dobbiamo andare a bere una birra!
Forza Italy! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just an incredible moment there for Team Italy. Of course, that was the open division competition, and Estella Pompetti was the only woman to paddle out in it. She is officially your world champion on the women's stand 3 division for this year. As we take a look now at Jose Martinez. He's a former world champ from 2021. He's looking to find a second, flying on the left this time, and a great looking line up in front of him, check turn off the top, setting himself up with a massive carve as he comes through to the inside, just wraps it around, and he's gonna finish off very, very strong.
Wow, what a ride from Jose. Absolutely streaming down the line. I don't know if a surfer can possibly go faster than that. Jose looking for his teammate there. Got pushed pretty deep into this wave, but he was able to keep up with it, streaming down the line, holding the rail. Nice check turn off the top, but doesn't bring it back too much because he knows he won't make the section. So holds that high line off the top. Big bank, swooping cutback for Jose. Tries to go up into the lip again and kicks out a bit because not able to connect with that section. Well done for our heat leader, Jose.
An 8.60 on the board for Jose Martinez. No surprise. Great wave selection, held open for multiple sections, but it also gave him those lip lines to really hit.
No, absolutely. And he had so much flow in between all his turns. So smartly surfed by Jose. He was going to go for, I could see he wanted to do a massive turn out the back, but he kind of does a bit of a check turn because he knows if he goes too big, he might fall behind the wave. So kind of plays it safe to be able to get that swooping roundhouse. Really, really well surfed by Jose, using his heat knowledge out there. Jose, I've had a privilege to be such good friends with him. He is a combat wounded veteran, stepping on a landmine, losing 3 limbs. Here goes Davi.
Davi with the opportunity. He's got a 4.33 that he started out with. Driving through the section. That's a nice dynamic turn. Sets himself up with another. I love seeing that water just spray off the rail of his board. Throws a lot of spray on that finishing section. The momentum, he can feel it. There is already an excellent score on the board, so he knows that he's going to have to rise to the occasion, makes it through to the inside section with so much ease.
Yeah, wow, great work by Davi. Here's Red out the back, looking to be on a bit of a closeout. Not sure what he got done out the back, but we'll see the replay.
Cliff Gralton, 43 years old, out of Tuncurry in Australia. He is back in the water just for the last couple of years, since 2023, after a 17-year hiatus due to suffering a severe C5 incomplete spinal cord injury back in 2006.
Wow.
He said it's been the support crew around him, allowing him to get into waves like this, that have really changed his life dramatically, helping him to start surfing once again.
Talk about inspirational, Shannon. We talked about that word at the beginning of this event, how sometimes it can be a little bit overused. I think sometimes I hear it, like we said, at the grocery store. It's like, oh, I'm just getting food. No.
Yeah.
This is absolutely inspirational from Cliff, spending over a decade out of the water and now in the final for the men's Prone 2 division. Talk about inspirational. I mean, it inspires me every single day, and to be able to be in the booth calling this has just been phenomenal.
That's right, where there are so many incredible stories unfolding throughout this week. Let's go down to the booth with Chris Gauthier for the next one.
When it comes to surfing, Brazil is a country of champions, and we've got one more world champion representing Brazil. Parabéns. What a road you've taken to get this title.
Quando a gente fala de surf, o Brasil é uma potência, né? E aqui a gente tem mais um campeão brasileiro. E aí, conta aí como é que foi essa final.
Final emocionante, né? Com altas ondas. É o mar que eu gosto de surfar, esse tamanho é o meu preferido. E, pô, esse é o fruto do meu trabalho. Trabalhei o ano inteiro para estar aqui. E, pô, agradecer a todos aí que me ajudaram. Brigitte, CB Surf, pô, todos os meus patrocinadores, meus amigos. E, pô, e Deus por me dar saúde para estar aqui.
Well, this is the kind of condition that he loves. He loves the big waves. He trained a lot for that, for 1 year of training, and he knew he was coming to gold medal. He just thanks all the Brazilian crew and his sponsors as well.
Now, the parasurfing community has rallied behind you. You see, you have a huge fan base now on the beach and all around the world. So what does it mean for you to take that gold medal back to Brazil?
A torcida não foi só do Brasil, mas sim de toda a comunidade do parasurf, porque você quebrou lá fora. E aí, o que você está sentindo de ser mais o bicampeão mundial?
Porra, quero deixar um legado às pessoas que estão me assistindo, que possam se inspirar em mim e seguir essa carreira que é maravilhosa, que é a superação, surfar, se divertir. E principalmente assim, a galera que sonha em ser um dia um parasurf. Esse é o caminho, acreditar até o fim.
Well, he just said that he wants to be a reference to all the parasurfer community. And if you are watching these guys come surf, that's a sport of meaning. And that's it.
Well, congratulations one more time. The world has a new surf hero right here, our brand new world champion.
Valeu! Brasil! Beijo, linda! Te amo!
Amazing result for our surfer out of Brazil, Luciano Nem Marcindo, walking away with his second world title. And now focusing on live action, 11 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Liv, there's so many world champions out here at this event. It's one of the most awesome things.
Oh, I mean, we have Jose and Davi in the water, previous world champs, crowning so many today, new ones and old ones. Well, not old, however, previous world champs.
A 7.60 for the last of Davi.
Oh, this is so close.
It's really close. Those two scores for Davi and the 6.5 now for Matthias with that 5.67. It's really put them within striking distance of that gold medal, chasing the 6 and 5 point score ranges.
Yeah,
to take away leading.
Jose with that 8.6, you know, it's such a strong score, an excellent wave. However, he needs to back it up with something really strong again. A 4.83 might not be enough to keep him in the lead. So he has 10 minutes to hunt down a really good looking wave to secure that gold medal position. However, I mean, Davi has a 7.6 and he only needs a 5.84 to get into the lead. And we know that that's more than possible for Davi, previous world champ, representing Team Brazil.
20 years old now, won his first world title back in 2015 as a young competitor at the inaugural ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Yeah, you talk about the evolution of parasurfing, Shannon. I mean, Davi's been in this sport for so long, representing Team Brazil. He was just a little Grom shredding out there when he won his first world title.
I think he was 11 years old.
Wow.
Youngest world surfing champ.
Incredible from our surfer representing Team Brazil. Jose has a look at it. Doesn't quite want to go because he needs to be able to get higher than a 4.83 to really strengthen that lead. So he's not going to go on anything that's not going to do that for him. There's Freddie. Unfortunately, seeing him get knocked out in the earlier rounds. I mean, he opened his campaign to start the event with a 9.6. But, you know, it just goes to show competitive surfing, it's all up in the air. You know, no surfer is has locked in a position. You know, you never know what the ocean's going to throw at you and if you're going to have a good day or a bad day out there. So Freddie's supporting all the athletes down here.
Cliff getting the pull back out on the south side of the pier. It's due to current changing directions from what we've had for the rest of the week. The nice thing is that this is the only day we're really having to have that conversation. There's been maybe an hour or two in competition here and there through the week where due to the tide probably being kind of too low, then we've had a little bit of current pulling to the south end of the pier. But for the most part, it's been in the other direction, which has been nice.
Here's Jose's replay from his excellent score, tapping off the top there, again up into the lip. Big top turn, swooping cutback here. I love the control of his board. Back into the whitewash. He almost lost that wave, but cut back all the way into the power. I feel like that would have been a 10, to be honest, if he was able to bank that end section and ride out.
Yeah, 100%. It would have been right there.
And now Jose is in the priority 1 position. So for those of you tuning in at home who aren't super familiar with priority, Jose gets priority on any wave he goes on. So if his pusher pushes him in, no one else can go. I love to have that priority in the back of my pocket when I'm out there on finals day because he has an 8 and a 4, so he's not going to go on anything else except for the best of the best waves. And so he's going to use that priority card to the best of his abilities. There's Becky, CEO of USA Surfing, representing, supporting the team out here. I have the honor of actually being on the board of USA Surfing, so super close to the community still, even though I'm not putting on the jersey. Able to continue to advocate for the sport on the board level of USA Surfing, as well as here in the booth.
Yeah, that's amazing, you know, to know what's going on behind the scenes with Team USA. There's Mono, Team Australia. He's been competing since the early days. That jersey all the way from 2015.
Oh, wow. Great little insight there from Mono, a legend in the sport, multiple champ.
Yeah, and just doing so much more for the competitive side of adaptive surfing worldwide with the Adaptive Surfing World Tour that runs, with the events that he's able to run there at Byron Bay at home for him in Australia, giving surfers from this parasurfing community the chance to surf world-class point breaks. What an absolute pleasure to paddle out at a place like that.
Yeah, I was just chatting with my mom about maybe we should go to Australia and surf that competition.
Yeah, 100%.
Here goes Jose looking at this right.
Here we go. He's already got an 8.6. He's looking for a 4.83 improvement, and he just sends it on one of the sizier waves of the day. Goes down at the bottom of that wave, but it's Davi Teixeira. He's hunting down another gold medal here. A 5.84 will do it for him. And this wave is just an absolute nugget. He just comes flying out of that last turn. Won't be able to keep the nose from digging underneath as he just duck dives underneath that wave.
Yeah, Shannon, that's going to be close.
Here
goes Jose on the bomb of the day. Davi, however, drops in, and that's actually going to be, I don't know if that's a priority interference there. I'm not the judges. It's hard to say, but he comes unstuck here, digs rail. I mean, it's such a bumpy wave. I'm not sure if it's going to be the criteria he needed to jump back into first. I don't know if Jose could have made that section.
I feel like he was just kind of caught too far behind to make it, but we'll leave it with the judges. We'll pay close attention to the scoreboard to see if any of those little red triangles pop up next to Davi's name.
Gosh, I hate that red triangle.
It's the worst.
It's so bad. I just feel bad, so bad for any surfer who gets it. I mean, almost all the time, always on any type of interference, and it's an unfortunate accident. And we'll see what comes into play there.
So a score to drop now for last of red and for last of white. At the moment, it's Jose Martinez sitting in the leading position, going for his second gold medal. And Davi Teixeira has just stolen away the position, and 8.07 has dropped in for last of the Brazilian, currently a 3-time world champion, going for fourth as the team is just outrunning that high tide swoosh of water on the sand. And he's now into gold medal position. 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining on the clock, Liv. Jose now is chasing a 7.07 to take away gold. Matthias chasing a 9.17, and that's put Cliff Gralton into a combination situation.
Yeah,
Cliff does still have one score to drop, so we'll see where that factors in, but otherwise, the situation is set.
Yeah, great performance from Davi, representing Team Brazil in the white jersey there. A lot of great turns out the back, able to bring it all the way through.
4 minutes remaining on the clock. Pressure is building. Surfer in green has first priority, which means that he can select any wave he wants to that comes through, and no matter where he's at on that wave, every other surfer needs to pull out, give him the opportunity to catch it. Second priority to Cliff, who's now made it back out again after the paddle up the south side of the pier. And we're still waiting for his last score to drop in.
Looks like a set's approaching out the back here at the north side of the pier, and it's so close, 15.67 to 13.43. Jose needing a 7.07.
Have a look at this set that's approaching now. It's been really exciting to watch the evolution of performance from each of these surfers. Matthias being one of those in the green jersey here, who's really been pushing his performance this year. He knows it's going to take a lot for him to walk away that gold medalist, and he's putting it all on the line. Nice bit of rail work as he comes through the inside section, and chasing a 9.17 specifically to get himself into the gold medal spot, as he'll just get bounced off on the inside. He had a great performance in yesterday's competition, and that's now Jose Martinez chasing down a 7.07. Opening turn, successful. Now looking for a little bit of a foamy shampoo cover-up on the inside as he'll finish off.
Wow, what a wave from Jose Martinez. Going so fast. I almost had a flashback from his 9-point ride the other day. Very similar looking wave, great off the top. Pretty critical outside maneuver, so we'll see how that strengthens his second place position, if not bring him to first.
Just over 2 minutes remaining, a score to drop. That's very important for both Matthias and for Jose. A score for each of them. Matthias needing to get into the high excellent range above a 9-point ride to take away the lead. If he can increase that 6.5 though, specifically, that's going to get him a much smaller requirement to take away the leading position. With 2 minutes remaining, I would say he'll have the opportunity to get at least one more wave in. And for Cliff, he's got that single 3.33 on the board.
Judges are taking a little while here. We got that spinning red circle of anxiousness. But at the end of the day, Shannon, this is a final. We have 1.5 minutes, so we're not sure how many rides are going to be ridden. These scores are so critical when crowning a world champion. There's Jose there, getting help back into the lineup.
Judges taking a look at the replays, comparing it as well to, you know, those high scores in the 8-point range and those mid-range scores.
You know, I'd be interested to see Davi's 7.6 because Jose just needs a 7.07, and I'd like to see those two replayed back-to-back and compare them there because I believe Davi's 7.6 was more of an insider wave and Jose got that massive hack. So scores ready to come through here.
Jose just making his way in, relying on that last wave as the opportunity. It comes through shy. It's a 6.60 for last of Jose Martinez from the US, which has him still sitting in the silver medal position. Big smile on his face as he's just being caught there on the inside. And we do have now another score to drop for last of white from Brazil, Davi, who's currently in gold medal position. And that last score of Matias. However, remembering Matias needs something in the 9s, and his score is in as a 6.8. So Cliff Gralton now riding this wave. He's going to be trying to steal away that bronze or silver position because with the combination situation, he would need 2 new waves to take away gold. That's not going to happen for him, but a great effort to finish off with and hits the in section with some power and confidence. So great surfing from Cliff. I'm stoked he was able to get that final wave on the finish.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that he just got stuck on the south side for so long that he wasn't quite in the rhythm he would have needed to be in to take away that gold medal position.
Stoked nonetheless to be in the final here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
That's right. Well, with the scores that we are waiting for, I'm going to say none of them are going to matter when it comes to gold. And officially, Davi Teixeira from Brazil is your 4-time world champion off the strength of a 8.07 and a 6.70. He does have one more score to drop. However, he's already
it was an inside wave, so.
Exactly, and same for Jose Martinez. He's got another score to drop, but that was just that inside wave to come in on, so that's not going to factor into his score line. The last of Matias secured him in that bronze medal position. And for Cliff Gralton, he would need something in a pretty decent score in the excellent range. Actually, he would need a 10-point ride to be able to take away that 3rd place position from Matias.
Love to see Cliff, though, able to get a great wave considering battling that high tide and current on the outside and trying to push through to the lineup. So great work from him, our surfers in the Prone 2 division.
Well, an incredible performance from the 20-year-old Davi Teixeira, who walked away with his first gold medal in the AS5 division here in 2016 at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. He has now found his 4th in the Prone 2 division, taking away the win in 2022 and 2023, losing out last year to his friend Freddie out of Team Colombia, Freddie Marimon. And now Davi is back on top with another world title. He's just about to hear the announcement from the beach announcers. And there we go. Team Brazil has realized that they have done it once again.
Oh, such an exciting moment there for Team Brazil. Davi reclaiming gold after so many years. Been in this competition since he was 11. Regaining a title once again. Incredible heat scores of an 8 and a 7.6.
Yeah, really just dominated within that heat. Able to get himself into the excellent score, excellent range.
Love to see the sportsmanship here with Jose coming in 2nd.
This pack has been really pushing each other. These guys
absolutely.
surf against each other so many times through the year after year. They're the crew that are making it through to those semifinals, those final rounds. So incredibly impressive and great to see the cheers all around for Davi Teixeira, a new world champion. When we return, more action to come. Our women's Prone 2 division is going to be hitting the lineup. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been half road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the ISA World Para Surfing Championships, and the medals are dropping today. Give it up to Davi Teixeira, now one of the winningest surfers to ever do it in the entire sport of para surfing. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vela. Are you kidding me? The vibe on the beach is otherworldly. I've never felt this type of joy and community come together for an event. And guess what? There's more. This has to be considered one of the most hotly contested divisions in this entire contest. You got Sarah Almagro, Beatrice Duran, Hannah Dines, and Celine Riard. France, England, and Spain represented here. So 2 surfers from France. I mean, I'm not going to make it official, but it's pretty official. Team France is going to walk away with Team Gold, but we're not there yet. This division, in my estimation, in my opinion, has been the highlight of the last week. You know, these athletes have been sending it all week long. They're going out now in the biggest waves we've seen of the entire week-long contest window. Anthony, what are you expecting from this final?
I'm expecting these women to send it on these huge waves that we have here in Oceanside, California today. Swell at 4 to 6 feet, but all those waves are, the biggest waves are significantly bigger than 4 feet. I'm going to call it 8 to 10 foot faces on some of those large waves.
Easy. And
you know, they're going for gold, so they have no other choice but to send it on the biggest, best waves they can.
Yeah, we got 21:30 to go. And as our surfers wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the sand. Shannon Hughes standing by with a world champion.
Down here with Davi Teixeira, congratulations. You just become a 4-time world champion. How are you feeling?
I think words can't describe, you know, because this heat was the best heat of my life. The first heat in 12 years that I really felt the victory, because when God is with your team, you know, anyone can stop. Not even the judges, not even the competitors, not even the sea, not even anything. Anything can stop. And that victory shows to me this, you know, was not just one more victory, but the best, because the heat was difficult, very difficult. I made my best, I gave my best, and God shows to me that if he calls, if he says it, that I will be the champion, or everyone will be the champion, that will happen, you know. And yeah, I'm very, I can't explain.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the growth of the competitors that you've been surfing against. The pack of you've been pushing each other so hard year after year after year. How much more of a drive does that give you to come back to try and win even more world titles?
I didn't understand, sorry.
Sorry, just how does it feel to surf against the same crew, against Freddie, against all the guys, to continue pushing your performances to the next level?
That's nice, because I've been seeing Freddie and other competitors pushing their levels, like you said, you know. And yeah, I want to say that they are like inspirations to me too, you know. They are great surfers, and it's a pleasure to share the waves, to share the hits with them. But I've been training too, and now I prove to me that I can win again, and I can be in the first. And like Romário, a soccer player in Brazil, have a music, it's like this. And I made my one. Ô lelê, ô lá lá, Davizinho vem aí e o bicho vai pegar. And that's it.
Amazing. Anything you'd like to say back to your massive fan base at home in Brazil?
É isso aí, galera. Graças a Deus, honra e glória a Jesus, tetracampeão mundial de parasurf. Quero mandar primeiramente um beijo para Júlia e para Aurora. Eu amo vocês. E segundamente, para um cara campeão, para mim o melhor surfista do parasurf mundial, Roberto Pino. Cara, esse campeonato, essa vitória também foi para você. E tamo junto, galera. Agora é só festa.
Your 4-time world champion, Davi Teixeira. Back to you guys.
Adriano de Souza, Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, Iago Dora, Davi Teixeira. Put him on the list of all-time greats out of Brazil. An incredible surfer, a motivational speaker. I mean, there's a reason why this kid is a national hero. One more time, Davi Tosheta is your world champion for 2025. And now let's go ahead and crown another. We've got 18-12 to go. Celine Riyard from Team France starts off with a 3.33. Now we're watching Hannah Dines, Team England, coming around a section on a massive left-hander. The wave collapses around her, but she's still going to ride this one through. And she has been such a shining light in this event. Every heat, she just comes in with so much joy. She's cracking jokes. She's super entertaining in the water. But watch out, Sarah Almagro on one of the biggest lefts we've seen of the contest. Complete control as she drops in, takes the high line, now straightens out. Sarah's story is miraculous. 3 years ago, rare disease, sent her to the hospital. She went to a coma. She woke up, amputated both legs, one arm, her hand, and in her bio she says, I thought to myself, well, what's my life going to be like? Well, guess what? She's living the life of a champion. She put together some of the best heats we've seen in the contest, and she is going to launch herself well into the lead on the strength of that last wave. I mean, she is an icon of this sport, an absolute hero, and to think that she got this good at surfing in only 3 years, she's a phenom.
Yes, and not only in the water, but recently in her bio, it talks about her being in law school as well. But after she wrote the bio, she then went and finished all of her classes. So she's now a law school graduate. So she's talented in the water, intelligent out of the water. And holy moly, look at this wave.
Oh, Beatrice Duran. Taking the high line on this left-hander. She's right in the most critical section of the wave, straight into the pit. Beatrice is fearless. Remember, in her earlier heat, I think her heat 1, she ran into the pier, was able to brace herself with her board. The board snapped in half, and you would think most people who went through a situation like that would be like, okay, I'm probably going to take a break from surfing for a while. Not Beatrice. Straight back out there, sending herself into the biggest barrel we've seen attempted of the contest.
Holy moly, that was incredible. And look at this wave. Look how huge that wave is. Super frothy. And she didn't straighten out. She pulled into that closeout tube. And that is spectacular. The judges don't award that with huge points, but we reward that with huge stoke. Thank you for sending it, Beatrice Duran. And wow, what a first 10 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, I mean, you just know it. When the prone 2 women go out, big things happen. For Sarah Almagro, that first wave comes through to 7.5. Hannah Dines starts off with a 5.33. That last wave, super sendy from Beatrice Duran. She comes through with a 4.77. Riyard's now on the board with a 3.33. It's all happening. What a finals day.
This historic finals day like we've been talking about. It's just been incredible action with each and every heat, with each and every wave. And national champions trying to become world champions, and world champions trying to repeat as world champions again. Sarah Almagro, one of the most winningest competitors in this division. Second last year, won the year before, third in 2022, second in 2021, and she's atop the leaderboard in this final here in 2025.
Yeah, solid resume for Sarah Almagro, and, you know, for Hannah Dines, who even on the first couple of days was coming in from her heats with pure joy and stoke and determination. You know, knowing that every heat you surf through, you're going to be tested. And I like that, you know, we started off in the kind of waist to chest high range through the week. You know, it kind of built a little bit, stayed relatively the same size. And I feel like yesterday, when you started to see this swell start to formulate in the lineup, the excitement levels rose. You know, sometimes when you hear these, you know, these big swell events about to happen, you can feel the nerves around the contest area. Well, I didn't feel any of that. All I felt was excitement. These surfers knowing full well that given the chance, they're going to go. And we're seeing that. I mean, that last wave that Beatrice Duran flew into was a great illustration of how hard these women are charging. We saw a quick look at Sarah Almagro on the other side of the pier. So she's going to make her way straight out, hugging the south side of the pier. And when she gets out past the sets, she's going to make a beeline through the pier back into the takeoff zone. Problem there is it eats time off the clock. The good news for Sarah is she's sitting on the highest single wave score of this heat so far. And we know that she is a tenacious competitor, so expect another solid score to come through for Sarah. And I love that these surfers are just earning it as well. We've seen some heavy wipeouts already this week. And that tradition is continuing on through today. Nothing wrong with that, you know, a little bit of carnage just makes for good viewing. Everybody is safe and sound. And I give a lot of credit to our safety team, these volunteers in the orange jersey, putting in the hard yards today. And, you know, they've been pushing themselves all week long to keep these surfers safe. So thank you so much. And, of course, our local lifeguards and our ISA safety crew.
And also our ISA Medical Commission. We have medical doctors down here who are there to help in the evaluation and treatment of these athletes. And so we had an incident yesterday where one of our athletes went to the hospital. They were accompanied by one of our ISA medical staff. And then this morning, they were evaluating him, and Kirk Watson from Australia was cleared and went out to competition. And so just so many people involved in this event from the athlete side, but also from the event production side. And, you know, it's kind of like a family where everyone's working so hard, super long days, but it's one of the most rewarding weeks of work in most of our lives. And it's a rewarding week of play and competition for the athletes. So just a special, special time to be at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship year after year.
Absolutely, yeah. In the case of Kirk, I had a couple people ask me, is that guy going to be okay? And I said, he's Australian. He's going to be fine.
That is the
He
truth.
competed today and got second place after what I'm calling the worst wipeout I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
Just shows me his toughness and the toughness of our entire field. I mean, they've had to work through it. The mornings here in Oceanside have been pretty much perfect, but some of these afternoon heats tested a lot of our surfers who, you know, had to work their way through various changing conditions. And today, the biggest swell we've seen of our contest window, proper 6 to 8 foot O-side, which definitely packs a punch. You know, this is a pretty hard-hitting beach break. And you do have the luxury of a bit of a channel next to the pier, but nothing comes easy when you have a big swell like this pushing so much water around. And here in the women's Prone 2 division, you've got pushers and catchers who have to work hard as well, not only to keep their surfers in the position that they want to be in. Remember, the surfer is in control. The surfers dictate where they want to be in the lineup. The pusher just listens to the commands and gets them where they need to be. And then on the inside section, they have a catcher, because these are surfers of various impairments. You know, we have quadriplegics, we've got multi-amputees, and the fearlessness that is involved in this division is unprecedented.
And looking at the different types of ailments that are in this Prone 2 division, you can have a triple limb amputation like Jose Martinez in the previous round, cervical spinal cord injury, multiple sclerosis, and also cerebral palsy, which is what Hannah Dines has. And she was mentioning yesterday in her post-heat interview that she's the first athlete with cerebral palsy to make it into the final. And it's different because she's competing against other athletes that may have, like Sarah Almagro, that lost her feet and lost her hand, but she's still able to move more of her body in a different way. And so Hannah Dines really giving us some insight on the kind of the groups within the groups, as she was talking about the South African who she's good friends with, and she's raising the level of surfing for the cerebral palsy group. And congratulations on Hannah Dines making her first ever final, and the first final for an athlete with cerebral palsy in the women's Prone 2 division.
Yeah, and she's currently in second place too, so now it's a battle for a backup score. Sarah Almagro representing Spain in this European rivalry. Spain, England, and France represented here in the final. These two surfers from Team France. France just keeps adding points to their overall total. I mean, they are running away with the team title. We'll make that official at the end of the day. So there's still a shot. I mean, I'm not great at math. I got as far as addition in school. But all I can say is France has been pretty dominant through the week. They've already had a handful of medals today. Brazil now has multiple medals as well.
But the good news is you got an A in that addition class in 10th grade, right? So congratulations on that. So we've seen from France, Valentine Muscoteac earning gold yesterday, Laurie Phipps earning gold yesterday. And then triple golds for France this morning. Guillaume Colin, Thomas da Silva, Piero Gagliano. So the two French competitors in this final looking to join their 5 other teammates. Already 5 golds for France. That's incredible.
Yeah, I just heard Perot's already at the bar. Celebration starts early. Team France, 7:15 to go. Sarah Almagro representing Spain, sitting on a 7.5, the highest single wave score yet. And you see that red jersey along with her pusher now back into the takeoff zone. I got a good feeling about the next wave for Sarah. She's super consistent. And her team have just been in the perfect spot throughout the entirety of this event. Here's a look at Sarah's first wave, 7.5. Great positioning on her board. I mean, full awareness of what's happening on the wave.
And you can see her board is just, looks like a regular shortboard. It's always interesting as to see these athletes' equipment. Some of them have handles, some of them don't have handles. Some have a little more volume, fin placement a little more further up, further back. And thanks to all the surfboard shapers and manufacturers who really help get these boards dialed in. Then you've got someone like Joel Taylor who just has a stock softboard off the rack with some small fins and goes out and adapts to the board.
All right, 6 minutes left. It looks like Sarah Almagro potentially in position for this one. She lets that one go. Communication, a key factor in success here in the women's Prone 2 division. Sarah and her pusher making decisions here, and it's going to be surfer in white, Celine Riard on a nice looking right. Fades back straight into the power source of the wave. Just leaning pretty much with her head and shoulders into those turns. So she's definitely going to get some credit for the maneuvers that she did on the outside section. See Celine Riard from Team France adding points to the overall team title conversation.
You can see that board, 2+1 set up with that bigger center fan. But then on the deck of the board, here's the deck. She's got 2 handles, and she also has what looks like fins. Those are kind of stabilizers to keep her legs in. And so I would be guessing she has some spinal cord injury or something that are going to have her keep her legs in.
She's earning it right now. They are getting pounded on the inside section.
Multiple sclerosis, excuse me. So she's got MS. And she says that the surf saved her, which it has saved most of all of us. It is the most wonderful healer and teacher.
It'll definitely humble you, that's for sure. Great overview here of Beatrice Duran. I mean, give her the Hard Charger Award. That was another solid left-hander for Duran. Ooh, a nice little cut back into the whitewater there. So expertly ridden there, all the way from the outside. Come to this inside section.
The 2 French competitors, the first ones to get backup scores. Unfortunately for Celine Riard, her backup score not enough to put her into first place, currently in second place. As this has been one of the slower heats, and so the surfers having to adjust their strategy. It's always hard going out in a heat when you've seen the heat prior where it's wave after wave after wave. And then you get into your heat and it's a little slower. You have to adjust your strategy. But it's a level playing field for all of the surfers in the water. They have the same opportunity and the same 25 minutes
All right, Sarah Almagro. This could be the wave that gets her a world title. Pumping down the line. This is a gift that just keeps on giving. Here's an intense section on the inside. Sarah, right back on the open face, flying down the line, gets the closeout snap. That is a gold medal wave right there for Sarah Almagro. There's 3 minutes left. She's all business. Quick smile. She's gonna get right back out there.
And
what a wave.
That was an incredible wave, and Beatrice Duran took the lead before that ride. Her backup score coming in at a score high enough to put her in front of Sarah Almagro before she got that wave. But that was the longest wave, and I love how you mentioned Beatrice Duran. Her strategies go for the biggest waves.
Just go for it.
And so she's getting some scores on the sheer size of the wave, but the judges like to see what Sarah Almagro is doing here, using her body to pump into this, and a carving maneuver right there. It's straight to the bottom and snapping off the top. And you can see Sarah kicking her legs there as well. And those subtle movements with her arms to pull out of that wave and drop down in front of the whitewater to close it out and bring her to shore. And with 2 minutes to go, looks like her team's making a decision that they might be finished with this heat.
When you get a wave that good, you might as well just come on in. An 8.67 for Sarah Almagro. So as expected, that could have very well been a gold medal wave. Beatrice Duran now in a combination spot. Celine Riard also comboed. Hannah Deans comboed. Hannah Dines. That, again, masterful. You saw when Sarah was dropping into that wave, you just saw the storyline developing, right? You saw the gold. You could almost feel it. Destiny on that long left-hander. She ripped it all the way through the outside, but now she's got to wait 1 minute and 15 seconds. And, you know, she's not in the clear yet. There's still a shot, and she knows it. I mean, you can see the look on her face. She's just in that zen state, trying to stay calm. Now we're 1 minute to go.
But the other surfers need a combination of 2 waves. That's the only thing. She's still not 100% confident.
Right.
But she's,
until the buzzer blows, right?
And, I mean, you're making some great calls today. You called the 10 right away for Alali Medina, just right as she took off on that wave. As soon as Sarah Almagro took off on that wave, you're like, this is the gold medal wave, because there is so much open face. And
they make it easy. You know, you can just feel it, right? You know, when there's this special wave and a surfer is connecting with that wave, you just know the outcome is going to be greatness. So now with 25 seconds left, all 3 surfers now caught inside by a massive set wave. Safety crew's on it. Now we're down to 10 seconds left.
And Sarah Almagro, just incredible. Learned how to swim at 18 months. Started bodyboarding at 5. Surfing when she was 13. And winning world titles at the age of 23 years old. 2 years ago, winning again this year.
Anthony, do the honors. Announce who our new world champion is.
Ladies and gentlemen, our new returning 2-time gold medalist representing Spain, Sarah Almagro. Congratulations to the entire country of Spain and to the whole crew right there. You earned it, Sarah. Celebrate.
I mean, she's like the Terminator. You put her in a jersey, and she goes out and goes to work. On the beach, she is a sweetheart. One of the kindest people I've met at this entire contest. And I love that dichotomy of a surfer who carries herself on land like this. I mean, she's just talking to everybody. She's, you know, meeting the rest of the parasurf community, encouraging everybody, and then you put her in a jersey and big things happen. What a moment for Team Spain and for Sarah Almagro. We're gonna let this sit in, and we'll be talking to her after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere. More finals to come, and we'll be right back.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been half road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. We are now in the men's Prone 1 final. So many world titles in this final division. You've got Kai Colas, you've got Clinching Suarez, Joel Taylor, and Bruno Hansen. And we're going to start it off with Kai Colas. This kid has been putting up huge scores all week long, and he looks like he's already off to the races. Big maneuvers out the back. Speeding into this inside section, nails the floater. That was a 5-turn combo. Power on display from Kai Colas. And when you start a final like that, you've got to feel good.
I mean,
quick momentum grab there.
There's only a minute gone in the heat, and he's already gone into the excellent range from our estimation. What an incredible wave. And this is one of the most stacked heats as far as previous champions, as we have Kai Colas, returning champion, Joel Taylor winning 2 years ago, Bruno Hansen, the 5-time champion, and Clinching Suarez from Brazil, a multiple medalist. This heat is absolutely incredible and started off with the bang, as we saw.
23:15 to go. Big set coming through.
Oh.
Joel Taylor looks like he could be in position. Got Bruno Hansen on the inside. All surfers let that first wave of the set go by, and they are greeted with a monster wall of water. Could see Bruno Hansen sneak around this one.
Oh, those waves were so big, they just kind of closed out. They were all in position, it looked like. That second one.
All right, 22:40 to go as we wait for the next set to roll through. Let's get another conversation with the world champ on the sand right now with Liv.
Down here on the sand with your new ISA World Parasurfing Champion, Sarah, in the Prone 2 division. Sarah, I am so proud of you. You have worked so hard. I've talked to you here on the beach before each and every heat. You've just gone in with so much confidence. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm so stoked. I've been training a lot this past year to get into the finals, to achieve this goal for me that it's so important. And finally, we got that huge big left that I wanted to take, and we ripped it.
Yeah, the conditions were a little bit gnarly out there. Talk me through those nerves out there in the water. It was pretty big.
Yeah, the conditions were so tough. We have to go up to down to the pier to go to the other part of the pier so we can go in. It was a bit tough because the waves were pumping a lot, but finally Nico could paddle with me, and then we find the good wave, and I really enjoyed it.
Talk me through now. This is your next gold medal. How does it feel to come on top once again?
Wow. I wanted this so hard. I wanted this like too much. I've been training a lot this year, focusing on my strength and my weakness, and these past days, my coaches and my team manager asked me to do the finish in the wave, and I tried so hard to do it, and we did it.
Increíble, felicidades. What would you like to say to your friends and family back at home in Spain in Spanish?
Muchísimas gracias a todos los que me estáis siguiendo. Papá, te quiero muchísimo, y a toda la gente que me ha apoyado, que me ha felicitado. España está en lo alto. ¡Vamos!
¡Hey! ¡Vamos! Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Liv. Let the celebration begin for Team Spain. For Sarah Almagro. I mean, My list of surfing heroes is extensive after this week. Put Sarah on it. What a performance, what a story, and now a world champion. We got 20 minutes, 24 to go to crown a titleist in this division as well. It's all finals from here on out. Kai Colas, Clusan Suarez, Joel Taylor, Bruno Hansen. First score coming through for Kai, 8.5. And these guys are earning it right now. There's been a couple of the biggest sets we've seen of the day roll through. And let's take a look back at Kai's opening wave. He got this with about a minute into this heat, 8.5.
And setting up for these first opening turns, and this wave just stacks up for him using those hands, switching his inside and outside hand, a technique he said he learned from Bruno Hansen, and a great finishing turn right there. So there's a little bit of room for him to maybe get a little more aggressive. That's why maybe it wasn't a 10, but it was perfectly surfed, but he had to surf it safely because it was the opening ride as well. So I think he could have gotten a little more aggressive if it was later in the heat, but really cool how he learned to do that by watching the videos of a man surfing in this heat with him, and that's the beauty of sport, and this sport in particular.
Yeah, the apprentice becomes the master. It's kind of a story we're starting to see develop here. Bruno Hansen, the winningest surfer ever in ISA parasurfing competition. 6 medals, 6 golds. Doing it for Denmark.
How do you get so good at surfing from Denmark?
Practice, practice, practice. I mean, he's been doing it at an elite level for many years now. And obviously he's in the finals, so he's still doing it at a top level. And it's almost like be careful. Be careful what you wish for. You know, he wanted to spread awareness and inspire people to take up this sport. And Kai Kola said, yes, please, did it. And Kai's now in the lead. But here's Bruno, late drop. Navigated that steep section on the outside just perfectly. The wave kind of closed out down the line, but he's gonna make the most of it. A little foam snap right there on the inside. 18-14 to go. Might not be a huge score, but Bruno Hansen is now on the board.
Originally born in Durban, so perhaps surfing in South Africa. His favorite board's a yellow one.
Oh.
But he's not surfing a yellow one out there today, so. Oh, look at this setting up. A little bit of a paddle battle between the two Australians.
Kai Colas on a speedy left-hander. Quick snap outside. Now he comes to this critical inside section, up into the lip. Floater with the air drop, perfectly landed. Psyching when he hits the flats. I mean, that right there. You asked for a little bit more aggression. Anthony, you got it. Kai Colas providing.
And earlier, Chris, you were mentioning about that sixth sense that some athletes have. Kelly Slater's, Carissa Moore's, and putting Kai Colas on that. So many waves ridden, but the good ones come to him. And look at that opening turn. And he just leans into it, adjusts his body position right here, switches his arm to set up for this huge off the top. We're stoked, but not as stoked as this kid, the 18-year-old, sending it off the whitewater on that beautifully timed turn. What an incredible ride, and wow.
Yeah, wow is a great word, because that's kind of how we're feeling right now, just awestruck by what we're seeing. We knew the men's Pro and 1 division was going to deliver. It has, and some. Here we go, Joel Taylor. Joel now flying down the line, big snap out the back, gets the tail free on that cutback, and he goes to the float on the inside. What a combo there from Joel Taylor.
That tail was loose on that turn. Also, he's like, all right, little youngster, let me show you how I've been doing it for years. And so Australia representing on these last couple of waves. Kai Colas, that last one, coming in on a 9.5 to add to his 8.5. He has comboed the field, but I have a feeling that Joel Taylor may have, just maybe, he's going to get out of that combination situation with that last ride.
Yeah, Joel Taylor, 45 years old, from Lennox Head. And you want to ask him his favorite surf break? He says, if I told you, I'd have to kill you.
And
That
here's
tells
that.
me he surfs somewhere really good every day. Yeah, this is a sick wave. He was getting frisky on this one.
He was almost off of his board on that last turn, and just so much speed into that, almost like a fakie sort of turn on a half pipe there. Joel Taylor waiting for scores. And so the judges are going to look at the replays. They have the ability to access via iPad and all of the previous waves recorded by each surfer's individual replay operator. And they can pull up the 9.5 from Kai Kolas. They can pull up the 8.5, and they're going to compare the waves.
Big heat coming up next as well. We've got 14:50 to go. Joel Taylor comes through with the 9.83. Kai Kolas with the 9.5. We have got a heat on our hands, folks. So Joel Taylor matching and adding a little bit onto what Kai Kolas did. So pretty clear on that one. I mean, Kai Kolas had the big turn out the back and then the big floater on the inside, whereas Joel Taylor got the turn out the back, but then added a really cool kind of tail sliding cutback in the middle of the wave. Finished with a dramatic snap to float combo.
I think that wave was a little bit bigger as well, and the judges like that.
Now we see Clisson Suarez. Clisson now driving down the line on this left-hander. Seems like everybody got the memo. The lefts are providing. So we see Suarez getting out of that one. Did some damage out the back. The beautiful arcing turn. You know, back to Joel Taylor. He was a professional bodyboarder, but in the year 2001, had a brutal wipeout at Pipeline on the north shore of Oahu. Suffered a spinal cord injury. Was paralyzed from the waist down. And when he got that news, he didn't touch the ocean for 20 years. But thankfully, for all of us, for all the Joel Taylor fans, he grabbed a board and got back at it in 2002. And then 12 months later, he's winning world titles. That's just the type of person he is, the type of surfer that Joel Taylor is, an absolute legend. Currently in second place. So Team Australia has a lock in the top two spots. And let's take a look back at Kai Kolas, who's been unstoppable in this heat.
So this is his opening 8.5 ride, and Kai getting this wave with just 1 minute to go after the heat started, asserting his dominance in the beginning. And I love his technique, how he uses his arms to engage it kind of as a rail and just sends it off the top on that one. And then he's like, okay, I got some rhythm, and now I'm going to go on a left. And so here he is using his inside rail and just slowing down a little to set up for this turn coming up right here, getting some speed, and then huge off the top for Kai Kolas. And he loved that one. And then Joel Taylor, not to be outdone. And just this wave is large, and he beautiful turn right in the pocket, gets a little jiggy with that side slip in there, and just huge speed and just incredible timing on that turn as well. And Joel Taylor with the highest single wave of the heat and one of the highest waves of the event. You know, Joel Taylor, you mentioned from Lennox Head, Australia. It's a great wave, but it's rocky, so there's really no way to get out there. There is a channel to get there, and Joel has never been able to surf that since his injury, because jet skis, it's a nature reserve. And so you have to get this permit in order to take a jet ski out there, and he's been trying to get one of those permits. So
come on,
whoever's in charge,
give the guy a permit. You know, when I watch Joel Taylor surf, the one word that comes to my mind is fun. He makes surfing look so fun. And that last wave, I mean, you know how serious it is out here in this final. He means business, but just the way he carries himself in the lineup, on the beach, and on every wave that he surfs, I'm watching this, I go, okay, I want to get the board he's riding, and I want to try to surf like that, because he is going so fast, activating, engaging his rails through each and every turn. And I just loved that middle turn on that last wave where he just let that, that takes a lot of technique to engage the rail and then know when to release it at the right time. And the judges got the memo as well. A 9.83, near perfection for Joel Taylor. Now he's got to hunt for a backup, and it's got to be something above and beyond an 8.17, which is no easy task, because Kai Kolas now out the back with a huge lead, and he's in that top priority spot. So he is in control and command of this heat. There you see the Brazilian team flying the flag on the beach. Ooh, that could have been a priority mistake for Kai Kolis.
Yep, you see on the left side of the screen the colors and the P1, P2, P3. Priority means those surfers will have first kind of grabs at the waves. And, you know, this division, if we remember the first couple of rounds, they were in the low tide conditions at the end of the day, and they had to grind their way into finals day. And now they're being rewarded with 25 minutes, plenty of waves, really good shoulders to work with on the rights and lefts to let their surfing show what they can do. And here goes Joel.
All right, Joel Taylor. This could be a wave that flips the heat. Nice cut back there. Powerful surfing from Joel Taylor. He gets up into the lip, right in the most critical section of the wave, doing everything the judges want to see. And he gets the high-speed float on the inside and still going. He's looking for an 817. Come on. Again, you just have a feeling when a surfer is connecting with a wave, and you could tell all day long that Joel Taylor was onto a wave that was going to be a huge score. The Aussies are feeling it. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Let's go, Joel Taylor.
Holy moly. And you could just tell right away this wave was going to be a good wave. And he's got the momentum from the previous wave. Carves that first turn right into the pocket off the bottom. And he's just right under the lip in the perfect spot. Wave getting a little frothy on the inside, but no problem for Joel. Hits the lip on that one. Pauses for a moment to just end it with a double long floater over that end section there. That is a huge score.
Yeah,
We've got old versus young.
Well, that's the biggest score you can get. A 10-point ride for Joel Taylor. Kai trying to answer back with a huge hammer. But wow, Joel Taylor now with a 10 and a 9.83. He's just put himself in the top spot as the highest heat total. And what a time to do it in the finals. And look, I'm feeling like Nostradamus over here. Right when he paddled into that wave, I swear to you, the hairs started standing up on the back of my neck. And I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to jinx it.
I knew
that was going to be a 10.
I knew you were thinking it, though.
I mean, I think everybody knew it. After that first turn, you're just going, okay.
And you could just see, like, there's a little bump on the surface, but that wave was so clean on the takeoff. And
he couldn't have surfed it any better. It was perfect.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. And, you know, for all those young surfers out there, every round's not going to be perfect. So you have to grind your way through all those heats. Again, these guys, they were surfing in negative low tide. Someone still has to post scores, and this is their payoff. This is their reward for grinding through those tough conditions. Round one, round two. Even the semis were a little tricky. And now rewarded with excellent scores for everybody on offer. Holy moly.
And look how hyped Joel Taylor is. I mean, he's got to be sitting on top of the world right now. It's not over yet. We know how good Kai Kolis is. Clisson Suarez, you know, he's in a combo spot right now, but we know he can pull a rabbit out of his hat. We still got time, 7 minutes left. Bruno Hansen, I mean, there's a reason why he has 6 gold medals. He's been doing this at a high level for so long. He's down, but definitely not out.
Okay,
but for Team Australia in those top 2 spots, I mean, come on. What are we even seeing here? This is incredible.
It's crazy to think with a 9.5 and an 8.5 that you're in a combination situation. This is just one of the most dominant performances at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship that we've seen. And these are the 2 previous champions going to battle. Teammates, young versus old. There's so many different stories within the story of these 2 surfers.
And I'm still giving it up to the Irukandjis, the Spirit Award. I mean, all week long, dawn to dusk, they've been on the sand, cheering each other on, cheering for the rest of the teams as well. You know, they've been doing this really cool Australian tunnel where surfers who come in from their heats, they have a long line, and you know, they're doing the Aussie cheer. And I've seen other teams get that tunnel treatment as well from the Australians. So thank you so much to Team Australia for bringing that spirit. And here we go again, Kai Kolis. And that wave just got real bumpy, ran away from him, closes out. 5 minutes, 45 seconds left.
Wow. And if this isn't a sign to the Brisbane Paralympic Committee with these 2 Australian surfers showing what is possible in the sport of parasurfing and its viability as an Olympic sport. I mean, it's just, it's mind-blowing. We're awestruck, as you mentioned before, and I'm so honored to be here talking you through these amazing rides, and our action sports production team just getting all the shots, all the replays. It is just, this day is going to be a historic day.
It is. Well, shout out to our camera ops, AJ McClintock, Steve S.K. Kennedy, Neil Goss, and Pat Morrissey.
Yeah, boys.
I mean, they have been an elite squad. Not a second has been missed. Every wave covered from multiple angles. Drone pilot Tony DeMoria. Replays have been spot on from Ryan Ray. Jesse Westgard, audio expert. Dan Stafford on the graphics. Got G. O'Brien, our director. Mike Miller, our engineer. And our fearless leader, producer, Jay Johnson. Running multiple webcasts on different countries. I mean, Action Sports Production Squad, they are aces in the field of surf event production. And we're witnessing that right here with this replay. And again, watch this wave all day long. This is that perfect 10-point ride. So kids, take note. You want excellence? Just do this. The floater was my favorite part. I think that was a bit of an error. You know, you saw some weightlessness underneath him.
And he traveled, you know, a good 5 feet on that one. That was, oh, that floater. I'm going to go home and put that on slow motion and watch that again. That was incredible. He must have felt so good riding out of that floater going into the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other feeling like that when, as a surfer, you connect and, you know, do the perfect turn in the perfect spot of the wave. So easily rewarded the perfect 10, and you know that was about a split-second decision from our judges. I think he got the 10, you know, 3 turns in, and then he added 3 more.
Yes.
The judges were already riding 10s before the wave even ended. So now we're inside of 3 minutes to go. Joel Taylor in the lead. Kai Cullis unbelievably comboed with an 18-point total. I don't know if I've ever seen that in the sport of surfing. Closan Suarez looking for a 2-wave total of a 19.84. Bruno Hansen, this guy never gives up. And here we go, Suarez, the big floater.
And Bruno Hansen can be proud. He has paved the way for these athletes to do what they're doing. As Kai Cola's having a look, but I mean, he needs something better than a 9.93 just to get out of the combination situation. And I mean, this one is just about done. Joel Taylor, not done for Bruno Hansen, though.
Pretty rad story to have teammates and friendly rivals, Joel Taylor and Kai Cullis, basically at this point now trading off gold medals. You had Joel do it in 2023, Kai did it in 2024, and from the looks of it, it's going to be Joel Taylor as your world champion in just about 1 minute and 42 seconds. And not just winning, but dominating.
And Kai Cullis has been winning everything this year, winning all the stops of the AASP, 3-time consecutive champion. I mean, the kid's been unstoppable. And this was just Joel Taylor's moment. And I'm so stoked for him because he's just, you know, such a likable, humble guy.
Well, check this out. He said it wasn't over yet. Joel Taylor was in that #1 priority spot. Both surfers had a look at that last wave, so priority flips.
Oh.
I mean, with a minute to go, probably impossible for Kai Cullis to get 2 excellent scores, but we're not going to call it yet. We're not going to crown our champ yet. We got to wait 1 minute to see if Joel Taylor can lock this thing, because, hey, stranger things have happened. This is when you want to just stay out of the way. Do not make a priority error. And look at this, huge left for Kai Cullis. You can hear the beach going wild. Kai up into the lip. A massive snap to airdrop.
Oh!
No way. Kai Colas just went berserker mode. Biggest maneuver of the day. Biggest maneuver of the event.
And look at him.
That's got to be a 10. I mean, come on. That's how you finish a heat.
Every inch of my hair and skin is just.
That was the coolest thing I've seen. That was the probably the most impactful, most radical wave we've seen surfed of this entire contest. You knew it.
Easy.
You knew it.
The Australians.
This heat is historic.
What a day.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was one of those waves. When you saw him go up into the lip, you didn't even need to know. You knew he was going to make it. And then, I mean, I feel like he got a 10 for that first maneuver.
Yes.
And then he followed it up, backed himself up. If we went to 20 on the scale, that would have been a 20.
That would have been a 20.
That was insanity. That was... That needs to be, like, #1 on SportsCenter. That needs to be on the cover of every magazine and newspaper in Australia. That was so radical.
And, you know, he didn't win gold, but he sure did win our hearts on that last one. And
Look at these heat totals. 19.50 for second place. 19.83 for Joel Taylor. The Australians came through like wrecking balls in that heat. That was, I mean, come on. That was the heat of the event. Give it up for the Irukandjis. They bring the sting and more.
The heat of the history of the event. I mean, and Joel, he's like, what just happened?
Yeah.
He's like, you got a 10 also?
There's 10s flying all over the place for Team Australia.
Kai Colas is like, sorry, big fella, I had to get a 10
I had to do
you.
it.
And you mentioned that quick little priority change also. So they both went for that previous wave. And let's have a look. This wave is huge.
Yeah.
And he bounces a little bit right there. And just look at it where he's looking. Eyes set on the lip. Huge. Looking at, oh my goodness. Dropping 5 feet straight into the barrel. And then side slipping his way to, how in the world did he make that? What incredible athleticism and just tenacity to make those turns.
Can we do 2 gold medals? I mean, can we get the rule book out? That was controlled chaos for Kai Colas, and definitely a #1 spot on the highlight package. I am just completely blown away. I just, unbelievable what we just witnessed. So congratulations to Joel Taylor and Team Australia. Gold medal performance, 2 perfect 10s in that heat. The waves are pumping, and we know that we have more elite level action to come. Celebration begins for the Irukandjis. A near perfect heat. And yeah, I'm gonna say it, that's probably the best final we've seen in parasurfing history.
That was insane.
Just incredible stuff. Wow, we got to gather ourselves. The party is about to begin for the Irukandjis, but we're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Coming up next, your men's kneel final. We'll be right back after these brief messages.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused, very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Here's a replay. Oh, actually live for red.
Jackson Santos up and riding, driving down the line, setting himself up hard off the lip, ditches the fins free, throws in the claim for the Gato out of Brazil on his opening ride. Incredible performance. Shannon Hughes along, 3-time parasurfing world champion. Liv Stone called the action. Liv, your arms are high in the air right now.
My mouth is open. That was the most critical move from our surfer in red, D. Jackson Santos.
Up against Maxime Caban from France, Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales, and Juan Martin Diaz Martinez from Team Mexico. What a great way to kick things off. We've got a 6-point ride on the board already for Sponge, so we'll take a look at that replay in a moment. We've got a score to drop in for Jackson Santos with fins free on that opening turn.
I cannot wait to see that replay, hopefully in a little slow-mo. And I mean, he released those fins phenomenally, an absolutely incredible opening ride for red. Talk about, Shannon, we were just watching those 210s from the heat before, from Prone 1. This is absolutely the most phenomenal day in parasurfing I have ever witnessed. The waves are providing, I mean, we have huge scoring opportunities with 210s and then a 10 earlier from Alali. Coming in at a 9.33, another excellent score. I mean, I just have chills.
This is an insane day of surfing. I mean, the way the conditions have lined up, providing very, big swell, a lot of current. There's a lot to consider when it comes to the surfing itself, with really, really good open face opportunities, but with a lot of consequence to them as well because it's big out there. It's not small. It's not kind of tapering off swell like we had earlier through the week. That swell has arrived today, and the surfers are rising to the occasion to make sure that we are getting an absolute show and a display of excellent surfing in every single heat that we watch. Let's take a look at this first wave from Llewellyn Sponge Williams, the 6-point ride.
Sponge up and riding here, deep off the bottom, right up into the lip. That wave doesn't really have anything else to offer. He comes through to the inside, kicks out. Great turn on the outside for Llewellyn. Here's Red's replay. Perfect position, up into the pocket, nice snap, waiting for this end section, and absolutely releases so much of the tail there, throwing so much spray on the outside that he claims that. Surfer in red.
Full fin release for his opening turn, a 9.33, and that's got to set some, nerves into the rest of his competitors out in the lineup. Sponge Williams has been on a tear. He's won so many of these world championships, and now it's going to be a big ask. Maxime Caban also going up for a huge re-entry for his opening wave. Just doesn't time it quite right, but I like what he's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that section was a bit too steep, and he got up a little bit late, so unable to ride out there. But, I mean, these waves are ridiculous. It's absolutely insane to watch.
Wow, let's just take a breath for a moment because the end of that last heat, Liv, I mean, we've just started with action like this. The finish of that last heat between Joel Taylor and Kai Kales for Team Australia was mental.
No, absolutely mental. I believe that was the best heat I've ever seen in any parasurfing competition throughout the years. I mean, with this being the best finals days we've ever witnessed, that heat to drop 2 10s, Kai had a 10 and a 9, and he lost.
He had a 19.50 heat total and lost the heat because Joel
ridiculous.
Taylor had a 10 and a 9.83 for a 19.83 heat total.
Absolutely
that was
speechless.
Unbelievable. We knew that those two were going to continue pushing each other. They've been talking about it in their post-heat interviews. They're teammates as well, so they're spending heaps of time together when they're not out in the jersey, but all their time on land. And it's really awesome to see the way that the two of those are just pushing this sport to the absolute limits.
Talk about a rivalry. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen that close of a heat with 2 10s. I don't know if I've ever witnessed a 2 10s in a heat, to be honest. And to back it up with 2 9s, it's just, my mind is blown, Shannon. I barely have any words.
I mean, there are very few surfers in the history of competitive surfing that have scored a perfect heat, which is 2 10s, right?
Exactly.
A 20-point heat total. It has happened across, level like the WSL Championship Tour multiple times, but very few in the context of professional surfing. And to see it get that close here for finals day at the Parasurfing World Championships is really, really exciting stuff, especially considering the level of consequence that we are seeing in the waves ridden today.
As we take a look now at Sponge, so he's up and riding on his second ride. He's got a 6 so far. Nice rail work as he carves through those first couple of turns. He's looking for a big finish here as he takes the right straight into the pier. And he's just demonstrating so much control. I love the use of his whole body within that as he'll shoot the pier, making it look really, really easy as he just exits onto the south side. He'll have an easier paddle out there as well. But, you know, really changing up his arm positioning on the rail with every single turn that he's making so that those turns are even more critical.
Yeah, Sponge from Wales just looking so smooth through the bumpy face of that wave there. He surfs conditions like this all the time out in Wales when the water's freezing, the waves are pumping, and it's pretty windy. So he's looking comfortable out there, navigating through the ribs of the wave, switching back and forth between each turn. Sarah, his wife down there, or girlfriend, I should say, she's so nervous. She gets so nervous before every heat. She's like almost crying and hyperventilating. There she's calling for Sponge.
Thankfully, in the previous 3 years of this event, her nerves have been calmed greatly because it's been her boyfriend, Sponge Williams, who's walked away with those 3 world titles starting in 2022, backing it up in 2023, and then again in 2024. We've got a score, 7.67 now on the board for Sponge Williams. He's jumped up into that leading position. However, we will make note that Jackson Santos has that 9.33, so he's only chasing down a 4.34 to take away the gold.
Yeah, Surfer in Red's going to need to get a solid backup score. Here's Blue looking for this wave. I mean, these waves are next level. Here goes White.
A paddle for Juan Martinez. Has a 1.87 on the board, but this is really going to be his first wave. Gets things going with that opening turn, setting himself up to see if this wave reforms on the inside to give him that critical section to finish off with. It's hard to tell from this angle for us how much of the face of that wave is really standing up on the inside. And I think you can tell just by how kind of, you know, searing but soft at the same time those turns are as he comes through to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Great opening ride for Juan Martin.
Well, down to 15 minutes to go on the clock. We've got scores to drop in our current men's Neil final, but the last final, men's Prone 1, set the standard for parasurfing globally. We've got the 2 Australians down on the glass, Joel Taylor, Kai Kales. What an incredible performance.
I have the honor and privilege being down here with greatness, first and second in that last division. 2 perfect 10s for Team Australia. Kai, first I want to ask you, you started the heat out with a bang, a couple of huge scores by Joel, and you weren't done yet. There was that little bit of a paddle exchange with the priority, and then that perfect 10 came to you. Tell us what that wave felt like and what it felt like to ride out of that wave.
Yeah, well, I knew I had some good scores, and then Joel had me comboed with like 14 minutes left, so I just thought I may as well look around, find one good wave, and just happened to find that one in the last minute. And I literally don't even really know what happened, to be honest. Like, I hit it, and I fell so high up and landed, and then I see another section and hit that one. But, yeah, it was pretty crazy.
It was super crazy. You are going to love the replay. It was one of the most incredible things. Literally, the whole booth was bumping. The whole beach was bouncing. But, Joel, mate, I am so stoked for you. You had to grind out those low tide, bumpy round 1, round 2, and you were rewarded with perfect conditions, and you had the near perfect heat. Can you just tell us what was going on in that heat?
Yeah, so Kai started off with a couple really good scores, and so I thought it's only going to take 2 waves, so I sort of waited and got a high 9, and yeah, I wanted a 10. I've never had a 10 in an ISA event before, so yeah, I got lucky and got a runner all the way to the inside, and yeah, I was pretty stoked. And I knew Kai is capable of, like, I had him in combo with, like you said, 14 minutes to go, and I knew he's more than capable to get 2 10s. So I sort of had to sit on him and wait it out, and I, got really lucky, and yeah, so stoked to win another world title, and just stoked to have a rival like Kyle that's able to push me and push the sport to the next level.
What a great rivalry in this division and many other divisions. And so what do you think it would take to get this parasurfing into the Olympics 2032? It's in Brisbane. What do you have to say to the people out there about parasurfing?
Oh, it's amazing. Look at the people here. It's inspiration. The word inspiration gets thrown around a lot in society, and you look around on the beach here today, and it is truly inspirational what these surfers are able to do. And we want to showcase that to the world in the Paralympics. And our next best is at home in Australia, in Brisbane. Hopefully we can do it. I'll be 52 years old, but I'm going to be doing everything I can to be there and represent my country on the biggest stage.
Well, congratulations to you guys. Well done. You earned it. Back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, what an incredible performance for the two Australians. Of course, it's Joel Taylor in the green jersey there, who walks away now a two-time world champion. He took out the win back in 2023. And then Kai Coles, he's also a former world champ. He's going to walk away with a silver this year, but really pushing surfing to the limits. As we take a look at some live action, we're in the men's kneel final. Jackson Santos already has a 9.33, and he's up and riding once again, trying to pump through that inside section. Got the work done on the outside, though. That's going to take him back into that gold medal position as he's chasing down that 4.34 live.
Yeah, great ride from Red there. Didn't quite open up as much as I think he would have liked. However, it will definitely, I think, be that requirement. However, Sponge is sitting out there with priority, so it's honestly anyone's game at this point. Yeah, I'd love to see the two Aussies down there representing with the most incredible heat I've ever seen in my life. Kai, I have no idea how he rode out of that, and he didn't even realize, you know, like Anthony asking, how did that feel? And I don't even think Kai even realized that it really sunk in that he rode out of two massive maneuvers. I mean, he airdropped out of the sky, and then Joel taking the win there.
Yeah, that was some impressive surfing to get done in the final as well. Talk about a time to peak. Well, scores are in to Jackson Santos. It's just shy by 0.01. I can't believe it. A 4.33 on the board now for Jackson Santos. Still needs that 4.34 to take the leading position, Liv.
Just barely, and I think that's going to give some momentum for Sponge here. He knows he's still in the lead, and it can be hard for the leaderboard to just keep switching back and forth and back and forth. So the momentum might switch here in the favor of Sponge.
We've got a paddle from Surfer in Blue, Maxime Caban from Team France. Team France has been on an absolute tear so far, and Maxime is looking to just continue adding to those points, those valuable points for Team Gold, which France essentially has stitched up at this stage. He is currently sitting in a combination situation, and the former three-time French champion, former silver medalist or runner-up for the European Championships, is looking to try and find himself two new waves to get into that gold medal spot.
Sarah, always carrying so much stoke on the beach. Incredible human there, Sarah from Wales, cheering on Sponge. Sponge, you can just throw some incredible spray and incredible maneuvers, so he has priority, and he's going to keep it as long as he can and only go on a wave that he feels like is going to improve that 7.6 or 6-point ride. So we have a heat on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
We certainly do, as we have
Team Wales representing.
Wales currently sitting in that leading position. Team Mexico, Juan Martinez, chasing down an 8.90. He is 31 years old from Mazatlan. He's been surfing for about 10 years and spends his life really pouring into the sport community there. He's actually the founder of a project called Blue Therapy, and it promotes surfing as a form of recreation and personal development to enhance on the skills of being a good human being. So we love seeing more and more of these surfers pouring into their home communities, using surfing as a tool for the change for good in their communities.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's something that Martinez in the white jersey is really, really passionate about. And, you know, what better person to be running a foundation like that than someone who's competing in the finals at the World Championships?
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Doing his country proud, no doubt. With pocket fours here, he's put together a nice heat. Looking super solid on that board that he's riding with a lot of control. Just not able to really find a huge open face like we've seen from the other surfers in the previous heat as well as here. but doing well nonetheless. I can't believe it's 13.67 to 13.66. Just a narrow difference by 0.01. And I see Sponge there using his priority card, rightfully so. He's going to go sit on red. I've done that a handful of times in my competition endeavors where I've used that priority. I mean, it's competition surfing. It's grindy. It's what makes competition surfing what it is, and you have to really make the most of using that priority to your advantage. Red has third priority. Llewellyn has first, so he has any say. Red trying to catch a wave underneath him, but just can't quite get there.
Now, in this situation, Liv, if you're sitting in Sponge Williams' position, you're in the lead with good scores, but not excellent scores yet, and you're holding on to priority. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Are you surfing to try and find a score, or are you starting to enter that defensive mode to prevent Jackson Santos from getting the score he needs to take away that gold position?
You know, Sponge knows that Santos has a 9.33. That's a huge number. So Sponge is going to sit on him and make sure that he doesn't get anything to get a 4.34, which isn't a very big requirement. So I think Sponge is doing a little bit of both. He's doing some blocking, and he's looking at the back to make sure he's not going to miss out on an opportunity to get like an 8.9 point ride to really solidify that lead. So it's all about a kind of a mental head game now, kind of playing priority and waiting for those waves.
No better person to break things down than a 3-time world champion in the booth, Liv Stone.
Oh gosh, I had 3 shots of espresso before this heat, and I feel so nervous.
A little bit jittery. No, it's been so fun to be able to call the action alongside you, Liv, and we've got even more coming because it's finals day, and we have more finals to be surfed, more champions to be crowned before our closing ceremonies a little bit later this afternoon. Taking a look here, you can really see that Llewellyn is sticking to the game plan that you would have yourself, Liv.
Absolutely.
Shut down every opportunity that comes close to Jackson Santos getting that score. As we take a look now at Maxime with a great opportunity in front of him. First opening snap, sets it up for a second.
Oh.
Comes in high off the lip and just can't hold on to the finish.
Really, really good looking ride there from Blue. Just not able to ride out, but throwing some good turns out the back, showing that he deserves to be in this final. Red takes a look.
All right, so Llewellyn's going to let him go on this one. Jackson now into a single big maneuver, but he falls.
Oh, that's huge in this heat right now. I mean, if he was able to ride out of that, he would have switched the heat, no doubt.
Easily.
Now he cannot.
It's a huge loss of opportunity.
Wow, I just got goosebumps there. I mean, I really thought he was going to ride out of that one. You can see the frustration he has there. Llewellyn playing it right. I mean, that wave for Sponge, I don't know would have bettered his score there. And he actually wasn't even in the right position for that wave. So not going on that one was smart. Here goes Blue's wave. Love to break this down. Deep off the bottom. Nice up into the lip. A little bit unsteady here. There's some chop, but just comes unstuck there.
And Jackson had this one opportunity.
Right up into the lip, goes so vertical, and just digs rail. I mean, I totally expected him to ride out on that, and Sponge did a really good job at selling that wave.
Also, Sponge is now still holding priority. So the moment Jackson Santos is back out there again, Sponge is going to be right on top of him.
I mean, extremely smart surfing from Sponge. I've been in this position. I believe I've had a 7 and a 6, just like Sponge, and I got priority, and I didn't let it go unless I absolutely needed to, so really, really smart surfing from our surfer in green, representing his home country of Wales.
That's right. He lost his leg at 16 after being hit by a car while skateboarding in 2011 and made a shocking recovery. That injury took place in September. He made it home by Christmas, and he had suffered a variety of major injuries after being hit by a car. So unfortunate. But waking up in the hospital, his drive was always to get back into the surf. He was already a surfer. He loved being in the ocean. His friends and family even filled his hospital room with pictures of waves and you know, the car fresheners, the Sex Wax car fresheners, they hung those in his hospital room, so he had like the scent of it and everything, just to keep him motivated to know that once he got out of the hospital, regardless, he was going to be able to get back into the ocean and just get that salt water in his skin. Little did he know that he would turn into a world champion surfer out of that accident and that tragedy.
Not only a 3-time world champion, a back-to-back-to-back world champion. And in 2.5 minutes, we'll see if he can get a 4th.
He has entered 51 competitions in his life of competing.
Wow.
50 podium finishes. The only event that he did not make the podium one was the first contest he ever surfed in. Fair. And now here he is once again on the podium and continuing his gold reign should he shut things down for the Gato, Jackson Santos out of Brazil. He's trying very hard to scratch away.
No, he's not going to let him out of his sight, that's for sure.
There's no way he's going to let him out of his sights. Here goes an opportunity, though, and it's Jackson Santos now up and riding. Is he going to find that open face? It shuts down in front of him. I appreciate his tenacity to just continue looking for something. It's going to take, you know, just even that single maneuver. He got a 9.33 on one single maneuver, but that was from a set wave out the back.
And that wave that he fell on was so vertical, and he threw so much spray out the back, I'm sure, for Sponge to see. So Sponge is just taking a deep breath right now that he's not currently getting that score. However, it's a 1.5 minutes, and he absolutely can. It is so close.
Wow, I can't believe this is the way things are panning out now. 1 minute, 20 seconds to go. Jackson had that 9.33 in the first couple minutes of this heat and has not been able to back it up strongly enough. As we take a look now at Juan Martinez, and he's just going to fall on that opening turn, so that's not going to help his campaign. Both him and Maxime are looking for excellent scores. Maxime needs a perfect 10, which they're out there. We've seen multiple of them dropped in competition today. 1 minute remaining on the clock, and we'll see if he's able to find anything that gives him the chance. An 8.9 is a requirement for Juan, but it's that 4.34 that we've been really concerned about for Jackson Santos. If he's going to have the chance to get it, we would love to see him surf to his best potential to get into that gold position, but we also love seeing the dynamic of Llewellyn Sponge Williams holding on to that priority, utilizing it for his competitive advantage.
He's going to pull the trigger here. Oh, I don't know if that was a paddle.
Oh, that's going to be an interesting one. We'll see if anything changes. 25 seconds remaining on the clock. Right now, Jackson Santos actually is not in a priority position because he's on the inside. So regardless, Llewellyn would still end up with higher priority than Jackson Santos in the water. And here we go with Santos having a look here. He's been unable to find himself with another opportunity. And team manager Sarah Gibbons feeling it for her boyfriend out in the lineup. An incredible performance. Very well surfed, and mostly the strategy that came into play for Llewellyn Sponge Williams to be crowned a 4-time Neil World Champion here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and Liv Stone 4 in a row is absolutely unprecedented.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible there. So stoked for Llewellyn Sponge going back to back to back to back. Incredible. I mean, such great heat strategy there. You know, just because someone gets the highest wave score of the heat does not mean they'll run away with it. Sarah getting so excited.
Wow, I cannot wait to hear the interview with him after the end of this to know, you know, did he have any of those doubts hearing that giant score drop for Jackson Santos? It did not get the best of him. We've got a 7.67 on the board and a 6-point ride from our surfer from Wales, Llewellyn Sponge Williams. An incredibly, incredibly strong performance. And the team is going to chair him up the beach. Well, great surfing from Llewellyn. And coming up in our next heat is going to be our women's Neil division. We've got multiple-time world champions in the lineup there as we see Llewellyn Sponge Williams just being chaired up the beach here, grabbing the Welsh flag, flying it proudly, taking on his 4th world title in a row. Absolutely incredible performance. Very proud of Llewellyn Sponge Williams. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, we'll hear from the champion himself, 4-time world champion Sponge Williams.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the action here for the women's kneel final at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's 2025 and Victoria Feige is going for her sixth, I almost said fifth, but she already has 5 world titles. She is going for her 6th gold medal here for Team Canada in the water up against France's Emmanuelle Blanchette.
Such an exciting heat we have here in the water, Victoria. The winningest para surfer woman, I believe, in the world.
She certainly is. She's going for that 6th world title, which would be unbelievable. Emma Dieters for Australia going for another world title as well. She's already a world champion in Prone 1 and in Prone 2, and now she's surfing a brand new division in the kneel classification. Those 3 surfers up against Vera from Team Brazil. As we take a look at live action now with Victoria up and riding, she has been barrel hunting in her free time every chance she gets. And if there's going to be a barrel out there to be found today, it will be ridden by Victoria Feige.
Absolutely. She's been totally barrel hunting Shannon. I had the privilege of talking with her after her post-heat interview, and she's like, I hope it's Big Friday morning. And I'm like, I hope for your sake it is too.
It certainly will work to her advantage with the conditions out there today. And with 22 minutes on the clock, let's go down to the beach. Anthony Vela alongside the 4-time world champion, Sponge Williams.
Wow, Sponge, that was absolutely incredible. Hard work out there. You're still breathing heavy. Jackson threw the 933 early on in the round. You only caught 2 waves, but you only needed 2 waves. Tell us what you were thinking out there with all the water moving around and the high score from your competitor.
Yeah, so that 933 right at the start, I've been watching Jackson through the whole competition. I know he can score big. And yeah, guys on the beach like Roy and Mono came to talk to me, and that's like, you just need 2 waves. Normally I go for as many waves as I can, but I just needed them 2 waves to count. And luckily on that first one, I missed all the pylons and got through the pier to the other side. I was really happy about that. And then, yeah, I got the other one, and then it was just playing the game, like priority game, and just sticking on that one. And yeah, it's just, there's a lot more to it than just catching waves and having a good time, really. We're here working, we won the gold medal, and yeah, I've did my job.
Yes, you're playing the game quite well, and you have been doing that for previous years. 4 times International Surfing Association World Champion. How does this one compare, if you can remember back to your first one 4 years ago? How does this one compare to the first one?
So, yeah, the first one in 2022, I think it was. So in 2021, I had an interference call, and I lost the first place position in the last 3 minutes. So I just built myself determined to get it in 2022. And yeah, now it's even more work to try and keep it. So I've been working for 10 years to get it, and now it's even more work, and competition's getting tougher, and more people are joining the community. It's just great to see it grow and the push to Paralympics to come in 2032, hopefully. So yeah, there's a lot more work to be done.
And I'll give you one chance at the end to say anything you'd like to your loved ones and your sponsors.
Yeah, so huge thanks to Sarah, my team manager, and Ollie that's joined us this year. Oh yeah, and it's Sarah's mum's birthday, so happy birthday, Pebble Happy. There you go.
Happy birthday, Mum. Love you. What a bloody day. Mwah.
Yeah, thank you to my sponsors, Graham Heath Construction, Gimler Rock Campsite, Domaine de June Wine Company, and DW Williams & Sons. Yeah, without the support, we can't do this. And yeah, just hopefully more people come on board and want to support us amazing athletes to carry on doing the dream.
Excellent. Well, what a bloody day. And back to you guys for more.
Thanks so much. Awesome to hear from Llewellyn Sponge Williams from his support team down on the beach. A 4th title, nearly would have been 5th had Mono Stewart not stolen away.
Yes. I was
that win
watching
back
on the
in
pier.
2021.
I was watching on the pier when that happened, and everyone was like, no way. Like, we felt so bad for him because he had such a good heat. And then that priority interference, it was a complete accident. And, but then the next year he just came back and then went back to back to back. So opening ride here for the women's kneel final, opening ride for Victoria was a 6.
Very impressive start for Victoria Feige out of Canada, the 5-time gold medalist, going for a 6th now. She wasn't here in competition last year, took the year off from wearing the jersey, and now she's back in. She said, you know, coming in with a little bit less kind of pressure, obviously very, very high expectations on herself to perform and get another gold medal, but really just kind of here to have fun and also spend some time really connecting with the female athletes and giving more opportunity for those conversations to be happening live. You know, to share the positives and the negatives of where everyone's at in their surfing journey and how, as a pack of women parasurfers, they can be helping each other to continue to improve the sport overall.
Yeah, exactly. Victoria's one of those women that's like absolutely carrying the torch for women's parasurfing, and she's such a great spokesperson and just really wants the community of women parasurfers to come together and to be stronger as one. So I love that message from her, and she's charging on massive waves all around the world, getting barreled, doing all of it. And yeah, I love that she took a year off. You know, I know what that's like to have so much pressure on yourself, and we're our own worst critics. And so great for her to be able to take off the jersey for a bit, reconvene, and now she has a 6 to start off her campaign here at the Women's Kneel Finals.
We'll see if anyone else is able to steal that gold away from her. Vera Quaresma from Brazil with a 2.60 on the board. Emmanuelle Blanchette from France with no scores to her name, and same for Emma Dieters of Australia. Now for Emma, this is an interesting one. It's her first time competing in the kneeling division. She took out the win in the women's prone division for a gold medal in women's prone 1 and then in women's prone 2 over the years, and she's been reclassified a couple of times, Liv, and I would love, we'll see if anyone's able to get into this wave. From this angle, it looks like no one's going to have a paddle for it. I'd love for you to talk to us about that classification process that Dr. Mo Johnson spends so much time working on with these
absolutely. Dr. Mo spends so much time just creating these rules over the past 10 years. She's been so involved in trying to make the playing field equal for everyone. And so for Emma here, you know, she started off, like you said, in that prone 2. You know, and then Dr. Mo probably thought it might not be the most fair considering the abilities that she does have. And then so to prone 1 she went, and then to the next classification. And that just goes to show the sheer variety of surfers that we have here of all different types of abilities. I've talked before, you know, my limb difference isn't going to change. However, people's circumstances that they do have and the disabilities that they have change. And Dr. Mo Johnson's absolutely on top of that and making sure the playing field is equal for everyone here.
And that's what we've seen come through in Emma's life, as she has enough mobility and ability to be competing in the kneeling division. She's going to have a paddle at this wave in the green jersey, has a look, unable to get into it. So this heat just being a little bit more sleepy to start off with. These women also have been watching the surf throughout the morning. They've seen those bomb sets come through that are breaking pretty decent amount of the way out on the pier.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're sitting pretty far out. I'm sure Victoria saw those 10s and is just frothing.
So she'll be hoping to take off on one of these solid waves. They know there's not really, you know, there's no use in wasting time on the smaller waves on the inside. Waiting for the sets is what it's all about. Having a look here, our surfer in blue nearly gets into it for Emmanuelle. Just can't quite scratch into it. And Victoria changing up her positioning as well out in the lineup. 15 minutes remaining on the clock right now, Liv, and we have 2 more divisions, or sorry, it is actually 2 more divisions, 2 more heats specifically to crown finalists in before we finish out our day. So our men's stand 1 and our men's stand 2 will be the final finals of finals day.
It's gone. The finals of finals day.
Of the 12 finals of Run on Finals Day. We also had 4 of the women's finals yesterday, so that was really awesome to see, you know, some repeat world champions being crowned as well as some new world champions, and we're going to get to celebrate each and every one of our medalists at the closing ceremony.
Yeah, so exciting to see each and every one of our finalists here be given a gold or a medal of whatever caliber. Obviously, I love that we have that copper because it gives that 4th place finisher the opportunity to medal.
And that's something that's unique to the ISA, that the ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, introduced into the ISA, you know, competitions to the World Surfing Games and filtered through to everything else. Where at the Olympics, you have
just
gold,
3,
silver, and bronze. With that 4th person, there's typically a bronze medal match to be competed in whatever the sport is.
Exactly.
And the winner then wins the medal, and the loser doesn't win a medal. So it's awesome that here at all ISA events that 4th place competitor is also included in the conversation.
I mean, to make a final in general here is such an achievement. So to be rewarded for that, I think is a great idea.
The closing ceremonies will be taking place around 1 p.m. this afternoon. So if you're in the area, if you're tuning in and you can hop in your car and drive down, it's a great opportunity to just see so many of these teams together to celebrate what an incredible week of surfing it is. To meet in person the faces that you've seen on screen and these incredible competitors.
Yeah, if you're in the area, definitely come out for closing ceremonies. It's always so emotional, I feel like, with each gold medalist playing their national anthem. One of my favorite parts of the closing ceremonies here. So rad that it's in Oceanside, California. Such a beautiful view here at the iconic pier, north side. Getting some west swell in the water, so that current is sweeping into the pier, but here goes Victoria.
Victoria having a look at this one, just can't scratch into it. It looks like it's just a little bit more kind of soft and slopey out there with conditions at the moment. We're just off the high tide, was about 2 hours ago, so that tide's starting to drain. And we now have a set approaching. We'll see if Emma's able to get into this one. Nice strong paddle, unfortunately just caught on the outside too much. It's a pretty tricky one when you're making those decisions on committing to only needing to catch 2 waves like Sponge Williams was talking about in his post heat. Like keeping it in mind that he didn't need to catch 5 or 6 waves. He needed 2 waves to win the heat, and that's exactly what he did. And deciding on where to be out in the lineup. As we see Emma Dieters here popping up to those knees, using those handles on the front of her board, getting some great turns connected together as well, as she is just driving through with a lot of speed and power to the inside section here.
Yeah, I love her stability there, using those handles to make sure she doesn't get bucked off the board. So really well done from Emma Dieters in the green representing Team Australia. I had the privilege of doing one of her interviews and telling her officially that she made it into these finals with her scores. I got that information from Ben up in the booth, and I wanted to make sure because, you know, you just never know with semifinals, and I didn't want to tell her the wrong information, so we waited. It was a bit intense, and it was so awesome to be able to tell her that. Here goes White.
So exciting to see her into the finals here as we see Vera with a huge takeoff. She's looking now to pop up to her knees if she's going to be able to, but just unable to find that steady rhythm for the moment.
Man, it's tough out there. You can see the wind has really picked up, so that drop out the back is going to be critical to be able to stay steady.
And that was a decent sized cleanup set. We could see Emmanuel just get caught on the inside of it, but she's back onto that board already and in a good position. Another set approaching. As far as strategy goes, Victoria's choosing to stay really close to the pier there, potentially eyeing off those rights a little bit more than the lefts, where the rest of the field has been kind of more spread out, surfing towards the north end of the contest area here.
Yeah, you can just see lines out the back, Shannon. This swell absolutely filling in. Had so many amazing waves on offer for the best finals day I have ever witnessed in my 7 years of competing or just coming to support the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And what a place to have it here in Oceanside, my home break. even though I'm based back home in Pennsylvania, I still consider this spot one of my favorite places in the world and a home break always. Victoria there by the pier. See if these lines approaching give any one of our competitors a scoring opportunity here. I love that we have a bit of an earlier day today just because of that tide draining out in the evenings have been so difficult for those afternoon heats. So we were able to bank in some finals yesterday, crown some world champions, and then able to finish up a bit earlier before that tide drained out, making it extremely difficult for our surfers.
Yeah, it's been great that it's timed out really well for finals day, for really decent conditions. This heat just being a little bit slower, we got kind of a lull in the waves that are coming through, and we haven't had any of those really solid sets on the outside section when anyone's been in position for them. There we can see that our surfer in blue, Emmanuelle, is putting herself into position representing France. She is a water woman. She's been a Neil parasurfer since 2001, and she's taken out multiple ISA medals. The bronze medal back in 2022, the copper medal in 2023, and then last year in 2024, she found herself with that 5th place finish, which meant she just lost out on actually advancing into the finals. So it's great to see that she was able to work on, you know, her performance in this year's event to advance back into this final round. But she's going to be wanting to go for gold. And right now, it is still wide open. There's only a 6-point requirement on the board to tie with Victoria Feige, who's currently sitting in that leading position off of the strength of a single score. Requirements across the board are minor aside from that 6-0-1 requirement for the surfer in blue from France to take away that leading position.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a 3.34 needed for Vera. So, you know, Victoria opening her campaign with a 6 is really solid, but she needs to get that second wave. We saw in the heat prior, surfer from Brazil had a 9-point ride and still lost the heat, so she's going to need to get a backup score. I'm seeing big sets out the back, so Victoria's scratching over there. Doesn't want to get caught on the inside. And she's going for gold, no doubt. The winningest woman in the world right now for parasurfing.
All right, we'll see if anyone's able to get into this next wave. Blue having a look here. Emmanuelle. Nice paddle. Is she going to be able to make the drop? It's so hard to make a drop when you're caught in the top of the whitewater. But Victoria now up and riding. Flying down the line, looking to bring home a 6th world title here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Should she do that, she will tie with Bruno Hansen officially as the 2 most winning surfers for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Just incredible from Victoria there. Love that style. Releasing her hands from the board and throwing that turn in the pocket shows so much control for our surfer in red. Paddling back out. Another solid score to come through. I'm thinking it's going to better her 6-point ride because she got a really nice turn on the outside, so we'll see where the judges go for that. Waiting for scores to drop in from our heat leader to try and solidify that lead even further. Vera now with priority sitting out the back, waiting for that a next set wave. It looks like the waves have kind of gone flat a little bit, but with 6 minutes, I believe we're going to see a little flurry of waves here.
And Vera just all on her own. She has every opportunity if the ocean decides to wake up. It's looking a little bit sleepy at the moment for her. Like you said, she's in priority. She is an awesome competitor at this year's contest. She is actually a student and a holistic health practitioner. She wants to live an inclusive and fair life with so much respect for nature, which, you know, she really finds in that connection with the ocean and
Absolutely.
living a life in the sea. She says for kneeboarding specifically, it gives her this opportunity to have fun. It's like therapy for her, and it's a great opportunity for her to make friends when she's out in the lineup. She's got so many friends down here on the beach from Team Brazil cheering her on and from around the world. And we'll see if she's able to chase down that big score now, because the requirements have just shifted in a massive way in favor of Victoria Feige. She's got a 5.77 now on the board, Liv, and the requirements into the 9-point range plus on the rest of the field.
Absolutely strengthening her lead there. Here goes
Emma Dieters with a decent takeoff, but gets bounced off.
Yeah, like I said, that drop is so hard with the ribs in the face of the wave. Really have to hold on tight, and she did the best that she could, but that wave just bucked her off.
4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on the clock. And at the moment, it is looking to swing in favor of the Canadian to tie with the most world titles ever here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, to tie it up with Bruno Hansen representing Denmark, who went on an absolute tear in the early years. And having a look, Vera had an opportunity there, just was unable to pop up quickly enough to ride out of that wave.
That wave was gnarly. She'll get right up out the back, so she's going to have another opportunity. However, I can't help but wonder if Vera was able to ride out of some of those earlier waves, that 2.43 that she fell on, would she have more of a campaign going for her now with 4 minutes left?
Another opportunity, a great looking wave in front. Is she going to be able to get into it? Couple of paddles, just can't quite find the speed and projection she needs on the takeoff.
I love how Vera there, she came unstuck on that last wave and she literally paddled right out and in half a second turned to paddle for another wave. So she is definitely fearless out there, just sending it on all the bigger waves here because she needs a 9.1, and I just love her commitment there. Like, it doesn't seem to faze her that she needs a higher score.
That's right. She's, you know, absolutely on it from the competitive aspect of making sure that she's in the right position to try and get herself into something. She's holding on to priority again. Even that, caught 2 waves, being able to flip back out again, get herself into that leading priority position over the rest of the field, who has a longer paddle ahead of them.
Absolutely. Vera showing so much heat knowledge here, sending it. That board looking really good underneath her, just coming a little bit unstuck, unfortunately, for our surfer in white representing Team Brazil.
And that battle for silver is still wide open as well. You know,
So
just
close.
having the 2-point rides on the board for Vera and for Emma, for Emmanuelle, she's got every opportunity to walk away still with that silver medal, although she finds herself in a combination situation to chase down the gold. It's really just within her grasp for her to walk away still with that silver. And of course, we've been talking about it through the day so far. It's finals day, so we're crowning individual gold medalists, but we're also going to be crowning team medalists. And every single placement today, not just taking away the win, but walking away silver, bronze, or copper, is going to add valuable points for each of these surfers towards those team dynamics at the end of the day.
Yeah, I just love the team medals. It really brings a sense of camaraderie down here on the beach when you have all the different athletes throwing out different chants, the Aussies and Team USA and Brazil, France, leading with a really stacked team, everyone.
That's right. And when it comes to those, you know, the placings of the team from last year have influenced all of the seedings for every surfer this year. So Team France is in red in basically every heat that they pedal out in from the start of the contest, because they're the highest seeded team coming in overall, so each of their surfers gets to be the highest ranked surfer. Each of those placings comes into play and makes it maybe slightly an easier road or a slightly more difficult road on those surfers early on in the event, based off of their seedings and who they're going to be drawing against.
Yeah, I would say it gives them a bit of an advantage. However, you know, the individual surfer really has to, no matter where you're seated, oh my gosh, big wave out the back.
Huge wave breaking all the way through the pier. And that's got to be the biggest set that we've seen. I have not seen a set fully break on that outside section yet. And it's Vera in position. She's made the drop. She's fighting hard to pop up to her knees, and she's done it. Excellent takeoff. That was a wild section, and commitment all on the line for Vera. This is going to be really good to continue solidifying her in that silver medal position. She's still chasing a 9.1 to take the win, so this is going to chip away at that as well, but really to make the ask bigger on Emma and Emmanuelle to be able to take away that silver from her.
Yeah, to be honest, Shannon, I think that wave had a 9.1 opportunity. However, she just wasn't able to get to her knees quite fast enough. Here goes Victoria.
Victoria on the inside, as we're suddenly down to 10 seconds on the clock. I can't believe how fast that last 5 minutes flew by.
Absolutely.
Victoria Feige now on a victory lap on her way in. We do have a score to drop for last of Vera. We'll see how that factors in, but like you said, she would have needed to make it to that green face to chase the 9-point ride, And because of that, we are going to be seeing Victoria Feige from Team Canada as a 6-time world champion, Liv.
So incredible. Victoria representing Team Canada. And I believe, Shannon, you have the honor to go post-heat interview her.
Oh, I cannot wait to chat to her. She's always a pleasure to talk to. She's so well-spoken, and she's an incredible advocate for the sport around the world. She had a snowboarding accident years and years ago, which left her in a wheelchair, and finding her way into the ocean as a surfer before, but really re-engaging with a surfboard and getting back into the lineup has been absolutely life-changing for her. It's been so fun to see her take on the opportunity to live in Hawaii on the North Shore. She lives and surfs there in Haleiwa on a regular basis, pushing her limits personally, and that has helped her to achieve these professional goals as a competitive surfer, bringing her all the way into a 6th world title. She's got a documentary that she's working on as well that's going to be released, I think, in this next year, and that is going to cover some really incredible surf trips that she has been able to take and some of the barrel hunting that she's been doing behind the scenes.
Super exciting. I love that. As we're speaking here, she's going to get chaired up the beach by her teammates. Well done by our surfer in red, taking her 6th world title.
A huge result for Victoria Feige. A couple of 6s, improved the scoreline on that last ride. 6s to win her 6th world title. So
love that.
Impressive performance from the Canadian. And we have just so much to celebrate down here on the beach today as Victoria gets chaired up with her teammates. We've got 2 more heats to run through, the men's stand 1 and men's stand 2. We're gonna have Chris Cote and Anthony Vela on the call. When we return, Victoria Feige and I will be having a chat about her 6th world title. We'll be right back with more right after this.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my 2nd wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, under your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back, surf fans. We are into our final stages of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. This is men stand 1, your final. And up and at it. Straight off the buzzer, it's Ant Smith representing Team South Africa and representing well. He's been ripping this wave all the way through from the outside. Continues progress down the line. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vela. And just when you thought the excitement levels peaked, guess again. We got more finals to come, and this one is stacked with superstars of parasurfing. Ant Smith, Davi Lima, Suguru Nara, and Camilo Abdullah. We got Portugal, Japan, Brazil, and South Africa in this final. A lot of medals in the water right now as well. We've been crowning champions all day long, and after this 22 minutes, 40 seconds, we're gonna have yet another world champion. Take a look at this replay. This is how you want to start your final.
And Smythe just coming off the bottom on that one and racing to get in front of the whitewater. Beautiful foam climb there, taking that speed into that money turn, throwing so much spray and setting up for this final turn. You can see him rotate his upper body and staying nice and low, and great opening ride for the South African. 55 years old, doesn't like surfing crowds unless it's J-Bay. Then you can deal with the
He'll
crowd.
accept the crowd if it's at J-Bay. Yeah, super rad guy, and his professional photographer, a thrill seeker. He has over 300 skydives under his belt. He likes trail running, mountain biking, cold water immersion. Basically, if it's a radical activity, Ant's into it.
And what an incredible wife, Bev, to let him go do all of these different things. I mean, you've got to have a supportive wife to allow you to chase the adrenaline. So shout out to Bev.
Yeah, she sees him leaving the house. She's going, oh, what is Ant going to get into today? What's he going to throw himself off? How cold is he going to dunk his head under the water?
Gold medalist in 2016, 2018, and 2020 was third, was fifth in 2023. And so back in 2020, the classifications were modified by Dr. Maureen Johnson. So these new classifications that we have, these 9 that we have now, there's 5 years of history as Davi Lima, the 15-year-old, is up.
Yeah, one of our youngest competitors in the entire field, and also one of our best. Great turns down the line here, just utilizing the most critical section of this wave to his advantage, and he keeps applying the pressure. About 6 turns on that wave down the line, flirting with disaster right near the pier, but pulls out clean. So with 20 minutes, 35 seconds to go, Davi Lima will now be on the board. Ant Smythe came through with a 7.50. So as Davi makes his way back to the lineup, let's make our way down to the beach with an interview with another gold medalist. This is Shannon Hughes.
Wow, well, thank you so much, Victoria Feige. You are officially a 6-time world champion, tied with Bruno Hansen for the most of all time here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. What's going through your mind right now?
It doesn't really seem real. I'm honored. It's been such a wild ride. My first ISA was 2016, and I saw mono ripping, and it really inspired me to try to get better. And yeah, I'm just trying to keep up with the boys, and it's been such a fun contest. I won't lie, I'm a little bit under the weather. I have a bit of a cold, so I'm so glad I managed to get something out there and pull out a win.
Yeah, talk to me about that heat. It looked pretty challenging for wave selection.
Yeah, it was a little bumpy, a little windy, but there were waves out there. I just felt like I was always slightly out of position, but with my coach Shannon Brown here, we found something decent, those lefts.
Fantastic. Now I'd love for you to share a little bit more about your personal life that's going on behind the scenes, how important this return to competition was after everything you've been through over the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. I am very proud to say that I'm working back as a physical therapist in the North Shore of Oahu, where I live now, and also spend some time in Canada, of course. But I did go through 3 years of bladder cancer treatment. I'm done all that chapter, but I was time off work and time taking care of my health, and I also really would surf around treatment schedules. And so this is the first winter I'll have in Hawaii where I'm totally healthy, and I have great coaching, and I'm so excited to get back to barrel hunting.
Well, we're so excited for you. Cancer-free, now a 6-time world champion. You're also really flying the flag so well for women within parasurfing. I know you've been having some great conversations this week. For the women that are tuning in around the world that would love to join the sport that aren't already here, what do you have to say to them?
Oh, come join us. There's nothing like seeing it in person, which is so powerful. You learn from other people's boards, you learn from other people's styles. Last night, even though I was a little sick, and you can maybe hear it, I'm a little congested, I was teaching the new girl from Belgium on my little board, like how to balance, how to paddle, how to duck dive, and that's how you really build a sport, is like one-on-one, or maybe Zoom, we can figure out something online, because I know there's other girls out there who could rip and want to surf like this. They just don't necessarily have the equipment or know how to get started. And like, if you contact us, we will help you. This community is so welcoming, and I'm just honored.
Well, we're honored to be in your presence. Well done. Anything else you'd like to say before we say goodbye?
I just wanted to shout out to my sponsors. Thank you, Rip Curl Canada. Thank you to Terra Granola, Indie Club, Challenge Athletes Foundation. They really make it possible for us to have these kind of contests and come down here, and because it's so much fun, but it kind of requires a budget as well. And I also just want to say that As soon as I kick this cold, I'm going back to barrel hunting, and then Hawaii, and then Indo in the summer. And I'm excited about my surfing to come.
We're excited to see your surfing. Congratulations, you're 6-time world champion from Team Canada, Victoria Feige. We'll go back to you guys.
What a star. Victoria is an absolute legend, and you can tell she's got a lot ahead of her. You know, when a surfer tells me they're going barrel hunting, I get excited because I want to see that footage. We know she will definitely be getting tubed, but let's talk about some scores now. Davi Lima comes through with an 8-1-0 on this wave, well earned.
And this wave, he's got a similar style to Alali Medina, the two youngsters with the smaller boards in the competition, and I think do the best rail surfing, able to link multiple turns together. Davi Lima showing his prowess there. And there's Suguru Nara from Japan. Here's his 3.67 that he's earned. And the judges like to see control, and although he's opened up with a couple of good turns, it was a little bit sporadic with his body position, and then this was that first wave that we saw from the South African, and just great positioning. He's really keeping that inside rail engaged, and that was not his first wave. That was another wave while we were doing the interview, and that first wave he connected all the way, so it looked similar. They're both right-handers and both with similar scores, as Ant Smythe backing up that 7.5 with a 6.27.
A solid start for Smythe from Team South Africa, 13.77 total. Lima is in the conversation as well with an 8.10, the highest single wave score of this heat so far. You got Suguru Nara, who I will put on the list of one of the most stoked surfers in the field. I think Suguru and Kenji from Team Japan are epic ambassadors of Aloha and Stoke. We've seen them all over the contest site, just bright smiles. You can tell they just emanate positivity. Yeah, for Nara right now, sitting on 3.67. Not a huge number to start, but we know he's got the skills, so we'll see what happens next. And now Davi Lima gonna back up that 8.10 with a big snap. Only one critical section there, but he made the most of it, and the hype is real. Davi Lima, 15 years old, representing Team Brazil, going off already in this heat, and he still has 14 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
With some classic Brazilian surfing right there, and a classic Brazilian claim. And, you know, it's great to have energy out there, and he was really stoked with that one turn maneuver. The lone newcomer to this heat, all three other surfers besides Davi Lima have been around for a while. They've won some medals, and Ant Smythe, the lone champion. That was before this new classification, and so looking at previous years, 2020, it was Mike Richards-Vaz from Brazil. 2021, the same Camilo Abdullah from Portugal, who has been, or excuse me, who is the lone gold medalist. Camilo won back in 2022. Roberto Pino has been reclassified, and then we've got Shingo Kato winning last year. So Suguru hoping to get his first ever gold medal, and Davi Lima sending a message to the judges and to the other competitors with these two opening rides. And he is looking for more waves. Similar tactics with a lot of the youth. They like to catch a lot of waves.
Yeah, you can take the Grom out of Brazil. But trust me, you can't take the Grom out of the Grom. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. The kid's on a good one. And he just backed up that 8.10 with a 6.33. Coming up next, Morgan Galefi, who had probably the ultimate buzzer beater of the event. Kenjiro Ito. We got JP Vaudry coming up. That's another star-studded heat for men's stand 2, which will be our final of finals day. And then the celebration really starts. This is Suguru Nara. Nice drop. Wave let him down a little bit, just kind of collapsed around him. So he's going to try to just maximize the length of ride, although it's not technically in the judging criteria, you know, the longer you surf your wave, the more points you're liable to get. You see, that's Morgan Galifi, who had a really funny post-heat interview yesterday. He was like, you know, I felt like a loser, but also a winner, and you know, it's all around him. People are just going wild. They're cheering. They're celebrating. He's like, hey, you know, I'm still trying. I'm waiting to surf better, you know. Love that kid, and this kid too. I mean, our teenage contingent who have come down here to Oceanside here in 2025 has been showing us that the future of parasurfing is in really good hands. 11:45 to go. Davi Lima getting a couple words from the coach right there.
And that's an interesting strategy because it appeared that he was running north and most of the other surfers were paddling out in the rip current by the pier. Of course, after the break, there is another kind of rip current further up the beach. So he's paddling out further north and then letting the current take him back into the lineup. But give it up to the coach there too, running and talking. I couldn't do it.
We got 11 minutes, 14 seconds left. Lima now in the lead. You got Ant Smythe in second place, but he does have that priority, so he has his choice of waves. And it seems like an endless buffet of surf today. The biggest day so far, by far, of the contest window. Surfline called it, and our contest director, Eric Kramer, made great decisions all week long. I mean, put us in this sweet spot. I mean, I can pretty much guarantee you after the final, which is going to wrap up around 12 o'clock, the wind's going to kick up, and we'll all be very thankful for Eric's foresight in fielding the heats that we had all week long. And Ant Smythe now looking for a 694. Great looking right-hander here. Well-placed snap to start. Wave flattens out a little bit. But he does get the roundhouse cut back. You know, he's going to wait for the reform. Pushing himself in towards the shore break. The wave dissipated beneath him. Good work on the outside. I feel like that's kind of going to be right there as he opts to paddle under the pier to get to the other side. The conveyor belt has shifted from the north side of the pier to the left side of the pier. Great choice here. Solid little pocket on the takeoff. Great snap to start this wave.
Yeah, that wave was just didn't quite open up as much as we saw the waves of Davi Lima. And we'll see, and you can see one more replay. And you can see his technique taking off with that one arm and then the one arm with paralysis. Great rail surfing. Once Ant is up and riding, he is up and ripping and trying to make the connection to the inside. If you can get all the way to the inside, a lot of times that inside section doubles up and then there's a little speedy ending to it. And that's not going to be enough with that second score, just under
close.
The score needed. So, Chris, what do you think? What sort of things would the coach be telling Davi Lima as they're running back up to get back out through the lineup? He's got the lead. He's got a big score. What do you think the coach was saying?
You know, hypothetically saying, be patient, wait for a set wave. You know, you've already got two solid scores. You know, think about that 810. How did you get that one? Wait, maybe that's too much. Let me simplify things. Be patient, wait for a good wave. You got plenty of time left.
That's such a great point with the patience.
I really started overcomplicating things there.
Well, no, because we were you know, as mentioned before on the, you know, the Groms just want to go on every wave, and so that's a great point. You know, with hey, you only can go on a wave that's going to offer you a 6.3 or higher, and so you don't want to waste your time. Of course, priority plays into it, and 8 minutes to go. There's a shot of beautiful Oceanside Pier. We are surfing on the north side. That's the left side of the screen. And free surfing's happening on the southern side of the screen. It looks glossy from the drone views all the time, but we see from those land views, there is a little bit of texture on the water. And I agree with you, Chris, talking about the wind coming up after the event ends. Great job putting these athletes in the finals in great positions to have some epic rides like we've had all day.
I think we've seen combinations happening in nearly every final today. At the moment, Suguru Nara, representing Chiba and Team Japan, would need a combination of scores equaling or beyond a 14.43. Abdullah in the same position. Lima, we'll see if whatever his coach told him works out. He's in that top spot for now. And Ant Smythe came in on his last wave just under the required need of a 6.94. So I feel like for the next 7 minutes, we're going to see a battle for the gold medal. Those top 2 surfers, one from South Africa, one from Brazil. I think Brazil has 2 golds already today.
Yes.
France has 4. I'm kind of just throwing out numbers. There have been so many incredible performances and so many medals awarded that it's kind of hard to keep track. I'm really looking forward to the closing ceremony to be part of the pageantry and the privilege of watching these world champions receive their medals. So all 4 surfers in these finals will be awarded medals: gold, silver, bronze, copper. Davi Lima, I have a feeling he's only got 1 medal on his mind, and it's the shiny one. Davi goes to the backside chop hop. That's a surfer after my own heart. I love that trick. And when the wind does come up a little bit like this, you just get a little, I like to call them like curb cuts coming up the face of the wave. Not a super high scoring maneuver, but it sure feels good, and it's really fun to do. As you see now, Ant Smythe, he is just kind of leaning more on the power side of the spectrum. Goes down in his second turn, so most likely won't be the 6.94 he needs. And that last wave for Lima, that's not going to go into his score line either. He would need a better 6.33. 5 minutes, 40 seconds left.
Offshore, onshore is the new offshore in aerial surfing. And I think that's the next kind of level of progression we're going to see from surfers like Davi Lima, Dariel Davila, Alali, I'm going to say is going to learn how to do airs in the next couple of years. And Sarah Betancourt was talking about doing airs in her surfing as well. As Camilo Abdullah, the lone gold medalist, really playing the patient game, or are we missing something and he hasn't paddled out?
Well, Abdullah is 46 years old. He has been surfing since he was 38, or he's surfing for a long time, but started competing at 38. His first competition was the ISA Stance Adaptive Championship in 2018, and that's when he started his winning ways. Took second place in Europe Adaptive Surfing, 4th place at the World Parasurfing Championship in Pismo in 2022, became a world champion in the Stand 1 division in 2023. And when you see the top of the mountain, you want to get back up there. He's got his work cut out for him right now. He needs a 14.43 total or more. Here we go, Suguru Nara. Great drop there. And we're starting to see the wind pick up here and make these waves just a little bit more challenging to ride, but Suguru ripping that one all the way towards the pier. Just on the other side of it. He's going to make a trip to the south side of the pier to utilize that conveyor belt, which throughout this entire contest has been all that north side conveyor belt, but today, with the rise and swell, it's going to be just a little bit easier to get out if you just go to the other side of the pier, and then once you get past the waves, which would be just right around these 2 buildings, these 2 lifeguard towers you see there. You can get past that, then you can cut across and put yourself back in the contest zone. I don't believe you will be scored if you take off on a wave on the south side of the pier. It's just really hard to see over there, not part of the contest field. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left. Lima is out the back with priority. Ant Smythe now has second priority. So here's your battle. Who will win the gold at the end of this 3 minutes? Kind of like in football, right? 3-minute drill. This is where your nerves have to remain steady. Here's Smythe's last wave.
Nerves a little bit showing there, coming off on that wave. And finally a left from Davi Lima. And great style. There's the chop hop that you love. It is a great move. Not Fun move to do, not very high scoring, because the judges like to see that rail engaged, or if that air is done in a different section off of the wave and not off of kind of an ollieing maneuver. Nonetheless, you know, France was on such a runaway early that we were, you know, thinking about the overall team medal, but Brazil, with 2 previous gold medals in the stand 3 division, Luciano Mercindo won, and then Davi Teixeira won the next heat. So they've got 2 wins and potentially going to have a 3rd win here. And so they're going to make a run for the gold, or perhaps at least have a strong finish to bump them up into silver medal contingency in speaking about the overall team medal, the coveted team medal, which is great because not everybody can win gold individually, but then all 18 members, if you have that full team, get a chance to share in that team gold medal.
Yeah, France fielded an incredible squad. And some of the rising surf nations have really put on a show this week as well. Put Wales on that list. Wales has a great crew here. Belgium fielding their first surfer in the history of ISA parasurfing. We want to welcome Belgium into the fold.
Israel has a couple of great surfers. Nachman Bolulu winning previously and doing well this year's event. And not to count out Team USA, who is always strong each and every year, having won gold several times previously.
45 seconds left. And of course, as this heat comes to a close, we see one of the biggest sets we've seen of the afternoon, and it just steamrolls our surfers, who looked like they were inching in a little bit towards the beach to potentially try to get one more wave, but now they're just getting smoked. So it's like, congratulations, great heat. One more humbling experience for you before you head home, or before you head to the medal ceremony. And they're probably talking to each other going, wow, what happened? 10 seconds left. And another heat for the history books, as we may be seeing one of our youngest surfers ever in the men's stand-to-one division. A sign of sportsmanship right there. The veteran versus the rookie. And congratulations to Davi Lima. Team Brazil can celebrate yet another world champion. That makes 3 world champions from Brazil today.
I'm guessing that's his father by the tears. Wow. He is so stoked.
Oh my gosh, this is a huge moment. He cites in his bio that, you know, he's looking for sponsors. So anybody out there watching, this kid's the future right here of parasurfing. Get him on the program.
And how's this? Ant Smythe was calling for the party wave. And there it is. Seemed great sportsmanship all week long, especially here on finals day. There's the scoreline, 8.10. Back that up with a 6.33. Beautiful rail-to-rail surfing. And showing the future and the progression with the chop hop. So I'm guessing that he's landed some errors in his free surfing. Obviously in competition surfing, you've got to make sure to get 2 scoring waves. And there is the Chariot of Champions. Tradition in surfing to not let the winning surfers' feet touch the sand until you reach the podium.
Shout out to the Brazilian team manager. She is the hardest working woman in surfing right now. All right, so before we talk to Davi, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back. We're gonna meet Davi Lima, and we're gonna field our last heat of finals day. Men's stand 2 coming up after these brief messages.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
All right, let's do this. Your final heat of finals day. This is the men's stand 2 division. And we've got 4 surfing superstars in this lineup. Morgan Galefi, Jiri Ito, JP Vadre, and Nachman Yariv Balulu. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vela. Every heat has lived up to and went way beyond all of our expectations today. And I believe this one is going to be the same story, because up and at it early, it's Morgan Galefi. Nice slicing carve to start that wave. Like he kind of tried to reposition his feet, and a little mistake there. He goes over the nose of his board. Still has 22 minutes, 30 seconds to go to get things back under control. So as Morgan makes his way back to the takeoff zone, let's go down to the beach with a very excited and stoked 15-year-old world champion standing by now with Liv Stone.
Down here on the glass with Davi, who just recently won the men's stand 1 division representing Team Brazil. How does it feel to have your first gold medal? I'm thinking one of many. You were shredding out there.
Tá perguntando como é que você se sente com a sua primeira medalha de ouro aqui no Mundial do ISA para surf. Provavelmente vai ser a primeira de muitas.
Ah, eu tô muito feliz, mano. Eu passei por várias dificuldades para chegar até aqui. Vim pedindo vaquinha na internet para chegar até aqui no Mundial. E até que fim deu certo, era meu sonho chegar até aqui. E é isso aí, galera.
He's feeling great. He has a lot of work to do to be here. All the money issues, but he's here, so he's stoked about it.
Incredible. Tell me about that 8-point ride.
Aumenta pouco a sua onda 8.
Ah, foi muito irada. Eu tava esperando muito ali. Até que fim eu achei ela, vim fazendo ela até a areia. E é isso aí, deu certo.
Well, he was waiting for that wave, and he just rode it all the way in, and he was stoked about it.
Incredible. How does it feel to represent your country, Brazil?
Como é que você se sente representando o seu país aqui no Mundial ISA?
Ah, eu me sinto muito feliz. Era um sonho, né, estar representando o Brasil aqui na Califórnia. E é isso aí, vamos levar esse título e embora pro Brasil.
It was a dream come true. He was just willing to be here for the first time. He's very happy about that. Is bringing it back to Brazil.
Amazing. What would you like to say to friends and family back at home in Portuguese?
Fala algumas palavras em português para a galera ali. Agradece a galera.
Eu quero agradecer aí toda a galera que estava assistindo de casa, toda a rapaziada que estava torcendo por mim. Muito obrigado aí, galera.
Amazing. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Liv. Parabéns. And Gavi, your new world champion. And during that interview, an impressive series of waves have come through.
Super.
Incredible. Back to you guys in the booth.
It looked like nearly everybody involved now. Kenji got a good one. Morgan got a good one. It's like an episode of Oprah. 8's for you, 8's for you, 8's for everybody.
I'll take an 8.
Balulu wants an 8. Here we go. This backhand. Nice snap to start. Adjusts himself a little bit. His stance. And he's coming through to this inside section. Easily makes the connection here. Could have a little wedge to work with here on the inside, and he goes down, but a couple good turns out the back with 19.5 left. Judges now have some catching up to do. They got something to chew on. A couple great exchanges there.
A couple of great exchanges, and want to thank the judges for all of their hard work all week long prior to today. The previous days of competition Over 1,000 waves scored, 1,156 waves scored over the previous days. And today we've seen a whole bunch of waves, including this one right here by JB Voudry.
Ooh, nice slash there. It's pretty cool. So JP and Morgan both had buzzer beaters in their semifinals to get to this final. It looks like they have kind of corrected those early reasons for us to worry, let's just call it. Both these guys had slow starts in the semis, but came through in the end with convincing heat victories. Let's take a look back at what JP did on this wave. I mean, perfect start. Look at this, gets around the section.
Continues on and setting up for this one right here. Finally gets some room to work with and goes to town on that turn, throwing spray over the wave, connects to the inside section, and the reigning champion from Huntington Beach last year, showing his championship form on that wave, the South African representing. And Morgan Galefi, the Italian, up on the board as well. Akman Balulu from Israel has a score, and Kenjiro Ito. We've got a fantastic heat on our hands to kind of finale the finals of a fantastic and amazing event, a historic event, and really sending a message to the Paralympic Committee and to the world how amazing the sport of parasurfing is, and how amazing the athletes are.
You know what? I think it's the best para sport.
I'm 1,000,000%
of course I'm biased.
in agreement with you. We're biased, but I mean, if you looked at it from an outside perspective, even with that bias, and you felt that energy, if there was like an energy meter and you felt that energy today, I think it would be higher than any other energy meter in any other sport. But all the sports are great. I love sport, don't get me wrong.
Of course, of course. I mean, but think about it, right? What was the most memorable sport from the Paris Olympics? What sport won the Paris Olympics? That would be surfing.
That would be surfing.
I mean, I think anybody will tell you that. And I think that should have been a sign to get parasurfing in the LA Paralympics, but we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. I feel like it's almost certainty that the Brisbane Paralympics will include surfing, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. The surfers have done their job to show this sport in such an incredible light. I'm already tagging Sports Center on all the ISA posts because one, if not nearly every one of the rides we've seen out here today deserves a spot. You know, if you think about the mainstream sports, football, baseball, basketball, yeah, those are very hard to do, and you got to be the best in the world to rise to the top of those sports. Well, I'm putting the athletes we have in the water right now up with the best of the best. I mean, even if you showed up and lost in your first heat, just getting here, overcoming whatever adversity was in front of you to get yourself into the ISA World Parasurfing Championship is a huge achievement on its own. But then to surf all the way through a week, 2 finals day, and continue to push your own levels, I mean, every surfer deserves an award, but at the end of the day, the gold medal is what waits our surfers who win these finals. And at the moment, Morgan Galefi, representing Italy by way of a tiny island in the Pacific or in the Atlantic called Cabo Verde. I asked him, so what are the waves like there? And he kind of just smiled. But I could tell behind that smile, there was some secrets. So we'll have to get to know him a little bit more, and maybe we'll get the invite. Your 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championship is almost over, but we have 14 minutes and 55 seconds left. We're going to crown one more champion. Will it be Morgan Galefi? Nice looking left-hander here. Big snap out the back. Plenty of speed down the line. So he's trying to get over the rib and just can't quite reconnect to the wave, but a 2-turn banger. Definitely going to get rid of that 2-3-3 and extend his lead.
Well, great ride for Morgan, and live action from South African surfer JP Voudry. Cabo Verde, a collection of 10 islands off the coast of Africa. If you're looking on a map, it's just below the Canary Islands. So there's the Canary Islands, which are a part of Spain, and then below that, interestingly enough, is this collection of islands that belong to Italy. The national language there, the language on Cabo Verde is Portuguese, but Morgan speaks a specific dialect where it is kind of a Creole language, a mix of a indigenous language mixed in with Portuguese.
Kenjiro Ito from Chiba with the love, and that wave flats out, he goes down. And yeah, Cabo Verde fielded a team in the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games in El Salvador. Got to know that team a little bit, and what a group of awesome humans. Super cool, inviting, and I see big things in the future for Cabo Verde on their quest for ISA Gold. No announcement yet as to what's going to happen with the ISA World Surfing Games in 2026. All I can tell you is it's going to be amazing. I can say that the World Junior Championships will be going down in Peru in December. So go to isasurf.org and save the date, mark it in your calendars. The best junior surfers on the planet. And I'm talking a lot of them. I think over 400 surfers will be competing. And that's your crystal ball. That's where you see the future of surfing unfolding in front of your eyes. Just can't wait for that one. Morgan Gleffy's score comes through a 4.83. Not bad for a couple turns. He does extend his lead. Kenjiro's still within striking distance, needs a 4.16. JP right there as well, needing a 5.84. And Balulu is still in it. He needs a 7.66.
12 minutes, 20 seconds to go on the clock, and it seems that the clock has ended in our overall team points battle. And we are calling it all day, behind 5 gold medals, Valentin Muscoteoc. We'll get right back to that as we're looking at a replay of JP's last wave. And JP showing beautiful form on that turn. That's his, I believe, his opening wave, and then rebounding off the white water on that one. Here's a replay of Morgan Gleffy's 7.33, and showing some spray there. And again, a little under the hook snap, carving back on that turn, and then finishing it with a smack off the white water, falling just behind there. Beautiful shot from our drone view. That is Kenjiro Ito. That's his 8-point ride. The great opening turn. You can see the spray behind the wave, connecting 1, 2, 3, connecting all the dots on those 3 turns, earning him that 8.0, which put him in the lead for a short while before this man, Morgan Gleffy, this kid, I should say, regained the lead with this second wave. This wave coming in at a 4.83, and could have been more had he not fallen behind on that wave, but enough to put him in front at his first ever ISA World Parasurfing Championship. He is currently in gold medal position, and Team France winning 5 gold medals in one event.
Yeah, I mean, they're locked and loaded. They ran away with the gold medal over our team a couple days ago. It felt like, I mean, you could just tell the momentum that Team France had from day one. It was almost like destiny. A 3-peat performance unofficially for Team France. As you see now, Lulu, big snap. So not giving up, but Lulu. Yeah, I would say that is a turn worthy of a celebration like that. That was radical.
That was radical. For me, that was better than the 8. I mean, that was up and over and through the lip. Team France unofficially taking out gold, with Team USA right behind them in second. Brazil, team 3rd place. Australia 4th unofficially. And the first ever 3-peat for a team. Team Brazil with a 2-peat. So 3 teams have won 2 times in a row. Brazil 2016-2017, Team USA 2021-2022. France winning both times in Huntington Beach 2023-2024. So Team France will be the first ever team to 3-peat, winning back-to-back-to-back. And here's a look at Nachman's last wave. Balulu wow, that turn was so perfect. And then just comboing it again off the top. And you can see how stoked it is. That's just a feeling that comes out organically if you can link two great snaps together as he did. And that wave was fantastic. And we'll see what the judges give him, but Naktan Balulu joining the conversation. That wave not going to be enough, sending him into second place though. But he's got momentum on his side.
8.5 minutes left. Swell is starting to pulse again as we enter the final stages of our last heat of finals day. Looks like priority is with JP Vaudry. He's still looking for a backup ride. If he gets himself a 5.84, we could be in a completely different situation. Okay, so Kenjiro wisely gives way to JP. JP held a priority spot above Ito. So smart decision there for Kenjiro. Unfortunately for JP, unable to capitalize on that wedgy little left-hander. Of course, we leave it up to the priority judges. I don't feel like there was any foul play or funny business on that wave. Kenjiro got out in time, in my estimation.
But what a great job of the Japanese surfer to pull off that wave, knowing the priority situation. That was impressive, because that could have cost him huge in the medal hunt.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many split-second decisions
Yes.
that go into surfing, and then you kind of put a time limit on it, and you put the pressure being in the contest and the rules and regulations, and that just adds to that decision-making process, making it so difficult. But all four of these surfers showing us they have a very high heat IQ. With 7 minutes, 15 seconds left, Galefi still in the lead. Slightly precarious because his backup at the moment is a mid-range score of a 4.83. So he needs to keep the pressure on and give himself, I'd say if he backed up that 7.33 with something equal to, he'll be on his way to a gold medal, and this is how you do it. Beautiful, stylish cutback for Galefi. And he's gonna shoot the pier. That was brave, that was bold. So Galefi, only room for one turn. It was a really nice one though. I love Morgan's style. He's got that kind of knock knee, the back leg. Arms are in perfect position always. You know, you can tell he spends time on a skateboard, and you know, he kind of has that just casualness to him in and out of the water, and it's a pleasure to watch for sure.
And that was a textbook. If you looked at cutback in the dictionary, that's what that was. And you're talking about his style and his legs. So there's two standing divisions, stand one, which we just saw the gold medal match in a fantastic victory, and now we're in stand two. And so stand two has a below the knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or a leg length difference. So it is below the knee versus stand one, where it's an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment. So Liv Stone was talking about the difference between being able to have your knee and use it or not. And look at this. This is textbook right here. Drop in off the bottom, carve back into the white water, and then carve off the white water as well. And I really love how much his rail was engaged through that entire turn. We'll see if that betters his position at all. And what a great looking turn. And he's up and riding again.
Oh, he's loving this right-hand pier bowl. Spraying the pier, now shooting the pier. I mean, that's like it's one thing to shoot the pier and go straight through it. He was actually riding underneath it with the pilings. Scary, but I mean, it looks like he's in complete control, which is pretty cool. So 4.97 for Morgan Galefi. Improves just slightly. Still not safe with 4.5 minutes left, and Balulu now jumps into second, needing a 5.48. Ito now in third place. He needs a 4.30. Vaudry's still in it, so don't take your eyes off the screen. This one's going to go down to the wire. This is Balulu now. beautiful savage carve, and he opts to jump off his board right near the pilings. I did get a chance to catch up with Kirk Watson, who actually made contact with the pilings with his head. And I said, so what, are you going to go out there and sign the piling? And he goes, yep, that's Kirk's piling now. A local surf shop already got on it, and that was the Whitlock Surf Shop up the street, and they already made hats that say, I fought the pier and the pier won. So check out Whitlock Surf Shop to get one of your Kirk commemorative hats for the gnarliest wipeout we saw of the week. And Ito going for it with 3.5 minutes left. You gotta just send it.
That was gonna be, he only needs a 4.3 to move into first, and had he landed that, I believe that would have been the score. So Kenjiro Ito with a huge mistake right there as far as the gold medal is concerned. Waited for that wave, caught that wave perfectly, sent it off the bottom and off the top, but unfortunately did not ride out of that one, and just needs a low score of a 4.3 because he has an 8.0, which is the highest score of the whole heat. Morgan Gillespie loves to play guitar, skateboard, is starting music academy also, and he's going to be playing some music at the party tonight if he holds on to this gold medal.
Yeah, he's just an all-around ripper. Man, he's got a huge future ahead of him. He set his goal in a low-key way earlier on this week. He's like, you know, some people say, I'm here to win. I'm going to take the title. Morgan Gillespie said, you know, I'd like to win. He's just a chill guy. But so far in this heat, he has been the one to watch with a 7.33 and a 4.97. Balulu creeping towards that top spot. Needs a 5.48. Highest single wave score, Kenjiro Ito, a.k.a. Kenji, that 8-point ride. Vaudry's still in it, 6.33. I mean, this one's going to go down all the way to the wire. You know it. We're inside of 2 minutes now. So JP has priority. Gillespie in second priority. Here's where you really got to keep your wits about you. You cannot afford to make any type of priority mistake with 1.5 minutes left. Fog bank rolling in. We're escaping just in time. There you see the wind starting to whip. Just adding to the drama, adding to the tension of this final minute in your men's stand 2 final. Is this going to be a gold medal performance from Morgan Gillespie? Or can Balulu, Ito, or Vaudry pull out a miracle wave in first priority? It's Vaudry now. A little right-hand runner that just collapses in front of him. He had to try.
And how will that be if the final 2 finals of the day, the 2 youngsters, both newcomers, taking home gold? We saw Davi Lima, men's stand 1. Previously, first timer, the 15-year-old with gold.
This has got to be the most stressful 30 seconds for Morgan Gillespie's life.
First priority, though, so he can take this wave right from under Nachman. And he paddled.
We're going to watch that priority situation, and it does switch with 22 seconds left. Oh, no. Did I just send something strange into the universe by saying, do not make a priority mistake? 14 seconds left. Ito looking for a 4.30 and beyond. Comes around this section. Nice slashing turn there. Buzzer blows while Ito makes the inside section. Big snap and still riding.
Wow, that was a really good wave. He was just a little bit behind on the takeoff. I mean, I think he would have got the score. He was so close. That was one of the bigger set waves.
That's going to make things interesting.
And
as if they weren't interesting enough already, now we're on the edge of our seats. Kenji comes through with a solid score. So thinking back to his 8-point ride. And just like that, folks, wait for the reaction. The veteran, Kenji Ito, comes through with a 6, 7. A gold medal wave for your surfer from Japan. Steals gold off Morgan Gillespie, who had the lead from the jump of that heat. What a turn of events. And give it up for Kenji Ito from Team Japan.
Wow, he caught that wave with 14 seconds left to go. And you can see when that wave approached, that was one of the bigger set waves. And holy moly, what a great performance. And he had nerves of steel to surf that wave. The wave was trying to buck him off. It was bumpy, it was lumpy, and he needed a small score and got it. Wow.
Yeah, and it goes back to that priority flip with 15 seconds left. And Kenji made the most of it. You know, he took that opportunity, and that was a masterclass in nerves. That was a masterclass in what to do when given the chance to flip a final.
First Japanese surfer to win in this division, and 1 gold for Team Japan in this event this year. We've seen 5 golds for Team France, 1 gold for Team USA, Sarah Betancourt. Hawaii's Mira Nelson also 1 gold. Brazil with 3 gold medals, Luciana Morcindo and Davi Teixeira, Davi Lima. Canada with a gold medal as well. Of course, Australia's Joel Taylor, 1 gold, and 1 gold for Team Wales, Sponge Williams. And Team Italy in the women's stand 3, Stella Papetti, also 1 gold. And all of those athletes will be joining their fellow finalists for the awards presentation in just about an hour. So the crew needs time to set up and get everything ready for our wonderful ceremony. Chris Cote, I am just so stoked to have been here and to share the booth with you, and of course Liv Stone and Shannon, but historic, we've been talking about it, and just incredible surfing. And this event, I think, is gonna just be a pillar for more events to come.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to unpack after what we witnessed today and yesterday. We had back-to-back finals days. Oceanside, thank you. I mean, you provided such an amazing venue, waves all week long, so much opportunity for our surfers. And, you know, I just want to say thank you and congrats to every surfer who competed here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. You know, you made this one of the most memorable events that I think anybody has seen in the sport of surfing, parasurfing, whatever. And the proof is going to be right here. Let's take a look at some highlights, and then we'll go have a chat with Ito, and then the award ceremony. This is going to be an amazing afternoon. But if you want to get excited, if you want to get stoked, watch this. And we have one more opportunity to meet a champion. We got Liv Stone with Kenjiro Ito.
Down here on the sand with our last world champion of the day, Kenji, representing Team Japan. Kenji, how does that feel winning your first world title with a buzzer beater?
ワールドタイトル、もう世界選手も金メダルを取って、もうバザービーター、もう本当もうギリギリ時間なくなって、もうやっともう必要なスコアが取って、もうどんな気分ですか？
ラスト本当に5秒10秒まで何があるかわからないのが世界戦だと思ってるんで、最後まで諦めず、そして最後に、ラストウェーブ乗れたことがすごく良かったです。
Like down to the last 5-10 seconds, not sure what was going to happen, but there was no way he was giving up, and he was able to seal the deal in that last couple seconds.
Absolutely, you're now a world champion, Kenji. Talk me through how it feels representing Team Japan.
日本の選手に対してもう世界チャンピオン、もうどんな気分ですか？もうどんな feeling？
日本代表というよりもまずは個人の自分との戦いだとずっと思っていたので、そこは最後まで自分を貫いて、戦えたっていうことは良かったです。ただ、チームの応援が最後まで自分を勝たせてくれたなと思います。
Said more than just worrying about the team, is worrying about himself, but he said all the way down to the last moments, having Team Japan give them that much support just gave him the power to do it.
Amazing work. Now you can speak to your friends and family back at home.
日本で見ている皆さん、本当に応援ありがとうございます。世界一になりました。自信持って日本に帰りますので、今後とも皆さんよろしくお願いします。ありがとう。Thank you so much.
Let's go. Our last world champion. Back to you guys in the booth.
That's what I call a buzzer beater. Learned that reference in a previous ISA competition, and Kenjiro Ito just did that in a huge way. You know, heartbreaking, obviously, for Galafi, but silver medal at a world championship event in your first time competing is huge. So congratulations, not just to the finalists in our men's stand 2 division, but to all of our finalists today, all of our competitors. We're talking a heroic group of surfers on so many levels. Anthony, you go all the way back to Monday. We expected this to be a great event. We knew there was going to be waves. We knew how many talented surfers we had with 32 returning gold medalists. But did you expect to see the level of surfing we saw in the last few days?
Today was incredible. The whole week was incredible, but it was jam-packed today. From the first wave of the day, we saw Jeff Munson shoot the pier. The last wave of the day, we saw Kenjiro Ito with a buzzer beater with 14 seconds left to win gold. And sandwiched in between, 3 perfect 10s. We had that one heat that was 0.2 of a difference between first and fourth. We had heats in combination situations. There is a little bit of everything today, and there is a lot of bit of stoke and a lot of bit of love out there. What an incredible week and day of surfing. We've been awestruck, as you coined that term today. It was just incredible, and I couldn't be more excited to be here and witness it live and share it with all of you. The surf fans, we are so lucky to have had this event happen and in the conditions that we had.
Yeah, and it's an easy call. That was the best ever iteration of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. So on behalf of all of us down here at the beach, thank you so much for watching, but don't go anywhere. We're going to broadcast the awards ceremony, and this is going to be an incredible moment for surfing and a history-making awards ceremony for the ISA. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with more from the ISA World Parasurfing Championships live from Oceanside, California.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused, very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo. To be a surfer is not only to go surfing, it is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
All of the countries and athletes have given their best effort, and it's with great pleasure that the ISA welcomes everyone to the official awards and closing ceremony of the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, hosted here in Oceanside, California. We would like to welcome and introduce the following dignitaries joining us today who will have the honor of presenting the medals. The President and CEO of Visit Oceanside, Mrs. Leslie Gall. The ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo. So we're going to start with welcoming all the finalists of the Parasurf Women's Sit Division. The winner of the bronze medal, Alina Garbuzov, representing Hawaii. The winner of the silver medal, Elena Nichols, representing the United States of America. And the winner of the gold medal, Meira Nelson, representing Hawaii. Now the anthem of Hawaii. All right, next we're going to welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Men's Sit Division. The winner of the copper medal, Juan Manuel Camacho Solano, representing Costa Rica. The winner of the bronze medal, Chris Oberly, representing the USA. The winner of the silver medal, Jeff Munson, also representing the United States of America. And the winner of the gold medal, Guillaume Collin, representing France. Now the national anthem of France.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Next, we will welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Visually Impaired 2 Women's Division. The winner of the copper medal, Sarah Gibson, representing Australia. The winner of the bronze medal, Ling Pai, representing Team Canada. The winner of the silver medal, Melissa Reed, representing England. And the winner of the gold medal, Aleli Medina, representing Puerto Rico. And now the national anthem of Puerto Rico. All right, thank you very much. All right, next we'd like to welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Visually Impaired 2 Men's Division. The winner of the copper medal, Jack Jackson representing Australia. The winner of the bronze medal, Roy Steven Calderon Vargas representing Costa Rica. The winner of the silver medal, Luis Nicolas Medina representing Chile. And the winner of the gold medal, Piero Gagliano representing France. And now the national anthem of France. Thank you, gentlemen. Now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Visually Impaired 1 Women's Division. The winner of the bronze medal, Ingrid Medina, representing Brazil. The winner of the silver medal, Marta Passo, representing Portugal. And the winner of the gold medal, Valentine Moscoteuk, representing France. And now the national anthem of France. Congratulations to all those finalists. So next we'd like to welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Visually Impaired 1 Men's Division. Yeah, boys. The winner of the copper medal, Elias Ricardo Dil, representing Brazil. The winner of the bronze medal, Ben Newman, representing Germany. The winner of the silver medal, Kirk Watson, representing Australia. And the winner of the gold medal, Tomas da Silva, representing France. And now the national anthem of France. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, so next up, we'll let these guys move out of the zone. All right, next we'd like to welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Prone 2 Women's Division. The winner of the copper medal, Hannah Dines, representing England. The winner of the bronze medal, Céline Rullard, representing France. The winner of the silver medal, Béatrice Duran, representing France. And the winner of the gold medal, Sara Almagro, representing Spain. And now the national anthem of Spain. Thank you very much. So next we'd like to welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Prone 2 men's division. The winner of the copper medal, Cliff Gralton, representing Australia. The winner of the bronze medal, Matthias van der Hoed Luna, representing Costa Rica. The winner of the silver medal, Jose Martinez, representing USA. And the winner of the gold medal, David Teixeira de Aguiar, representing Brazil. And now the national anthem of Brazil. bom demais. Thank you guys very much. Now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Prone 1 Women's Division. The winner of the copper medal, Solange Ballet, representing France. The winner of the bronze medal, Grace Kennedy, representing Australia. The winner of the silver medal, Paloma Oñate, representing Spain. And the winner of the gold medal, Sarah Betancourt, representing the USA. And now the national anthem of the USA. Next, let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Prone 1 Men's Division. The winner of the copper medal, representing Denmark, Bruno Hansen. The winner of the bronze medal, representing Brazil, Clusen Soares. The winner of the silver medal, representing Australia, Kai Collis. And the winner of the gold medal, representing Australia, Joel Taylor. And now the national anthem of Australia. Next, we'd like to welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Kneel Women's Division. The winner of the copper medal, representing France, Emmanuel Blanchet. The winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Emma Dieters. The winner of the silver medal, representing Brazil, Vera Quaresma. And the winner of the gold medal representing Canada, Victoria Feige. And now the national anthem of Canada. Next, let's welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Kneel Men's Division. The winner of the copper medal representing France, Maxime Caban. The winner of the bronze medal representing Mexico, Juan Martín Díaz Martinez. The winner of the silver medal representing Brazil, D. Jackson Santos. And the winner of the gold medal representing Wales, Llewellyn Sponge Williams. And now the national anthem of Wales. Next, we'd like to welcome the winner of the Stand 3 Women's Division. And the gold medal goes to Stella Papetti, representing Italy. And now the national anthem of Italy. Now we'd like to welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 3 Men's Division. The winner of the bronze medal, Naomichi Katsukura, representing Japan. The winner of the silver medal, Eric Darjeon, representing France. And the winner of the gold medal, Luciano Nemercindo, representing Brazil. And now the national anthem of Brazil. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Next, we'd like to welcome the finalists of the Stand 2 Women's Division. The winner of the copper medal, Mariel Cardoso, representing Brazil. The winner of the bronze medal, Gaël Abri, representing France. The winner of the silver medal, Zoe Smith, representing England. And the winner of the gold medal, Laurie Phipps, representing France. And now the national anthem of France. Next, we'd like to welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 2 men's division. The winner of the copper medal representing the Republic of South Africa, J.P. Baudry. The winner of the bronze medal representing Israel, Nachman Yariv Balulu. The winner of the silver medal representing Italy, Morgan Gualefi. And the winner of the gold medal representing Japan, Kenjiro Ito. And now the national anthem of Japan. All right, next we'd like to welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 1 men's division. The winner of the copper medal, representing Portugal, Camilo Abdullah. The winner of the bronze medal, representing Japan, Suguru Nara. The winner of the silver medal, representing the Republic of South Africa, Ant Smith. And the winner of the gold medal, representing Brazil, Davi Lima. And now the national anthem of Brazil. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. So now we will present the final ranking of the 2025 ISA World Para Surfing Championship. In 24th place, Saudi Arabia. In 23rd place, Belgium. 22nd place, Colombia. In 21st place, Denmark. 20th place, Germany. 19th place, Mexico. 18th place, Wales. In 17th place, Portugal. 16th place, Puerto Rico. 15th place, Argentina. 14th place goes to Spain. 13th place, Canada. 12th place, Israel. 11th place, Chile. 10th place, the Republic of South Africa. In 9th place, Costa Rica. 8th place, England. 7th place goes to Hawaii. 6th place, Team Japan. And 5th place, Italy. And in 4th place, with 8,965 points, winning the copper medal, Team Australia, please come up to the stage. Yeah, my bros. Get it on. Look at this sick crew. afros. I think we didn't. Pretty sure because we had that box to fill out and measure the records. Okay.
One for our beautiful team manager, please. Yes. Thank you so much. All right, let's get a photo. Get off the stage.
Thank you guys. So in third place with 9,958 points, winning the bronze medal, Team Brazil, please come up to the stage. Yeah, Monique. And in second place, with 10,151 points, winning the silver medal, Team USA, please come up to the stage. And now, in first place, the new world team champion for the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, winner of the ISA World Team Championship trophy, and the gold medal is Team France. Please come up.
but super just to we appreciate you. We love you. Yes, obligation to declare officially the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
For a photo. So any
'em. My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.